October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello there, this is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving up 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the 3rd wild card spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for 2nd. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Cardinals will play their 2nd preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to see some playing time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And stay tuned as we find out the Phoenix Suns schedule, as the NBA schedule release is today. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, game day in the Valley. What is going on, everybody?
Oh, I've got the preseason football glow.
Do you have the preseason? What's the word I'm looking for?
Feels?
Maybe. That'll work.
That'll work.
That'll work. Yeah, like I said, this has been a very interesting summer for me because I have never before been into Summer League basketball. This year was different for obvious reasons. And this preseason, this one feels about as real as it gets for preseason.
It was the most you've been into Summer League basketball, preseason football, and soccer.
And soccer.
What a summer.
No doubt.
And can I really pull the curtain back? I was flipping through the channels, getting the TV situated for today's show, and I put the St. Jude Classic on, and I said some early morning golf, and you're like, there's nothing interesting in golf going on.
Well,
that is true. It's the dead part of the golf calendar.
It's kind of the dumb part of the sports, the golf calendar. It's been a weird year in golf, too. I was just reading Rory McIlroy has only played 11 tournaments all year long. 11.
What's a normal amount?
20.
Don't you have to have at least 14? Isn't there like a 14 threshold?
He might by the end of it all.
Yeah.
The other story that's very interesting in golf, although this is not going to be a talking point today, but for me, I find this very enjoyable. Apparently, the DP World Tour is cracking down on live golfers.
Again.
Which means Jon Rahm is likely going to end up on the DP World Tour. Jon Rahm, I don't know how much money he cashed of that $600 million he got from live. But Liv still owes him a ton of money that he's never going to see. He's got no place to play. He thought he was going to get that payday. He thought Liv was going to join up with the PGA Tour, and he was going to just be holding the bag, man.
But didn't it just seem like when the rash of player exits was happening from the PGA Tour to Liv, didn't it just seem, at least from my perspective, that these guys were just getting handed suitcases filled with cash?
Yeah,
that's basically what it seemed like.
That. Yeah. Yeah,
that's probably what they were sold on, too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I do wonder how much of all that reported money all of them actually saw.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't know any of the details of the actual contracts of how they were supposed to be paid out.
Yeah, because it was, you remember when it began, after it began, that accountant was testifying, and he basically let it loose that these guys that figure they were given guaranteed up front, if you won a tournament, your money was already in that. You didn't get extra for winning tournaments. Whatever. Good riddance. Good riddance. Start the show, Jared.
They might have an investor to keep it going, though.
Oh, yeah, right. Sure they do.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Preseason game number 2 on tap for the Arizona Cardinals tonight in Las Vegas against the Raiders at Allegiant Stadium. Cards, of course, opened their preseason slate with a 33-30 loss to the Carolina Panthers in the Hall of Fame game in Canton a week ago. Head coach Mike LaFleur says starters will play a series or two, so we'll get our first look at quarterback Jacoby Brissett, since he got his pay increase, and the debut of running back Jeremiah Love. Of course, the 3rd overall pick of the Cardinals in April's NFL draft. On the Vegas side, we'll see some snaps for Heisman Trophy winner and top overall draft pick Fernando Mendoza in the silver and black. Kickoff just after 5. All the action, of course, here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, with pregame coverage starting at 2 o'clock. Lots to look for tonight, and we'll get into a lot of those storylines today on the show. There are 5 other games on the NFL preseason docket tonight. Football is here. Detroit visits Cincinnati, Green Bay, and Pittsburgh. Those games kick off at 4 o'clock Arizona time. Patriots hosting the Colts at 4:30. Chargers and Texans in Houston at 5. And San Francisco, if they have enough players to play. I'm not sure if they have enough healthy players, but the 49ers will host the Titans. That game kicks off at 6 o'clock. Elsewhere in the league, Tua Tagovailoa will start at quarterback for the Falcons in their preseason opener Friday against the Broncos. And the Browns announcing that Deshaun Watson will get the starting nod in their preseason opener Saturday against the Bears. The D-backs end their 10-game homestand with a thud in the form of a 6-4 loss to the last-place Colorado Rockies. Leading 1-0, starter Merrill Kelly yielded 4 runs in the top of the second, including a 3-run shot to Rockies catcher Brett Sullivan. Zach Veen added some kind of name.
Zach Levine?
Isn't that Veen?
Zach Veen added a 2-run shot off of Kelly in the 4th. D-backs attempted to chip away, but, stop me if you've heard this one before, couldn't deliver the big hit. Arizona left 15 runners on base, including leaving the bases loaded in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. 11 hits, 10 walks, and lost.
Mm-hmm.
Only time in franchise history.
Now they lost to the Rockies.
Yeah, it's the only second time in franchise history they've had double digits in hits and walks and lost a game.
Yeah, I saw that stat. That's crazy.
So after splitting a 4-game series with San Diego and beating the Dodgers 2 out of 3, the Snakes drop a 3-game series to the lowly Rockies. Ugh. D-backs now on the road for the next 6 in what figures to be a tough road trip that begins Friday night in Atlanta. Will continue with 3 games against the Red Sox in Boston starting on Monday. Elsewhere in the National League wildcard chase, the Phillies fell to the Cardinals 7-1. Padres went 11 innings to beat the Brewers 4-3 at Petco. So San Diego now has sole possession of the second wildcard spot in the NL.
Thank goodness the Phillies are struggling a lot also.
They are. D-backs and Phillies tied, although the Diamondbacks currently have the tiebreaker advantage between the two teams. Philadelphia in Phoenix for a 3-game series that starts August 31st.
Watch out for the Marlins also.
Yeah.
Only a game and a half out now.
That is true. We got to add them into the mix every day. Former D-backs reliever Paul Sewald has a new home. He was claimed on waivers by the Toronto Blue Jays. Sewald was designated for assignment by Arizona earlier this week after struggling for the better part of the last 2 months. Since June 15th, he had a 12.79 ERA in 16 appearances, so he'll try to get things ironed up ironed out north of the border.
Well, good luck to Paul.
Yeah. I thought Kevin Ginkel's comments on Paul Sewald were pretty telling yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Very popular guy in the bullpen, in that clubhouse. Overall good guy. And it's part of the business. It's just what you deal with sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix Suns announced their 4-game slate in the Emirates NBA Cup on Wednesday. The Suns open West Group A play against the Denver Nuggets on Friday, October 30th. They've got a road game against the Utah Jazz on Friday, November 20th, and a visit to Houston to face Kevin Durant and the Rockets on November 25th. That's the night before Thanksgiving. They close out group play 2 nights later, the day after Thanksgiving, at Mortgage Matchup Center against the Mavericks. Complete NBA schedule for the upcoming season will be released today at noon. Suns also reportedly waived wing Haywood Highsmith, opening up a roster spot. Highsmith was under contract for the 26-27 season with $1 million of his $3 million salary guaranteed. He appeared in 7 regular season games and 2 playoff games for the Suns last year. Gambo was concocting some scenario where he could be back if he clears waivers. We'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, but you know what? If you're Haywood Highsmith, you're looking at what the Suns have, and you're like, there's no playing time here for me.
Not really. I mean, he was coming back from a pretty lengthy injury last year and struggled to find a place. The Lakers have new owners again. Josh Kushner and Bob Iger are buying the team from Mark Walter for a record $12.5 billion, just a year after Walter's group bought them from the Buss family for $10 billion. And there's a lot of people just raising all kinds of questions on, wow, this smells real funny, including Bill Plaschke from the LA Times. Former MVP Russell Westbrook retiring from the league after 18 seasons. The 37-year-old announced his intentions on his social media post that included a video narrated by actor Michael B. Jordan, going A-list. Westbrook won the league MVP in 2017 when he averaged a triple-double, 31.6 points, 10.7 rebounds, and 10.4 assists for the Oklahoma City Thunder. He leaves 5th on the league all-time assist list behind only John Stockton, Chris Paul, Jason Kidd, and LeBron James. 9-time All-Star, also played for Houston, Washington, the Lakers, Clippers, Denver, and Sacramento. He really bounced around there at the end.
Yeah.
And how sad is it? His last NBA stop was Sacramento.
Pretty bad.
Most people's last stop.
There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, August 13th. Coming up, Dan said it in the intro, and it's actually true. We're excited for preseason football.
Yeah.
We'll give you all the reasons why next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Raiders. The preseason's Game 1 live from Vegas.
We'll have our guys out there. It's not going to be much. Could be 1 drive, max of 2. For those main guys, they'll be playing. That includes Jacoby.
Coverage begins at 2. Kickoff at 5 this afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2026 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Listen to me. How long have you been fighting your own teeth, cutting food into little pieces, dodging the corn on the cob, smiling with your lip shut? Oh, my goodness. That is no way to live. I know, because I was right there in the trenches with you. One phone call changes the whole game, Basinonians. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix is locally owned, led by my good friend Dr. Joe, with over 3,000 full mouth implant treatments under his belt. As somebody told you, you don't have enough bone for implants. Not everyone's a candidate. That's exactly why Aria starts with a complimentary 3D CT scan and consultation. Real imaging, straight answers, a plan built around you. No cost, no pressure, no obligation. Grab a pen and write this down, man. 602-877-0429, or go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
That they are where their feet are, that they come to work every single day, that they want to improve. Again, I thought our operation was good, got a long way to go. I thought our play style was good, got a long way to go. And then they also know that we have a long way to go once that ball snapped in terms of details, fundamentals, all those kind of things within our schemes. So, again, I was pleased with the work that we put in within that time, but a long way to go.
That was Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, this week as they wrapped up training camp at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. They are in Vegas for their second of 4 preseason games, but they're LaFleur talking about what he's most pleased with from camp. I'm starting to hear we are where our feet are, or be where your feet are. I'm seeing that and hearing that a lot.
Are you?
Yeah, that's
okay.
It's already, for me, the unofficial theme of the 2026 football season.
I guess it's pretty good advice. I mean,
yeah, but last week going into the Hall of Fame game, we knew the starters weren't going to play. We knew what we were going to get. It was football, and for a football game between two teams that didn't involve really anybody on the two deep for either team, it was enjoyable to watch. Now we get to see a little bit more of the things that we wanted to see last week, and we got. And that list starts with Carson Beck. I want to see more of what Carson Beck and how he can follow up a very good first performance.
Yeah, listen, I think by far Carson Beck is the point of obsession for Cardinal fans going into tonight's game. I'm sure Jeremiah Love isn't far behind. I'm sure Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't far behind that. And I'm sure Jacoby Brissett isn't far behind that either. But nothing can get a sports town more amped up than a hotshot rookie quarterback. Now, I'm not calling Carson Beck that just yet, but what he did in that Hall of Fame game, he nearly played a perfect game. He threw 4 incompletions, 2 of which were dropped, 1 which was a football that he threw into the dirt. So for a guy that for the first week of practice had a hard time with accuracy issues, he was not only accurate in that game, he was pinpoint accurate, which was, to me, one of many stunning revelations of that game.
Yeah.
It'll be fascinating if he continues to look that good in each of these preseason games. It will be hard to sell the fan base by telling everyone, well, he's not ready. He's not ready.
Oh, no. Yeah, listen, I think all it's going to take is one more game for this town to get into that place. This could happen tonight, Jarrett. Now, the people in the locker room, they would probably know otherwise. But as I've heard on other radio shows the last couple of days in different contexts, the recurring theme is you can't fool a locker room, and you better not try. If you're a head coach or a football team, you can't sell a football team on the wrong quarterback. It's partly why they had to unplug Kyler Murray last year, because you couldn't tell that locker room after what Jacoby Brissett did in his first few starts that the other guy was better. They wouldn't believe it, and they wouldn't play for you.
Now, one of the big things we do think why they eventually came to a deal with Jacoby Brissett is because the locker room believes in Jacoby Brissett. So it would be hard for that to switch just during a offseason and preseason.
We all saw the same game in Canton, Ohio, and that was followed up by a no-look pass in practice, which it seemed to be quite a popular topic of conversation among the Cardinals, where Matt Schaub told the midday show, that's one of those things that you better complete it if you try that as a rookie in camp. And he did.
Yeah, he did.
And it's just so funny to me that we are so now governed as people by little clips on social media, what goes viral and what doesn't. And just a week and a half ago, it was that Benny Hill Yakety Sax theme song paired up with all these bloopers from Cardinal camp that somebody had just mashed together to make it look like the Cardinals were the worst football team on God's green earth. And then a week later, what do you get? You get no-look passes from Carson Beck.
Yeah.
You get toe drag swag from MHJ.
I didn't see that one go viral.
Well, I wouldn't say viral. But
it popped up a couple times.
Yeah, okay.
Because it ruined those people's narratives. Like, wow, he does catch the ball occasionally.
Wow.
I don't think he's ever caught the ball. You mentioned Matt Shaw being on with Wolf and Luke. Here he was on whether or not he's coaching that no-look pass.
That's not part of our individual period, and I'm not coaching it. But I can't say that the guys don't just try it just to see, and if it works and the shoe fits and it does work. If it doesn't, then we're going to have to talk about it in the meeting room. But if it works, then everyone's high fives and all is good. So it's not being coached, it's not being worked on, but he did rip a few off, and the guys have all tried or in their own way. But obviously it's much more advantageous to see where you want to throw it and put it exactly there.
Like I don't think there's any football coach on planet Earth that is teaching quarterbacks the no-look pass. It's just something you maybe have the ability to do, and you don't know if you do until you try it, I guess.
Yeah. You can see where it would be effective, because if you're a defensive back and a quarterback does that to you, you're going to think twice about leaving your route, trying to anticipate things.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see where it would be very, very effective.
Yeah.
If as a defensive player, not really being able to trust where the quarterback's eyes are.
Yeah, that's a good point. You mentioned Jacoby Brissett being high up on that list too of people that are anticipated. There's anticipation to watch Jacoby Brissett because look, if you're a Cardinal fan going into this season and you are of the belief, I think this team is going to be much better. It really starts with Jacoby Brissett. If he's good to great, their ability to win games obviously gets increased. We're going to see him tonight. First action of the preseason for Jacoby Brissett. He talked about if he gets any jitters for the first preseason game.
Oh, for sure. I probably won't eat until after the game now. But yes, I mean, I'm 33 and I'm playing a game that I started when I was 5. It's like not a day goes by that when I walk out on that practice field, I don't have a little nerves going through me.
Now, he said that on Tuesday. He's not going to eat from Tuesday until after the game?
No.
Wow.
He's going to have a hungry quarter.
They're going to hike the ball. He's going to fall over from weakness.
Yeah, that's right.
Brissett looking a little wobbly here in the first quarter. He also was asked, hey, do you like to get hit in the preseason, and also thoughts on just playing in the preseason?
Yeah, for sure. I think my last hit was, when did we play last? January 7th, 8th? So that was my last time I got hit. Besides today, I got hit. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, definitely that. And then obviously new coach, new system, operation, hearing them in the headset, going out there in the game and just clean communication and operation in and out of the huddle. I think that's the mindset of this game.
Yeah, that's the mentality that players have and a lot of quarterbacks have. It's not really football season until you get hit again. You don't feel right until you get hit again.
Right.
I don't think every quarterback subscribes to that. I'm not going to mention any names, but
well, I would think the longer you go as a quarterback, even a veteran like Jacoby Brissett, so there's a reason why he mentioned the date of last being hit, because every month that goes by, your body's like, oh, I kind of like not being hit.
Yeah.
This is kind of cool. This is much more enjoyable. And you don't want to get hit, and then once you do, you're like, okay, part of the job. I get it. I can handle this. I'm most curious because you mentioned, can Jacoby Brissett land somewhere between good and really good, or maybe even flirt with great? I would say that of all the backup quarterbacks in the NFL who have been pushed into starting roles, you can expect a level from Jacoby Brissett that's going to be baseline good. He's not going to be really, really bad. But what is it going to look like inside this offense? And how much of it does he know? And will the Cardinals end up paying a price for signing Jacoby so late, giving him not a lot of time with this offense? Or will it open a door for Carson Beck? These questions are all in the air tonight.
Yeah, and a lot more. We'll get a sprinkling of those players we didn't get to see last week. Looking forward to it. Raiders and Cardinals. We'll have a lot on this game coming up today on the show, but kickoff 5 o'clock. Pregame coverage starts at 2 here on Arizona Sports. Over the last couple days, the D-backs brought back an old Suns favorite, the reverse Corleone. Just when you think you're in, they push you back out. Yeah, they're doing it, aren't they? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 17th through the 21st. Arizona's kids need you, and we're going to rock the Train phone bank with your help. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Well, howdy do, and hello to you. This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving up 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the 3rd wildcard spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for 2nd. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals will play their 2nd preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to see some playing time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m. You can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And the NBA schedule will be officially announced and released today at noon. Stay tuned for updates on that and go to arizonasports.com to see any leaks on the Suns schedule so far. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Right now, save $2,500 if you buy 10 windows or more. The windows are guaranteed for life and built in Arizona with factory direct pricing. Save money and save on your energy bills. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
2 outs, bottom of the 9th. The 1-2 pitch is ripped to first. It's caught by Rumfield. The game is over. Rockies take it 6-4, and they come into the desert and win the series, taking each of the last 2. A minor setback to the D-backs' playoff aspirations.
Sometimes words don't suffice. Sometimes you need to go past words to really convey how you're feeling. And you have to go into the world of sound effects.
Oh.
And that being said,
yeah, you called 2 days ago, the Wednesday loss to the Tuesday loss to Rockies. You called that horrific. I wonder what word you have for yesterday's loss.
Yeah.
Hey, you just did it.
That's it.
You just said it.
Apparently, I've used that sound effect before. That was gross. It was frustrating. It was inexplicable.
Yeah. Inexcusable, all that stuff.
All of those things.
Yeah, it really is.
You can't undo your good stuff that quickly, and they did it.
This is why people get frustrated with this team. Look, we went into last weekend, and I have blasted on this on a couple of occasions in the last week and a half. This weird dynamic that when the Diamondbacks do something really, really badly, it evokes more negative reaction and anger than the good stuff elicits cheering and fandom and woo and pom-poms. And yesterday was the classic example of why that is the case here in the Valley. It's not that they've just gone 2+ years without getting to the playoffs, 2 seasons that were real cruel teases in the way they played out at the very end of them. But then you go through a four-game series against the Padres, and you split that. Then you win 2 of 3 against the Dodgers. So you spend an entire week playing high-leverage baseball against really good teams, and you come out of it in really good shape, and you come out on Monday and you blast the Rockies into oblivion, and then you put those 2 games after it.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that makes people insane.
Yeah, we were looking after the Monday game. They went at 9-0, stress-free. We talked about it on Tuesday morning. Exactly the type of win you needed coming out of that Dodgers series. And you're looking, hey, this is going to be a 7-3 homestand. That's really good. It's 5-5 now because you lost. And I don't even want to preface this by saying all due respect to the Rockies. That's a terrible baseball team. They went through a stretch where none of their pitchers could throw a strike for 3 innings yesterday. And you couldn't take advantage of it?
Listen, you've already said the only stat anybody needs to know. The Diamondbacks got 11 hits and 10 walks yesterday and ended up scoring 4 runs against the worst team in the National League. That you can't do that and convince people that you are to be taken seriously.
It is what I feared that would happen.
Here we go. Let me rewind. Jared Carlin from 3 months ago. From 2 months ago. From 1 month ago. Go ahead, Jared. Go ahead, Jared.
And is it playing out that way?
Why do you think I'm giving you this stage?
I thought they were past it. And there's been multiple times this year where I thought they were past it. But this really seemed like it. They were a season high 8 games over 500. They were really heading down the stretch now, the last quarter of the season. Post-trade deadline, everything looks like it was humming. This is exactly what they've done all year long, and it shouldn't be this frustrating still, but it's almost is frustrating just because they've done it all season long, because they can't get past it, because it's looking like this is what they are.
Here's Torey Lovello.
You've been saying it for weeks and weeks and weeks, that as soon as you get excited about this team, they drag you down. As soon as they drag you down, they pull you back up.
Yeah.
And back and forth and back and forth.
You're hoping that they gave themselves enough leeway by playing well for that stretch that they won't now lose like 8 out of 10 to get back to 500 and then win,
I'm someone who doesn't enjoy roller coasters, but this one's gone on for 3 seasons.
It has.
Yeah.
Which is why people are quick to vent.
And toss their cookies.
And toss their cookies.
And why they've essentially been a 500 team from the moment they lost the World Series.
Yeah.
If there's any good news to come out of yesterday, it's the idea that maybe, just maybe, Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte are getting hot at the same time. That's something good. We're going to explore that in a little bit.
But on the other hand,
Merrill Kelly.
I was going to say, do you trust? It's 2 out of 3 starts now terrible. Right when you thought he kind of was in a good stretch.
Yes, and yesterday, and again, I'm not an expert at this, but I watch every one of these games. I want to back off this. I don't want to say this right now.
Oh.
No, because I've got a lot of respect for Merrill Kelly, but the pitcher I saw yesterday and the one that I saw a couple of starts ago, he just not comfortable.
Yeah. He was asked about...
And his velocity was way down.
Velocity was down. He was asked about that. He was asked about his stuff outside the velocity being down. Here's what Merrill Kelly had to say about that.
How did the stuff feel beyond the velocity?
Not good.
Right away, bullpen, nothing really felt right.
Bullpen actually felt good. Just once we got into the game, it just... once we got in the game, it just wasn't cooperating today.
And Torey Lovello commenting on Kelly's velocity being down.
Sometimes I get tricked by the velo boards here. So I got confirmation it was coming out about 90, 91. And that's a tick or 2 down from what he gave us against the Dodgers. And, I want Merrill's best 80 pitches, his best 90 pitches. And I asked him if he's okay, meaning I don't want you to save gas in your tank, go out there and let it rip. And he assured me that he was. It just was one of those days.
Yeah,
that's interesting. So the velocity was so down, the manager thought, "Are you trying to conserve? Because I don't want you to." And he's like, "No, I'm putting it out there."
Mm-hmm.
And what he was putting out there wasn't very good, and it's a shame because he was so good against the Dodgers.
He was, but he's been kind of the pitcher poster boy for the roller coaster. He's been good. He's been not good.
Mm-hmm.
He's been Merrill Kelly. He's been a guy wearing Merrill Kelly's uniform.
He's been Merrill Smelly. He's been Farrell Kelly.
Farrell Smelly. Overall thoughts on the game, going back to the offense from Torey Lovello.
That was a rough one. And, I was proud of the guys for the way they kept building innings. We throw up 21 base runners and can't crack through. So, it's one of the things we got to get better at. We're going to continue to coach them up the best way we know how. And, if you were to tell me we're going to have 21 base runners before the game, I would tell you that we're going to score 10 runs at least. So we only scored 4. So we can identify the areas that we got to get better. And I know the guys are going to work hard to come out on Friday with a clean slate and figure out how to win a baseball game. And play a really clean game in all areas.
Look, and Corbin Carroll had a milestone day yesterday. He hit his 100th career home run. He's on an unbelievably historic list when it comes to 100 home runs and 50 triples. It took him 606 career games to get there, which is the 3rd fastest in the history of baseball. And the only 2 guys that did it faster were Lou Gehrig and Joe DiMaggio. That's pretty amazing stuff. But you asked the question. And yeah, it is refreshing. It is reassuring to see Corbin Carroll hitting the ball. Ketel Marte was on base 4 times yesterday. But the overwhelming, frustrating nature of this offense is it has been either or. Either those guys are getting on base and your bottom of the order is doing nothing, or those guys can't get a hit and the bottom of the order is carrying the lineup. Well, it's never come to fruition together for a consistent period of time.
What's even weirder is, I believe in Alex Weiner's piece today on ArizonaSports.com, I think that the Diamondbacks have had periods of time this year where they've been really good, top 5 in Major League Baseball, with runners in scoring position, and they've spent just as much time, if not longer, as one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. It's feast or famine with this team.
It really is. And going back down to what happened at the trade deadline, they didn't get what they wanted. Mike Hazen was very open, very painfully honest about it. Felt like he failed the team. But the feather in the cap was still, Lars Nootbaar's coming in and he crushes right-handed pitching. He hasn't done anything. He walks a lot.
Yeah. I'm not sure anybody thought Lars Nootbaar crushes anything. He's a good hitter. There's not a ton of slug with Lars Nootbaar. He's a very professional hitter. He'll walk a ton.
Yeah, he had 2 walks yesterday, but he's not hitting the ball. They're not getting from him what they wanted to get from him.
Yeah. So you get another day off, a reset. I had this wild feeling. What if Zach Gallen comes back and saves this season?
I'd be happy for him if that happens.
Strolls back on September 4th, just in the nick of time.
Because on the pain scale of how this season has gone for guys that were played roles, Sewald's number 1 on the pain scale. He's no longer here. Gallen's number 2 on that list, and he's
barely
and he's hanging on. Yeah,
there's 3 candidates to come in at the very end of the season and save the day. Yeah. Ryan Nelson, Corbin Burns, and Zach Gallen. Who knows?
I don't know. I really hate losing to the Rockies.
Luckily, it doesn't happen that much. Way too much.
Well, twice in a row should not have happened. The next 4 Peaks 4 Seeds drawing is for D-backs versus Cubs, August 24th at Chase Field. It's 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers up for grabs. Text SEATS to 620-620 to enter. Jarrett heard $200 in food vouchers, and he just texted SEATS to 620-620. Don't worry.
Are we eligible?
He's ineligible.
Oh, man. I need a burner phone.
You do. Coming up next, what did LSU do to a former Heisman Trophy winner that hurt his feelings so much he had to tell his mommy? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I do think now is the time we get to the preseason where you're going to start to see some of those competitions take place in front of our eyes in preseason.
No question.
Denzel Burke versus Max Melton. Chase Basantis versus Isaiah Adams. Can anyone challenge Elijah Wilkinson at right tackle? I'm looking forward to that part of preseason because I didn't think anybody of significance was going to play last week. I think some people of significance have to play this week.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves. or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman's stainless steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Jan, on the street. Hi, it's Jan from Toyota. Summer's not over at the National Sales Event, so I'm taking to the streets to see how people are keeping summer fun going with a new Toyota. Excuse me, sir. How are you making summer last longer with your Toyota?
Oh, going mudding in my Tundra.
Everybody loves a mud bath. Player with the jump shot. What about you?
Taking my RAV4 downtown to a rooftop restaurant to shoot my shot with Stacy.
Stacy's a lucky lady. Mom with the twins. Your turn.
Starting a true crime podcast in my Grand Highlander while the kids are at day camp.
Oh, I know the one. It's juicy. Man with the ball. And you?
Dropping my BZ to the park to play kickball with friends. Kickball is life.
I want that to be my life, too. Well, those are some great ways to extend summer. See you next time. Jan, on the street.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
All the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy. And now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Cardinals players will we be watching in tonight's preseason game against the Raiders? We'll be previewing the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It is my great pleasure to announce that the 2023 Heisman Trophy winner is Jaden Daniels from Louisiana State University.
Cementing a harmonious relationship from now until the end of time. Right? Right? Not so right.
Yeah. Not so right.
This story coming out of Baton Rouge is, gold, baby.
Yeah, it is.
It's purple and gold. Jaden Daniels wins the Heisman Trophy for LSU, goes on. He's now the quarterback for the Washington Commanders, has had a successful NFL career to this point, although he's coming off an injury-plagued season last year. ESPN obtained a letter which was written by the Jaden Daniels camp to the LSU athletic program. The letter informs LSU that it can no longer use his name, image, and likeness moving forward.
Okay.
At the center of the dispute, this according to Mark Schleybaugh from ESPN, according to a statement from Daniels' spokesperson to ESPN, is that the Tigers are allowing sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett to wear the number 5 jersey that Daniels wore when he became the LSU's third Heisman Trophy winner in 2023. It has not been worn since. It has not been officially retired. But Jaden Daniels feels like he's not getting the same treatment as others have, namely Joe Burrow, whose number 9 has not been worn by an LSU player since he left campus.
Quote, Jaden made it clear that he did not want his number given to another player, and he believed his wishes would be respected, end quote. Okay, listen.
The Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU.
Profoundly disrespected.
Yes. Jaden and his family had every reason to believe that the number would remain a meaningful part of his LSU legacy and would be honored and protected in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the university.
There are so many football players who are so appalled and aghast and astounded at this that they're blaming it on his mom. Now, his mom is a very, very controlling presence in Jaden Daniels' life. I think all of us know that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Since the moment he stepped on campus in Tempe.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's been aware of that.
Oh, yeah.
He did a national commercial for a soup company.
Uh-huh.
Mom was in it.
And who was in that commercial? Yeah. Mom was in it. With the famous footage where he was at a game in, I forget who it was. Was it an actress or a WNBA star kind of cozied up to Jaden, and she came over and sat right between them?
Yep. Not on my watch.
Not on my watch. You gold digger. I know what you're after. So look,
you're after his jersey number, aren't you?
Exactly. I'm sorry, but the Jaden Daniels I knew very, 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 very briefly and very limited. He wouldn't think this way, would he? How long was he at LSU?
2 years.
2 years. And he had one phenomenal season.
The first year he was there, they finished 16th in the nation. The second year he was there, he won the Heisman. They finished 12th in the nation. And
whereas
if you're
Joe
comparing
Burrow,
yourself to Joe Burrow and lasting contributions, Joe Burrow quarterbacked arguably the greatest offense college football has ever seen and won a national championship and went undefeated. And the university, by the way, has not officially retired number 9 either. If there is a subject, and I talk about this from time to time, if there is a subject that I have gone a complete 180 on as I've gotten older, it's number retirement. It's stupid. It leads to stuff like this.
Yes. Yes.
Like, you're not the last quarterback that's ever going to play at LSU. Congratulations on winning the Heisman. Great job.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't use my name, image, or likeness moving forward because you gave a player in a sport where you have a limited number of uniform numbers to give away in the first place. You gave him my number, and I'm severing that relationship.
I can't believe this.
It's ridiculous.
It's hard to
believe this.
As normal people, it's hard to conceptualize how he could even, like, how could you even be upset by this? That someone else is wearing the same number. You don't own a number. It's a number. It's a jersey that you wore.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, how could this upset someone so much that they release a statement
disrespected
that they are now you're not allowed. You have such a connection and you feel so connected to this team and your legacy that now you're suing them so that they can't use your likeness. Wouldn't you want them to use your likeness and stuff and all their promotional stuff because you want to be associated?
Yes, of course you
would. I
would.
can't wait for the Commanders' first primetime game tonight, because on the primetime games they always go through the lineups where the players are introducing themselves.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder where he's going to say he's from.
Ball So Hard University.
He's not going to say that either. What high school did he go to?
You do remember when Terrell Suggs did that, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
ball so hard.
Everybody thought was cool, but I was like, come on, he's missing an opportunity to pump up his alma mater.
Well, he clearly didn't want to. That's the problem.
Yeah, that too.
And here's the other thing, too. The letter was sent to LSU Athletic Director Verge Osbury. Doesn't that sound like a Louisiana dude? Verge?
Yeah, you wouldn't. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the state of California named Verge.
No. So listen, this is just astounding. And
Jaden Daniels,
is
quarterback,
getting bad advice from
Cajon
somebody.
High School. That's what it's going to say.
Wow. Wow. Or maybe he'll just say ASU now. Maybe he'll say Arizona State.
Look, there was a lot of strife at the end of his stay at ASU. He made the video announcing he was coming back. That rubbed some people the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Not as many people as were rubbed the wrong way when he actually rescinded on that and left. But you remember the locker room videos that came out.
Oh, I sure do.
Players celebrating. He sucks anyway. And look, that wasn't completely inaccurate by the end of his ASU stay. He was not a good quarterback at that time, or certainly not as good as he was when he stepped on campus. Credit to him for getting better and learning under better coaching, apparently, at LSU, and winning the Heisman. But this is the most petulant, babyish reaction you could ever conjure in this situation.
Yeah, and the idea that you think you're being unfairly treated in relation to Joe Burrow is also asinine, as you succinctly put out there. It's a guy that won a national championship at LSU.
Yeah,
it's a different level.
It might be the greatest team we've seen.
Yeah.
It's in that LSU team is in the discussion.
I saw that team live once, and I got to experience Tiger Stadium for an afternoon game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even an afternoon game, that place is insane. I think I shared with you, 2 rows in front of me and to my right, there was a guy who was probably, I would say, in his late 30s, early 40s. He had his young daughter and his wife with him. He had 4 cups around him, 3 beers, and an empty cup for the chewing tobacco. And this was a day game. And dude was getting hammered.
At a certain point.
And you can see his wife kind of like, I got to deal with this clown all night now.
Just hope he didn't mess the cups up at it.
And drink the chewing tobacco? Yeah, that would be pretty bad.
I had a college roommate.
I actually took a picture of that dude because I thought it was just so spectacularly weird. 3 beers at once and then a 4th cup for your chewing tobacco. You're getting after it, is what you're doing.
That was an afternoon game.
On a Saturday afternoon in the Bayou.
Well, they had to make up for time. Normally they play under the lights in Baton Rouge. Yeah. He didn't have as much time for his routine. But I got to tell you, I had a couple college roommates who both chewed, and they would leave, like one guy left Gatorade bottles filled with, I mean, he wouldn't rinse it out until it was full. Just disgusting.
Oh, no.
Coming up next, will Carson Beck continue to shine this preseason under the bright lights in Vegas? We'll get into that and more. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata this morning at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovick's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi there. This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving up 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the 3rd wild card spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for 2nd. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals will play their 2nd preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to see some playing time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m. You can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And the NBA schedule will be released at noon today to find out what the Suns, who they're doing, what they're playing, what they're doing, who they're playing even. Stay tuned all day and go to ArizonaSports.com for any leaks so far. This report is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway sales event is going on now. Get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Go to your local Hyundai Valley dealer today.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Back to football. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
And a motion to the left, looking to the right, throwing the fade into the end zone. Simi Fehoko, the catch, toe taps the sideline. Cardinals touchdown. How about that? Simi Fehoko on the business end. Carson Beck put it right on the money. The accuracy, the anticipation.
Carson Beck is absolutely balling right now in the Hall of Fame game. And the one thing I hate the absolute most is when people are like, oh, he's doing it against backups. Good luck. Can you do it against backups? I absolutely hate that. The dude is balling.
I do think that Carson Beck has an opportunity in front of him. He can play his way into the conversation of being the full-time starter for the Cardinals.
Carson Beck told the Cardinals last night, you have to consider me for the starting quarterback job sooner rather than later.
Wow. A sampling of the reaction. Of course, you heard Paul Calvisi on the play-by-play call of the fade touchdown to Simi Fehoko in the Hall of Fame game. Carson Beck was I can't say I was monitoring the Haynes King reaction around the country as much, but you would assume that Carson Beck was the most talked about player coming out of that game last week, even though the Cardinals lost the game. His performance did lead, and that was Chase Daniel, former NFL quarterback. That was Chris Canty, and that was another NFL quarterback at the end, Dan Orlovsky. Mm-hmm. And when you have former NFL quarterbacks that aren't willing to dismiss or diminish what a player does in a preseason game, you start to pay attention to it because they're usually the harshest critics.
I would say that's probably mostly accurate. I think that it was the fact that he looked so comfortable. That's what it was. It was obviously the statistics are very, very good. The statistics are what you write off. Those, you say, okay, 15 of 19, almost 200 yards passing, debut. You write those off because he's playing against third and second stringers. Okay, but the demeanor and his comportment and his decision-making, I think that's what really impressed people. He really did not look lost at all in any moment. In fact, my favorite moment of training camp this week is Mike LaFleur talking about how Mike LaFleur called one really bad play. This is the ball that Carson Beck had a dirt. Threw it at the feet of a defender. So the play called for Carson Beck to roll out naked bootleg to his right. He turned around, and there's a defender right in the pocket, just right there waiting for him. And Mike LaFleur said Carson Beck began laughing while that happened, while the play was in process. As in, oh, how bad could this get? And then he just dirted the football. And as a football coach, that's the play you like more than anything he did. Because what that tells you is I can screw up as a play caller. I can call what Mike LaFleur called it a crap play, and my quarterback's going to get me out of it. And my quarterback is smart enough to know this ain't working. Cut your losses right here and right now. You don't necessarily expect that from a rookie. A rookie's looking to make a play out of everything all the time.
Well, you don't necessarily expect that from a veteran. I mean, how many times did we see it in the previous 7 years? How many times during the course of Josh Allen's career? And he's made highlight reel after highlight reel out of it.
Yeah.
But there's just, not that willingness to say, okay, this didn't work, let's move on.
Right.
That is not a common trait of a rookie quarterback, even a quarterback who's played as much college football as Carson Beck did. And you might be saying, oh, pump the brakes on your excitement. What do they always say? You can't be a championship caliber NFL team unless you find your quarterback. And I'm not making any proclamations. I don't know if Carson Beck is a franchise quarterback. I do know the Arizona Cardinals need to find one. If it's him, fine. I don't care who it is. I just want the Cardinals to have a championship quarterback.
Yeah.
And this guy is the latest source of optimism on that front, and I'm all for it. I can't wait to watch him play tonight.
Okay, but again, here's where the caveats come into play. Will Carson Beck still feel as comfortable on a football field when he's playing against ones?
That's true.
When he throws an out, or when he thinks he's got a window, and all of a sudden that defender jumps it, and he goes, how did that guy get there that fast? And some of this is what Mike LaFleur was cautioning about Carson Beck that some of those throws that he had in the Hall of Fame game, a little too much air under some of them. And they weren't exposed because he was playing a very base defense, and he wasn't playing starting defensive players. He wasn't facing real NFL speed in that game.
No.
This is why lots of fans just want him to start from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Get that experience.
Accelerate
let him play against ones and see what you have.
Yeah, because if you have it, why hold on to it? If you don't have it, why wait much longer to find out that you don't have it?
Right, and if he keeps playing well in the preseason, even if it's against second, third stringers, the leash, we don't know what the leash is for Jacoby Brissett going into this year. We know he's going to be the starter. We know they gave him a new contract. But the leash with the fans is going to be very, very short with Jacoby Brissett.
There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
I think, Vic, you brought this up. Historically, if you want to go back in Cardinals history, it's going to be like the Jake Plummer thing to a degree.
Very much so.
Maybe not as loud because, fans were clamoring to see Jake play quarterback in his old college stadium. There was a lot of elements there, but there are similarities.
When we get those chopped liver T-shirts printed up, we've got to send one to Gardner Minshew. He's really got to be wearing one in camp right about now.
I'm like, when's he going to even play much?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
We talked to Rob Fredrickson yesterday, and Rob's like, I don't need to see anything from Gardner Minshew. I was like, what am I doing? Why did I drive my van here?
Right, exactly. Why did I bring this team all my vibage? What am I getting? Chop liver.
Because look at it, like, when the real season starts, are they going to have 3 quarterbacks active on game day?
Okay, so now you bring up something interesting. If there can't be a quarterback controversy between the number 1 quarterback and the number 3 quarterback. At some point in time.
Sure there can. We can invent one.
Right. At some point in time, this is going to have to be addressed. So I think that so what I think is out there in the short term for Carson Beck. He goes out tonight and he plays very, very well. He's probably going to be playing against 2s and 3s again.
Yeah.
Maybe more 2s than 3s, because keep in mind, this is the Raiders' first preseason game. They're on a different scale and timetable than the Cardinals are. So if he plays really well tonight, I think it's all going to begin. The idea of start Carson Beck in week 1, come on. And that's going to be among people at the water cooler. Then it's going to lead to a third preseason game that's going to get framed up as this is the game he can win the job.
Yeah. I'm curious. We don't have any determination yet, but I'm real curious on how Mike LaFleur does operate at the quarterback position tonight. We know Jacoby Brissett is going to play a series or 2. I would expect Gardner Minshew to get a series or 2, which would leave about 2.5 quarters. You really don't?
I don't. I think Jacoby Brissett starts this game. Maybe he will. Maybe he will.
What I was getting at,
you think all 4 quarterbacks are going to play?
No, I don't. And I think that's going to leave 2.5 quarters. But I don't know if I'm thinking the same way Mike LaFleur is. Are we going to see Keaton Slovis end this game again? Because if not, Carson Beck's going to have an opportunity to play midway through the second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. And I don't think that would be without value or merit either, to see how he finishes a game, especially if it's a close game. And, he didn't get that opportunity last week in a close game. Keaton Slovis closed out. So I would like to see that too, even if it's against 2s, 3s, and 4s.
What you'd really like to do ideally is get Carson Beck that whole transition between second and third quarters and make him come out of the halftime process and operate again in the third quarter. That kind of stuff is very, very valuable for young players. There's also, if you want to get real nutty with this, because you are right, a lot of national voices have gotten on the Carson Beck bandwagon, including Pat McAfee, who might have been the loudest of them all.
He usually is the loudest of them all, yes, in every situation, I agree.
But my point is this. If he goes out and outplays Fernando Mendoza, who's making his first start for the Raiders, you know what the narrative's going to be. Did the Cardinals get the best quarterback in the draft?
Get ready for the Dan Orlovsky proclamation.
That might be fun to do later in the show. Let's, predict what the narratives are going to be tomorrow. We were wrong on Carson Beck. Mendoza's no good. There will be overreaction. Don't worry about it. Coming up next, former Cardinals GM Steve Keim. Woo, he's had a week, huh?
Oh, my goodness.
We will hear his side of the stories next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This is not because the D-backs won the season series, and it's not because the Diamondbacks have won 7 of their last 10 against the Dodgers, and it's not because the D-backs are actually crazy enough. 22-20 against the Dodgers since they swept them in the playoffs. I want them in the playoffs. The Diamondbacks have clearly established they are not afraid of the Dodgers, intimidated by the Dodgers, cower in the face of the Dodgers and their payroll and their greatness. Being the team that knocks them out would be really cool.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know there's nothing better than being number one, and that's what you'll get from my friends at Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Talking about an award-winning family-owned business that has served Arizona for 6 decades, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. And if you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, I'm telling you, the experience will blow your mind. There is a reason why they call it the ultimate driving machine. And as one of their young service technicians once told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. So here's how you get into the ride of your life. Pick one of those locations. Take a test drive. Find what you like. Then make sure you ask for their general manager. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today.
Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who stood out for the Cardinals in their second game of the preseason? We'll be reacting on Friday's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All NFL drug tests are administered by the National Football League, and the only thing teams and players get are the results. It's impossible for a general manager or anybody within an organization to contaminate or affect a drug test. This is baseless, it's irresponsible, and trust me, my loyals will be in touch.
That was Steve Keim, former Cardinals GM, on the Trey Wingo podcast. He had a lot of ground to cover, lots of questions to answer from Trey. It's been quite the week for Steve Keim. He was in the headlines last week too with the Larry Fitzgerald Hall of Fame induction going on in Canton over the weekend. He was very visible during that. And then we heard the D-Hop stuff. Then we heard the Muhammad Koulibaly story, which we'll get into. But there he chose to address the DeAndre Hopkins. And in case you don't know the story, D-Hop responded to a post about the Muhammad Koulibaly situation and kind of piled on, called him, what was it again? What slime? Scheme slime. And he said, he basically accused him of tampering with the drug test results and accused Steve Keim of costing him $13 million in salary.
Yeah, which is truly outrageous from a player who got paid very handsomely because of Steve Keim. Who, as my buddy Walter Mitchell pointed out, Steve Keim let DeAndre Hopkins take Wednesday practices off. You remember that? I had forgotten about that. Do you remember we used to talk about Cardinal practice on Wednesday and go, why is D-Hop not out there?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure Steve Keim feels very betrayed by DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, here the follow-up question is, why would Hopkins accuse you of this? Here was Keim on that.
I think that sometimes people are not informed about things they see on the internet and disgruntled about the way business ends, and they make assumptions and they say things out of frustration. And I always thought I had a good relationship with DeAndre Hopkins, but at the same time, I can't answer for him. Yeah. But I can promise you that that accusation is highly inaccurate.
He covered that, and we'll see. He did promise in the previous soundbite to get lawyers involved, litigation, maybe threatened. We shall see. Hopkins did delete the comment from his social media post.
Yeah.
But it's all under the umbrella of this other story that's out there with Steve Keim, and that is his involvement with a person by the name of Muhammad Koulibaly, who is deceased, was found last week dead in a swimming pool. And there's, people looking into what exactly happened. It was basically a scam deal. Muhammad Koulibaly was a scam artist. He got Steve Keim involved. And that's where it stands. There's investigation. We don't know if it's a suicide. We don't know if it was, a foul play involved in Muhammad Koulibaly. But Steve Keim was answering those questions too. First, from Trey Wingo, how'd you get into business with the Muhammad Koulibaly?
I want to clear my name and my family's name first and foremost. I met Muhammad last July, late in July. He presented a drop shipping business to me and my son. We invested in his company. Then my ex-wife invested in his company. On paper, the rates of return were incredible for these stores. And the e-commerce business is very lucrative if you do it the right way.
Correct.
As we continue on throughout the fall, I got to know him better and trusted in him, and ended up getting offered an opportunity to work with him. In turn, I ended up bringing anywhere from, 8 friends of mine in to buy stores, and 2 of my family members, my ex-wife and my son. And after all that, Mohammed was paying people back, and it was business as usual.
Yeah. Well, that went south. The stores turned out to be not legitimate. and people were losing money, including some NFL players who got dragged into the thing.
So Steve Keim is basically saying he's a victim as well, is what he's saying. And of the 8 friends that he brought in, we know that, at least we think we know, John Schneider is one of them. The GM of the Seahawks has also been kind of outed as somebody who is included in some of these pitch decks, if you will. And so this is what Steve Keim is saying, is that I believed in this guy. Now he has admitted that he was working with him.
Yes. But I mean, and look, we don't know anything about this Muhammad Koulibaly guy, and we'll find out nothing more about him while he's living. Obviously, he's not here anymore. But it's pretty clear that this guy, his intent was to scam people. And if you've ever been scammed, it's because you go into something with the best of intentions.
And you hear things that are too good to be true.
Yeah, well, or you don't hear things that are too good to be true. A lot of people can't delineate what is too good to be true from what is true. And I think Steve Keim, what he's describing is he got sucked into something that was too good to be true. And it turns out it wasn't true.
Yeah, right. But how does a guy like, have you ever heard of Muhammad Koulibaly? How does he suddenly get into Steve Keim's universe? How does he suddenly convince Steve Keim to invest 7 figures with him?
That's the great question. You obviously have to have a dynamic personality, but also, as Steve Keim said in the first soundbite that we played, the rate of return, we're off the charts.
Right.
Again, that's the too good to be true part.
So Steve Keim also said in that interview that when they got into the spring of the following year, that's when the payments stopped from Muhammad Koulibaly. And apparently same thing happened with Steve Keim, who claims he owns 7 of these stores, these e-commerce stores, if you will. And then he said, quote, "So things got extremely toxic. I got very, very animated with him and let him know that this is unacceptable. I flew to Philadelphia to meet with him to make sure that there are funds in his bank accounts to pay all these people that are not only involved with me, but he obviously had a number of other investors in the business, period." So Steve Keim had to sit down with the FBI because this guy was found dead in a pool.
Yeah.
And it's not been ruled murder. It's not been ruled suicide. But Steve Keim admitted in that interview with Trey Wingo that he got sideways with him. And so you know what the FBI looks for? Motive.
Yes. And it sounds like a lot of people would have had motive.
Yeah.
But I will say this. Steve Keim initially, when this story came out at the end of last week, he said, "I've got a lawyer. I'm very confident in my case."
Yeah.
The fact that he's freely doing an interview and answering a lot of questions on the inner workings of their partnership proves how confident in his case that he is.
Yeah,
otherwise, his lawyers would be telling him to shut up.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would agree with that. And if you're a victim of this scam, you want people to know that. You do not want to be attached as somebody who was doing the scamming, especially when a guy like Jalen Carter got scammed. You don't want that guy coming after you.
No, you do not.
Yeah. So listen, I hope that these are all facts, and it's sorry to hear that happened to Steve Keim.
Yeah. Diana Taurasi is headed to the Ring of Honor. You can enter to win her number 3 Mercury jersey. Just text the word GOAT to 620-620. Bick and I will announce the winner on tomorrow's show at 9:15. Again, text GOAT to 620-620 if you want to win that Diana Taurasi jersey. Coming up next, Jarrett's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday in the Reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who is going to excite fans, especially Cardinal fans around here? Somebody who looks like he's a franchise quarterback. If Carson Beck gets the opportunity to play and plays at a high level, whether they win games or not, this place is going to be all afire. It's going to be on fire. It's going to be buzzworthy indeed. And guess what? If he actually finished the season with the kind of acumen that we saw in preseason game number 1, they're not drafting a quarterback in the first round in 2027.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products. 2 summers ago, I had an electric bill that came in at $666. Thought it was a sign of the devil, proof that summers are literally purgatory here in Arizona. The truth of the matter was my windows were shot. And if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you might need new windows as well, because those windows, if they're in bad condition, this is the time of year that they are costing you a ton of money. That's why I highly recommend my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that is celebrating their 40th anniversary in business, which means they will be here tomorrow. They've also got their own factory right here in the valley, which gives you a great home court advantage. It means they're going to build windows that are specifically built for the harsh desert climate, including monsoon-ready seals that protects them from storms and wind and all that kind of stuff. And they build windows specifically built for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site, which is a pretty big deal. I had them replace all of my windows. Not only do they look fantastic, the installation process was great. The cleanup process was even better. And already my windows are saving me a ton of money. My energy bills have gone down significantly since I've replaced my windows. Give them a call. Find out about their great summer special they've got going on right now. Tell them I sent you. 480-676-3600. 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of back pain relief with just 1 dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sun up to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Arizona's premier college football event is about to kick off the season, and you can win a staycation package for the UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess on August 21st. 2 tickets to the luncheon, a 2-night stay at the Princess, and a VIP meet and greet with a pair of college football legends, Mike Gundy and Jack Swarbrick. Kick off the season like a VIP. Enter for your chance to win on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Hi, I'm Grace Dunlop with Presidential Pools and Spas. We build dream backyards every day, but right now, your new pool can do something even bigger. Now, through August 21st, a portion of every pool we sell goes directly to Phoenix Children's Hospital, helping kids who need it most get world-class care right here in our community. Your backyard oasis can change a child's life. Visit presidentialpools.com and swim for a good cause. That's presidentialpools.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Good morning. And how do you do? This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving up 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the 3rd wildcard spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for 2nd. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Cardinals, they'll play their 2nd preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to see some playing time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m., and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And at 12 p.m. noon today, the NBA will release their full schedule for the season. Go to arizonasports.com right now to see any Suns leaks so far. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily and Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning to you. Now, do you ever get done with the show and you're walking through the hallways and somebody's like, good morning? And you're like, what the hell? Good morning. And you're like, oh, yeah, it's still like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it is still morning, yeah. I'm
just
wondering how many times you're going to say good morning to our audience.
Well,
I appreciate the energy.
Good day, good morning. How are you? I want everyone to feel welcome. And
that's very nice of you.
Yeah.
We're a family, and we're all going through this show and this crazy life together. It's really how I view it. And right now we're going through the Rush Hour Reboot.
Together, yeah.
Yeah, Jarrett Carlin in for Sammy Sabolka, who is on assignment. I will take you through the top stories of the day. Hopefully everybody is watching live on YouTube. Just search Arizona Sports. You can watch us live all day long. You can on your phone, your tablet, on your television screen. You can watch us.
I mean, technically, you can watch what happens in this studio. You can't watch us all day long on YouTube.
Well,
yeah. Once we leave,
I've secretly attached a GoPro to a certain part of each of your body. You have till the end of the show to find it.
It's a boring view for a lot of people.
Let's start with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and let's start with something positive because it was a very frustrating last couple of days. We'll start with something positive. Corbin Carroll hit his 14th triple of the season, twice as many as the second-place person.
Unbelievable.
In the league this year. And he also hit his 100th career home run. Torey Lovullo talked about that.
I am so honored to be his manager, and he's just an absolute coach's, manager's, teammate's dream. He posts every single day, and what he did is amazing. Yeah, and once again, I look up on the big board, and I'm like a fan. I read everything that pops up there, too. When he's being compared to Willie Mays, you know you're around somebody really special.
His reaction to Corbin Carroll and all that stuff.
Yeah, okay, let me say this. I think that the Corbin Carroll triple has probably become the most exciting thing that we have in the Valley. I put this in a column a couple of months ago because, as we've discussed, if you go to Baseball Reference and you look up all-time leaders in career triples, like 24 of the 25 headshots are all black and white. There are guys like Boot Scoot Williams and Trolley Car Johnson. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So the idea that Corbin Carroll can ever become the all-time leading hitter in triples, it's never going to happen. At least we don't think it is.
No.
But that's because back then the outfield fence was 600 yards away from home. You know what? It was a different game.
Yeah, they might not have even had fences.
Right, they might not even have had fences.
Players wore gloves that were somehow smaller than their hands.
That's it.
So they couldn't catch it.
That's it. So I honestly believe we might be looking at the greatest triples hitter in history. because I invalidate everybody from the 1900s and the 1910s and the 1920s because it wasn't baseball like we know it now.
Yeah, our lifetimes, definitely. I agree with you. I think it's the most exciting play in Arizona sports right now. And he does it very frequently. 14 triples. It's not even mid-August yet. I think Corbin Carroll, we always talk about like stars and how they're perceived in this market. Corbin Carroll, there's one thing holding him back from being an ultra superstar in Major League Baseball, and that's the slumps. If he can eliminate the prolonged slumps that have kind of defined his seasons, not completely, but affected his seasons to this point, I think he's one of the best players in the game. And I think he has the ability to do that. But when you talk about, and I mentioned this earlier in the show, they had a great graphic on the D-backs TV broadcast yesterday. Corbin Carroll, the third fastest to get to 100 home runs and 50 triples. And you might think, oh, that's not that big a deal. And then you see the names in front of them. I'm not even sure Lou Gehrig or Joe DiMaggio existed. So that's how rare it is. Yes, I'm taking a shot at Peter Armstrong. Yeah, he's fantastic and fun to watch. And Torey Lovello's words, I could see a manager feeling that way about a guy who's just no nonsense and just does his job.
Yep. And not so positive yesterday was Merrill Kelly.
Everything else.
Yeah. Merrill Kelly just had one of those days, but don't tell him that.
One of those days, as opposed to not one of those days.
You not know what I'm saying?
Huh? No, but if it wasn't one of those days, what would it be? If it was a good day, would it not be one of those days?
Were off, but there was something else going on.
Yeah, it was just not one of those days. It's just a bad day.
So he's a little perturbed.
A little prickly.
Where's your confidence stand with Merrill Kelly right now?
I don't mind that Merrill Kelly gets angry when he doesn't do well. That means that he's got a lot of competitive fire, and he expects a lot of himself. I admire that. But I think he's just been the version of Merrill Kelly that I've seen a few times this year. I don't recognize him. It looks he doesn't look sharp.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen so much from Merrill Kelly, and I appreciate when a player can self-diagnose what's going on and get hard on himself after a performance like that. The fact of the matter is he's, 37 years old, and those bad days when you get to 37 as a pitcher or anywhere in professional sports, those bad days pop up a lot more frequently than they used to. So it might just be the reality of the situation. But he needs to be better against a bad baseball team to give his team a chance to win.
And overall,
they didn't have much of a chance yesterday. I can't even say that. They had plenty of chances despite Merrill Kelly's performance, and they didn't take advantage of it.
He was better in July, but his overall numbers this season are not good for Merrill Kelly. And real quick, Cardinals' second preseason game tonight. Is there anything that Carson Beck or Jacoby Brissett could do that would change your opinions on either of them right now?
I don't think anything that drastic can happen.
Jacoby Brissett isn't going to play long enough for that to happen. But the Carson Beck thing, look, if he gets a long runway and does the same thing, if he outplays Fernando Mendoza, it's going to get nuts. But for me, it'd be premature.
Do you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. There you go. You've been rebooted.
Thank you, Jared.
So
and by the way, good morning, Jared.
That was from Batman, Michael Keaton.
Okay, thank you.
Was that to the Jack Nicholson Joker?
No, that was Michael. I'll find it. The Get Nuts thing. It's a famous line from Batman.
You enjoyed the Michael Keaton Batman probably more than anybody.
The first two Batman are the two best Batman to me. Batman and Batman Returns.
Oh my goodness, you are so wrong.
Yeah,
wow. Okay, we have. Derek Hall is listening, and he is on next, and he will clear the record.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good.
We'll break the tie. Derek Hall is next. President and CEO of the Diamondbacks joins us for his weekly visit here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Football season has arrived. If you need to upgrade your entertainment center, if you need a new television, get in your car and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. And I say that because almost everybody else that I've referred to Waltz TV and Appliance have come back with overwhelming praise for the quality of their experience, for how they were treated by Walt's super knowledgeable staff. And with that in mind, here's a cool new feature at Waltz. With every qualifying purchase you make, Waltz will give you a Refer a Friend card, which means that friend is going to get $50 off their purchase, and then you are going to get $50 off your next purchase as well. It's their way of saying thanks to their loyal customers in the Valley. And remember, Waltz has got everything you need to take your fandom to the next level. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen TVs up to 115 inches, inventory you will not find anyplace else. They're even in the golf simulator business. You can check that out when you visit Waltz. And right now, they've got a giant closeout sale on all their remaining 8K televisions that are priced to move, and once they're gone, they are gone. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right next to the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Progressive knows when it's 3 a.m. and you can't sleep, your mind starts racing, asking the big questions.
Why doesn't glue stick to the inside of the bottle? How come you never see baby pigeons? Am I breathing weird right now, or have I always breathed like this?
Progressive can't help with those questions. But if the question keeping you up at night is about your insurance, rest assured, we're here online when you need us, 24/7, 365.
But seriously, where are all the baby pigeons?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovic's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Balvista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovic's Santan Ford.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinal season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
Pick up the exclusive Serpientes Haboob Globe on Saturday, August 22nd, before the D-backs Reds matchup, courtesy of Estrella Jalisco. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off selecting 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discount. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President.
To have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Day off today for the D-backs following that 10-game homestand. They will hit the road to Atlanta and Boston to take on the Braves and Red Sox. And here to talk about Diamondbacks baseball with us, the president and CEO of the ball club, Derek Hall, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, before we get to the baseball, we got to get to the pressing issue, the subject of Batman movies. How wrong is Jared on this one?
I kind of agree with Jared. I like the Michael Keaton ones, but I'll tell you what, there's no better Batman than Adam West. I was the TV guy. I liked it. I know you did too, Vinny.
I did.
I was the Batman and Robin guy. TV every day when I was a kid.
Yeah, along those lines, it's funny because my youngest, he's had the Robert Pattinson Batman. He's had the Christian Bale, the Dark Knight Batman. I sent him the intro of the old school Batman the other day. You remember that?
Of course I do.
Oh, it was fantastic.
That was my favorite song until I was about 8 years old.
It was great. Let's keep talking
favorite
about
song.
this so we don't have to talk about the team, by the way. I would rather imagine Jared's voice than have to talk about the last two games.
Look, we've talked about it today a little.
Yes.
I know all the words to the songs.
Yeah, you do. There you go.
On the team, Derek, obviously last weekend was fantastic. The baseball that the fans were treated to at Chase Field, winning 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in that environment. Monday night, good. Tuesday and Wednesday, not so good. The last 2 days on a scale of 1 to 10 on the hair-pulling scale, where were they for you?
Hair pulling 10. The way we played was awful. I mean, those 2 games. I don't. A one-run game I get, but yesterday when you. How can you get 11 hits and 10 walks and score only 4 runs, right? And you look at the stats and you look at the production. And by the way, I'm in Atlanta, but you look at the production from Marte and Carroll and Perdomo and Moreno, and you think, boy, they had to have won, 10-1.
Yes.
So yeah, very, very frustrating. That was a frustrating game, no doubt.
All right, so Merrill Kelly has been kind of up and down for the better part of the whole season. What do you think was wrong with him yesterday, Derek?
I think it was one of those days, Dick. Just one of those days.
What do you mean by that? It was just one of those days.
I don't know. I mean, he's a little bit inconsistent, but when he's good, he looks just like he always does. And I think he's going to be fine. And I agree with you guys. The fact that he was so upset with his performance and he's such a competitor, we're going to see the old Merrill coming around. And I also think it's really warm in our building right now. This time of year, obviously it's going to happen. And when you're opening the doors at, the last time he pitched on a Saturday, you're opening the gate and doors at, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and all that hot air gets in. And then yesterday, noon, it's hot as can be. And we know, he can have trouble. I mean, he cramped up last time he was cruising. And this is just, I really do believe, one of those days. And I'm not just playing, his words over again.
Look, Derek Hall is our guest here on Bickley and Murata. And I'm not digging for excuses, but I mentioned the atmosphere last weekend and just the reality sometimes of the schedule. When you go from a high on a weekend series like that to a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday against a team that, is in last place, doesn't draw well historically on those weekday games, how hard is it for the ball club to fight that inherent letdown, if you will, Derek?
Yeah, Vince, I think it was a factor. I mean, when you've got, 47,000 fans and that ballpark was electric, for that series against the Dodgers. And you always feel like it's 50-50. And if you score first, you've shut them out and you're going to be louder than they are. And it was intense. Every pitch was intense. You're glued to every single pitch. And then you come to a series where, you announce 17,000 and maybe you have, 12,000 in the house and your school is back in session and it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think it is a little bit of a letdown, but I think emotionally too, because they were so attached every pitch, all the intensity with that Dodger series. But it's no excuse. I mean, you have to take care of business, and we did. The first night we come out and you score 9 runs and you shut them out, and I can tell you, I left that game and I looked at Gonzo. I said, "Uh-oh, I hope we didn't do too much tonight," right? And you worry about that. And then the next 2 days were somewhat of a letdown. So here we are now, and we're on a very rough road trip. We're going to have to face the Braves and face the Red Sox and then get back. And, it doesn't get any easier. So we didn't do ourselves any good. And sometimes it is better to be chasing than be chased. Yet now we've got to keep up, and we got to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if there's a good spot or a silver lining out of yesterday's game, it would be Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll showing signs that they might be getting hot together. Why don't you take a moment and talk about Corbin, just the milestones that he's reaching, the company that he's keeping with some of these stats and milestones are absolutely unbelievable. And as Vinny and I just talked about, the Corbin Carroll triple might be the best thing we have in Arizona sports.
No doubt, Vic. I agree. There is nothing more exciting. And when you see him round second, he's going to third, and he's got that look on his face, and he's just turning on the burners, and he gets there, and the place erupts. I mean, every time he gets a triple. But it is unbelievable when you look at the names, and you guys talked about it, but Willie Mays, and, this kid is such a hard worker. He loves this game. He loves this team. He loves his fans. And, I love him. And, when he's not performing well, like he went through that stretch the last, say month, you wouldn't know because he still gets to the ballpark early, whether he's playing well or not. He is in the cage early. He's doing early work. He's doing outfield work. He's signing autographs. He's the same teammate each and every day. This kid is unbelievable. It's the guy you want in your uniform in that clubhouse each and every day. I'm so proud of him. And I know, Torey's comments were perfect. I mean, he is a dream come true for a manager like Torey.
Part of this season for Diamondbacks fans, for everybody who's got an interest in this team, Derek, has been waiting for some injured players to come back, and the waiting continues, and it finally feels like here in mid-August, the cavalry's coming a little bit, and some players are going to come back and contribute. What is the optimism level now that it's finally here, and how much is this team in need of a lift from those guys?
No, we definitely are, Vince. I mean, you look at what Soroka did for us when he came back. I mean, he pitched great, and he was on a limited pitch count, and he would have gone deeper. But we ended up having Littell finish that game, which was nice, and gave the bullpen a rest. But yeah, we need it, and Martinez is very close, and we're going to get Burns out there soon. Lawler is very close, so it's going to help. We said before the trade deadline, though we want to do more, and we keep beating ourselves up. I mean, these guys are like acquisitions, and they're going to improve the team right away. They're going to make an impact, and they're not going to be as sharp. And I even thought, boy, I want to see how Soroka pitches. Is he going to have some rust? He didn't. He looked like himself, all year. So if we can get that from the other guys, that's going to be a huge lift, Vince.
All right, there are some skeptics, Derek, who think that Zach Gallen has pitched his last baseball in Arizona. I had this wild feeling that what if he actually comes back and helps save this season in September? Do you guys have definitive plans to put him on the mound again in a starting capacity?
Oh, I think so. I mean, when he's ready to go, and he's going to be ready, early part of September when he gets off the 60, he's going to help our team. I mean, we think so. He's not a reliever. He's going to be back in the rotation. I think we've seen Zach and what he can do for our team, and we hope that that's going to be where he gets back to. The second half of last year was more of like the 23 Zach that we've seen, and we think that now that he's had time off and when he has some rehab starts, hopefully we're going to see that guy again, but he can definitely help us. We could need him for sure.
All right, the full circle question, Derek. You're an Adam West fan. Who's the worst Batman? There's been plenty of them.
I can't do that. Who do you think's the worst? You're going with Michael Keaton.
No, he wasn't the worst.
Ben Affleck is the worst.
Clooney?
Clooney's in the worst movie, but
yeah, and I like Clooney.
That didn't even make sense because George Clooney is the real life Bruce Wayne. So how is he not good in that movie?
That's a good point.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I think there's no comparison to the TV version. I mean, that is the greatest. And if people out there like you sent to your kids, Vic, if you haven't seen the TV version, go back and watch it.
Fantastic.
There's nothing better than Batman and Robin on TV. It was the greatest. Not only the opening, everything. The bam, the pow. I mean, it was the best.
You remember, they used to have famous Hollywood people who were dying to get on that show in a cameo capacity.
Cesar Romero played the Joker and refused to shave his mustache. Seriously, so they just put makeup over his mustache.
They did.
That is correct. Yeah. Now, I would have rather been on Love Boat back then, but I would have been on that. That's okay.
We'll talk about Love Boat next
All right,
Thursday, Derek.
Have fun in the
All right, you got it.
See you.
Thanks,
All right.
Derek. Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks. Our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings every Thursday morning. Coming up next, every morning at 8 o'clock. You get it. It's coming.
Fire.
The Bickley Blast. Here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ry-Refi.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 30 years of your life paying that thing off. And a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate, like one of our listeners, whose name is Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, found out a couple of really alarming things. Found out it wouldn't be until year 22 when he actually paid more principal than interest. And at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. There is a better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your mortgage, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt. You do it without any apprehension because you always have access to your equity. When you become a Life Changer Loan client, 5 years, the average length of time it takes to pay off your home, which obviously does a lot of great things for you financially, but primarily you now get a lot of time to build personal wealth, and having access to your equity, a great feature to have should financial instability arise. You have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want it, whenever you need it. Find out more. See if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Baseball is getting serious, and it only gets better on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, talking baseball. How about trading every baseball game plus futures? At last check, that team in pinstripes from New York trading at just under 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $650. Arizona trading at 1% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $10,000 with a win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. That's code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I hope everyone's having a whiz-bang day. This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last-place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving up 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the 3rd wildcard spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for second. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals will play their second preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to see some playing time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m. You can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And at 12 p.m. today, the NBA will release their full schedules for the season. Go to arizonasports.com to see any Suns leaked games. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Tonight is more than just a preseason football game. It's Back to the Future, the sequel. It's a chance for a rookie quarterback to double down on his near-perfect performance at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and it is a chance for Carson Beck to spark a full-blown quarterback controversy right here in Arizona. Don't laugh, it's already happening. And I believe if you polled every sports fan in the Valley, I'm guessing the majority wants Beck to win the job because he's young, because he's new, because he didn't hold in, because he represents the future, and he's the golden ticket this team badly needs. Because if the Cardinals have really found their next franchise quarterback, the 2026 football season is already a smashing success, and short of making the playoffs, nothing they do in the months ahead will carry more significance than checking that very large box. Now, a quarterback controversy could spawn as early as tomorrow morning, especially if Jacoby Brissett isn't particularly sharp in what will be a very limited appearance against the Raiders, because Brissett has been playing catch-up in a new offense ever since he ended his hold-in, and a shaky outing from Brissett paired with another great effort from Beck, and it's going to get very loud here in the Valley. Bottom line, in the NFL, you cannot fool the locker room. You cannot start a player just to pacify a fan base, but that works both ways. And if Beck begins to win over the room the way he's winning over the town, football season is going to be a lot more interesting than we previously thought. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
What is the play style? I mean, it's being aggressive, but just not reckless, right? Yep. It's not trying to run someone over. We know that's just reckless. So that's a whole different sort of play style. But from an operations standpoint, it was just a continuation of what I've seen from OTAs. He's a very smart dude. Yep. He just it makes sense to him. He can articulate, and it's not just football. Like you can see this guy's smart in a lot of facets of life. So that just kind of showed in that I'd say 2-hour window for him, because obviously Slow has finished that thing off.
That's Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, on NFL Network earlier this week on how Carson Beck has looked to him. Calls him a smart guy, doing the right thing. And if you wanted to define what Carson Beck did in his first taste of NFL football, he did the right thing just about every time. Every time he took a snap, he did just about the right thing. I agree with you that now I agree with you on the point. If we see a continuation of Carson Beck really looking comfortable, and that's how you have to gauge this. Throw away the stats, not completely. You can look at them, but what does it look like? How does he operate? Is anything overwhelming him? Maybe we haven't seen this yet. How does Carson Beck bounce back from some personal adversity on the football field? What happens the first time he throws a bad pick? Maybe we see that tonight. But I agree with you on the point. If that continues, it's going to get really, really loud. The only question is, how good are the noise-canceling headphones that the Cardinals have inside those walls? Because they're going to ultimately have to make this decision. And, fan pressure is not nothing.
Certainly not to this organization.
No.
They're very, 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 very concerned with public relations and how things are perceived. I think that a couple things, though. I think Jacoby Brissett, the fact that the Cardinals sort of bowed and caved to him before training camp, if you want to phrase it that way, and they ended up agreeing with him. You were signed to be a backup. We agree you're a starter, so now we're going to give you this money. We're going to give you this free money that isn't part of your contract, but we're going to do it to make you feel good. We're going to do it because it's the right thing to do. That would lead me to believe that they would feel pretty embarrassed if they're starting a rookie after they went and gave Jacoby Brissett that money. So I would think that Carson Beck is clearly going to have to be a better option, no matter how many fans want it to be so. And they do. Carson Beck, for all the reasons I stated in the blast, he's really energized this preseason. He's really energized this fan base. That's how good he looked in that Hall of Fame game. And as we discussed earlier, it wasn't just the statistics. It wasn't just his ability to change speeds on his delivery. He ziplined some balls. He threw rainbows. He threw a sidearm pass. He threw a no-look pass in practice. It's just the demeanor. Now, he's going on the road to play the Raiders in what's going to be a hostile environment. That will be new. He didn't get that at the Hall of Fame.
As hostile as a preseason game can be, but
it's Vegas. It's the Raiders.
It's still the black hole.
Yeah, it's still the black hole. So you're going to get some of it.
Or the black Roomba, as that stadium looks like. Really.
Black Roomba.
Was that Berman?
Well, yeah, kind of. Have you seen the video of Chris Berman walking around
Bizarre.
Yes.
With a big old belly and no tush at all?
None at all.
That video, I'm not blessed in that area of my body either.
Yeah.
But he makes me look downright bootylicious.
Downright plump.
We will see our first glimpse of Jacoby Brissett since the new contract. Jacoby Brissett was asked, hey, you've been playing catch-up. Where are you with this offense at this point?
I'm catching up for sure. But, no, I definitely feel like I've made leaps and bounds from where I was when I first spoke to you guys. But, the thing is, it's like you learn every day in this job, in this position. New coach, new system. So we're learning stuff new about each other every day. But I feel like my familiarity and my comfortability with the offense, calling the plays, getting in and out of huddle, seeing what he's saying as he's saying it. I think that's getting better.
Yeah. So
here's the other thing. Let me say this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It isn't just Carson Beck and Jacoby Brissett tonight. If the Cardinals put together a clean, exciting performance, it's going to continue to do what's already started, and that is this very slow perception shift that people think about this football team. It's a huge opportunity for the Cardinals in sum, that if they go out there and they look competent and they take care of the football and they're not jumping off sides and they're not tripping over each other, then it's going to raise the vibe here even more. Because the Hall of Fame game definitely did that, and people are already feeling better about Mike LaFleur and everything that they saw. If they do that again, it's really going to lead us down a much better path than we were on.
Yep.
And that's indisputable, and it's also a tribute. Mike LaFleur, I think one of the more interesting things he has said this camp is that I want us to be really good in the things that take no talent whatsoever. Not jumping off sides, getting in and out of the huddle, not scrambling to get a play off before the play clock expires. All that stuff. Style of play. I'm not quite sure how he defines that in full, but he gave you a little taste in that cut Vinny played.
Yeah.
Don't do reckless, stupid stuff.
Yeah, I also I've come to the conclusion what I want to see from Carson Beck. Yeah, I want to see him continue the performance. I want to see him finish the game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something to be said, especially if it's a close game situation. I'd like to see Carson Beck at the controls. We didn't get to see that last week. Kickoff 5 o'clock, Cardinals Raiders from Vegas. Of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pregame coverage starts at 2 o'clock. Coming up next, what is Russell Westbrook's legacy? Oh, I love that question. I can't wait to get into it. And are the Lakers a bunch of shady, scandalous, corrupt schemers? I actually do love that question. We'll get into both of them straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals. Raiders. The preseason's Game 1 live from Vegas.
We'll have our guys out there. It's not going to be much. Could be one drive, max of 2. For those main guys, they'll be playing. That includes Jacoby.
Coverage begins at 2. Kickoff at 5 this afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from 2 neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the new Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
I mean, and listen, a lot of people, you could argue and debate in the barbershop or wherever you go about who was the most athletic point guard to ever play the game. Some people may say Derrick Rose. I say Russell Westbrook. And athleticism, yes, as far as his explosiveness to the basket, the way that he's able to push the rock, but also anything else he was able to do, the block shots, like those type of things. And when you think about him averaging a triple-double in 4 seasons of his career, that has never been done. And Russell Westbrook, not only should he have his jersey retired in Oklahoma City, but he should have a statue out there as well, because after SGA, Russ, in my eyes, is the second greatest Thunder of all time.
That is Kendrick Perkins, of course, from ESPN, as Russell Westbrook calling it a career.
Yeah.
18 years in the league. He releases a social media announcement along with a video narrated by Michael B. Jordan. That's another feather in the cap on Team Jordan over LeBron. He didn't have it narrated by LeBron B. James.
That's a good point. Very good point.
And a lot of people wondering, what is the lasting effect of Russell Westbrook? How will you remember him? And I thought, obviously, Kendrick Perkins played with Russell Westbrook in Oklahoma City when he was at the height of his powers, certainly.
Yeah.
He had the MVP season. He had the triple-double seasons. For me, Westbrook was never my favorite player, but I always respected him because of the way he played the game. Not only the athleticism and the explosion, which was jaw-dropping when he was in his prime. He always gave more than maximum effort.
Yeah.
Always.
The NBA put out a tweet that said all-time heart, all-time intensity, all-time passion. I agree with all of that. I'm not sure I'd want Russell Westbrook on my team, particularly the later-aged Russell Westbrook.
Certainly there were issues in his late stops, yes.
But everything about the guy as a competitor, how could you not respect him?
And also before Luka and before Jokic, the triple-double was a much more, I don't know if respected is the worst thing, but it was a rare thing that, Jason Kidd was like the big triple-double guy before Russell Westbrook, but he did it when he got like 11 points and like 10 rebounds. Russell Westbrook was doing this by scoring 30 points a game. It was very impactful and noteworthy at the time. And sort of like you said, he stayed on a lot of years not in his prime near the end. So I don't know if that sort of impacts how people view him as a great all-time player.
He also played for a gaggle of teams. He played for the Rockets, the Lakers, the Clippers, the Kings, the Nuggets. Jesse Morrison is even wearing a Russell Westbrook Wizards jersey.
What a sicko. And that has nothing to do with his jersey.
No,
just what a sicko.
Yeah, but listen, he retires with the most triple doubles in NBA history. There was a year when he actually averaged one for a season, right?
Yes.
His MVP year was unbelievable.
He was the first
unbelievable.
Since Oscar Robertson was always talked about.
Robertson.
Oscar Robertson. That's what I said.
You said Robinson.
Well, I tried to hide it by saying it softly. Robertson. I know it's Robertson. That was like one of those stats where it felt for a while like no one would ever do that. He was often cited as that was the last guy to do it, was 50 years ago or whatever, and he did it.
Russell Westbrook also ties into, in my opinion, one of the great early Phoenix moments for Devin Booker. Do you remember when the Thunder came to town? It was late in the season. Suns were going nowhere, and he was chasing a triple-double record, and he had an unbelievable game, and Devin Booker kind of took it personally, and Suns won the game, and he fell short of the triple-double. I actually found some post-game from Devin Booker talking about taking that pursuit personally and kind of calling out the Phoenix crowd for getting behind Russell Westbrook in the pursuits. I haven't heard this in a long time.
What did you make of the crowd getting behind Russ? You seem to take it a little personally.
For sure. I mean, I'm a competitor, and I'm at my home arena and you hear chants to another guy, which I totally respect Russell. He brings it each and every night, and you can't discredit what he's been doing. I'm sure he's going to get, the past Oscar for the most triple doubles, but I just didn't want it to be here. So, I took that personal. Like I said, I'm a competitor. I'm sure, if someone was chasing a record at home in OKC, he'd feel the same way. So, I kind of take it personal.
Yeah, but that was real early on. That was year 2 for Devin Booker. And again, Russell Westbrook Jared brought it up. Mm-hmm. To average a triple-double for a full season. And I've diminished the importance of the triple-double because I think there are players whose usage and the teams that they're on just lend themselves to that. But to do it for a full season is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for that. I think the amount of three-point shots in the NBA now lead to a lot of long rebounds, which allow guards to get a higher percentage of rebounds. All of that stuff plays into it. But yeah, I nothing but respect from me for Russell Westbrook. He was just such a all-out force of nature on a basketball court. You weren't going to outcompete him.
No,
you could
never.
certainly outshoot him, but you weren't going to outcompete him.
Yeah.
So much respect to him.
Yeah, and the other big story in the NBA yesterday, the Los Angeles Lakers getting sold again. That happened during our show, announced that Josh Kushner and Bob Iger buying the team from the Walter Group for $12.5 billion. But everybody is raising questions about this, the timing of it, including Dave McMenamin, who works for ESPN, covers the Lakers for ESPN. He had more to say on that.
I've checked in with sources around the league, I'm sure, as we all have. And the biggest question mark I keep getting back to me is why? Is this somehow in relation to the investigation, the federal investigation going on into Mark Walter's other business interests outside of his ownership of the Dodgers and the Lakers and the Sparks? We're going to find out. We're going to keep asking these questions. But on its face, we can say, yes, that's a great job. You make $2.5 billion in 14 months.
Yeah, he flipped the house very quickly.
Exactly.
Yes.
But the way he talked about this team when he initially purchased it is that he was going to be basically the stakeholder for the rest of his career, the rest of his life. This is a legacy type of entity. This isn't a building that you just flip like a house, right?
Yeah, and it's got a lot of people in Los Angeles feeling uneasy because Mark Walter represented some sort of stability, taking that over from the Buss family who held it for decades and decades. But the Walter Group obviously has championship experience in running organizations. They've owned the Dodgers, who are the most successful franchise in baseball right now.
Yeah, on every level.
And now, you sell it to a group. Bob Iger's really good in the business world, with what he did with Disney, but there's no sports ownership experience there. It marks another period of instability. And I think there's going to be a lot more on this story because, as you heard Dave McMenamin mention, there is a federal investigation into Mark Walter happening right now for fraud, basically. And people think, he had to pivot quick. Nothing like pivoting that quick and making $2.5 billion in a year.
And again, but that to me is where people really think this is fishy because Mark Walter was already renovating everything about the internal business workings of the Lakers to make them just like the Dodgers. A guy like that who's already got billions and billions and billions, you're not selling the team just for a quick profit.
No.
Not the Lakers. And so I think from a Suns fan's perspective, you got to be happy about this because I'll tell you, I don't think Suns fans realized that if Mark Walter turned the Lakers into the NBA's version of the Dodgers, that's trouble for all of us.
Well, you recently wrote a column on this subject.
Yes.
You're not dealing with the mom and pop Lakers anymore. Now we might be again.
And they might be again because you're talking about owners with the new owners who have no track record whatsoever. Bob Iger has been involved with an underperforming soccer team, and Josh Kushner has been a minority investor in the San Francisco Giants and the Miami Heat.
Got to sell those shares.
He's got to sell those shares.
By the way, this affects the expansion bids for Vegas too, because Iger was part of the group that was one of the groups that was seeking expansion in Vegas.
Yep.
There's still a group headed up by Magic Johnson, by Golden Knights owner Bill Foley. There's the Colangelo group. And there's also a group led by Nancy Walton Laurie and the Walmart money behind them. So still plenty of competition for that team in Vegas. And what do you say that expansion fee is going to be looking like? $10 million? $10 billion?
They think $8 billion for
and
$7
billion for Seattle?
Yeah.
Wow. It's a good business to get into. I highly recommend it if you have the means. Coming up next, the Cardinals have moved on from Kyler Murray. Has Kyler Murray moved on from the Cardinals? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Listen during Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Madame E. Homes.
All I wanted to do was make sure that Easton knew I was there, and I started singing in his ear, and I held his head, and I just wanted him to know I was there. His face was almost unrecognizable.
They knew it was pretty severe, so. And then they took him up to the ICU.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
Change comes at you fast, and we all know that life does not stand still. Might be a new job, might be the arrival of grandkids, might be a new home, and this is why it's vital to have financial alignment in your life, to have a coherent vision in alignment with everything you do. And that's why, unlike traditional firms, Trajan Wealth provides a true all-in-one family office model. Their dedicated professionals will coordinate your asset management, your tax preparation, and your estate planning all under one roof with one team operating from one game plan. It's a seamless, integrated strategy designed to protect your wealth, reduce your tax burden, help you retire with confidence. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with Trajan Wealth where they can give you a second opinion on what you got going. They'll check out your current portfolio. Then they'll give you personalized strategies. And as a fiduciary, their number one priority is you, your needs, your goals, your risk tolerance. And remember, Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just like our military heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Give them a call today. Get your plan started. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Big rewards, summer excitement, one incredible night in August at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries beginning August 1st at Talking Stick Resort. Then on August 28th, you could win up to $10,000 in cash or a 2027 BMW convertible. The Hot Ride Heat Wave is happening every Friday in August. Don't miss your chance to drive away in a 2027 BMW convertible. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at americaroofingco.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% 20% at americaroofingco.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. It's our Arizona Tough Sales event, and now is the time to save. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $299 a month, or drive home a new 2026 GMC Canyon for only $329 a month. Now is the perfect time to drive home a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. Get up to $12,500 off, or take advantage of 2.9% financing.
So visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving up 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the third wildcard spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for second. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to see some playing time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m. Pre-game at 2 p.m. You can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the NBA schedule is released today at noon, so follow along all day. Go to arizonasports.com to see any Suns leaks so far. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Monday, August 24th D-backs home game versus the Chicago Cubs, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I'd say pretty quickly. You know, it's once we made the decision that we were going to do that, it was, you know, the show goes on, and that's quarterback all the way down to the punter to any coach. You know, like I've put on record, I think best for both parties, and you know, so here we are.
That was Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Cardinals, last week. Asked the question: how quickly did he personally dismiss the Kyler Murray influence when it came to it? Answered it pretty quickly was the answer. Best for both parties moving forward. This is a story that's lingering because Kyler Murray, who was named the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings earlier this week when meeting with the media after that decision, he was asked about what Mike LaFleur said about the Cardinals dismissing Kyler things quickly.
Mike LaFleur last week, how fast it took them to move on from you, and he said quickly.
Mike?
And I was just curious, does it motivate you?
What do you mean move on?
Does it motivate you that they
you talking
moved on from you?
Okay, yeah.
Does it motivate you that they let you go in the prime of your career?
I'm honestly not too worried about what's going on over there. Focused on what I got going on here in Minnesota. I'm glad to be here. Loved every part of being here, and you know, focused on the future.
Is this a story?
No, but I think what it is, it's a window into how garbage narratives get created.
Yeah.
There was a question phrased to Kyler Murray based on a supposition that Mike LaFleur had kind of discarded him or was being, you know, less than respectful. Mike LaFleur wasn't even here for any of Kyler Murray. No. What Mike LaFleur said, there was absolutely nothing wrong with what Mike LaFleur said, but a reporter heard something differently and then phrased a question that, you know, got Kyler Murray's radar up for a minute, and who knows where he could have gone with that thing.
Well, look, we know the truth, and we were on top of it from the very beginning. Kyler Murray's tenure technically ended in October of last year. After that Tennessee game where the foot injury popped up, all the weirdness leading up to the Dallas game, we knew it was over. Jarrett still hasn't paid his breakfast bet, by the way.
Yeah.
Did I not pay? I thought did I not?
No, you didn't.
You name the day, you name the time, and I will get it for you. It has to be after a show because they're not open before the show. But whenever you want it, I will pay it off. I'm a man of my word.
But you mentioned that we know what happened, and that's part of the problem. We don't know what happened.
Well,
there's a mysterious injury, and I think we're all in agreement that on some level that is nonsense. There was nothing that happened on that play against Tennessee when he took a football off his helmet that would keep him out for months.
Yeah, right. I think it's the months part. I think there might have been an injury.
Maybe.
And then, what was it? It was the Cowboys.
The Cowboys Monday night game.
That's when it seemed like he was about to come back.
We might have a package for Kyler Murray.
He practiced during the week. That's when it got weird. And then for him to never play again after that, when it seemed like he was so close then, and without them saying things like, oh, we had a big setback, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's when it got weird.
But that reporter from Minnesota, and I don't know who it was, unfortunately, but kind of posing that question to Kyler Murray with maybe a belief built in that when Mike LaFleur got the job, there was some decision to be made organizationally. That decision had been made months before Mike LaFleur left the Rams.
That's it.
Months before Jonathan Gannon left. And look, the way that shook out last year, most people believe, and I'm in this camp too, Jonathan Gannon didn't make that decision to, quote-unquote, wink, wink, bench Kyler Murray.
No doubt about it.
That was made above him.
And it was the right decision. When I said earlier today about you can't fool the locker room, there was no way you could take the ball away from Jacoby Brissett with what he was producing in that offense. In terms of unlocking Michael Wilson, in terms of standing in the pocket and delivering the football. We all watched it. We all saw what a remarkable difference it was having a quarterback who could stand in the pocket, see the field, and deliver the football. We had literally forgotten what that had looked like. Mm-hmm. And when we saw it, we were all like, yes, more of that. And so I think Jonathan Gannon, who from day one made it his number one priority to be the ride or die guy for Kyler Murray, that I have got your back. I will do nothing but say great things about you. I will tell people in radio interviews how much I love you. I will never say a bad word about you. I will call you a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He went all in.
He did.
So when it got to the point of taking the job away from him, it obviously caused a lot of angst. And the way Kyler Murray, from my vantage point, reacted to it was part of the problem with Kyler Murray. Entitlement. Believing that he is the best quarterback on a team when he's not.
But I also believe that the way that was handled by the Cardinals, and we talked about this in real time too, that was in efforts to protect the asset and hopefully be able to trade Kyler Murray in the offseason. Mm-hmm. And it didn't even lead to that.
Right.
It was much ado for nothing.
Right.
Because they're actually still paying him $36 million. I wanted to get into this too real quick. Staying in the NFC North, home of Kyler Murray, but going to Chicago, home of the Bears. Dan Pompei wrote a great piece in The Athletic where he got to spend the day with Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, and he calls him fascinating. That's how he describes him. But there's a quote that's really, really catching fire from Ben Johnson. There's a bunch of them. The one that really stood out to me was Pompei writes, after winning the North in his first season as a head coach last year, Johnson has higher aspirations, much higher. Quote, you've got 31 other teams coming to training camp saying, our goal is to win the Super Bowl. I want more than that. I want to have the highest scoring offense ever, which happens to be the 2013 Denver Broncos. I know how many points per game they scored, 37.9, and I want to surpass them. I want shutouts. I want blowouts.
You love that? Listen, I think football is the only sport you can get away with talking like that and have your team rally around you and not go, oh, man, what did Coach just say? You know what I mean?
Well,
the alpha male bravado of a locker room, the violence, the physicality, all of it, they love that stuff.
Yes.
Having a coach who goes out there and kind of leads with his chin,
but
like Bruce Arians did.
Depending on when you lead with that chin. Like if he did that last offseason going into his first year, I think you do get the eye rolls. But they have a little bit of proof. They've got a lot of belief based on what they did last year. Yeah. They saw the improvement in Caleb Williams. They've got the weapons around him now. I agree with you. I think the timing of this going into year 2 is really good for the Bears' psyche going into the season. Will it happen? Probably not.
Ben, during the interview with Dan Pompei, who I know very, very well and work with in Chicago, He asked Dan, do you know who's got the most consecutive victories in the NFL? And Ben Johnson knew. It's the New England Patriots, who won 21 straight games between 03 and 04. And then he said, quote, why can't we do that? There's never been an undefeated season. The moon is the Super Bowl, but we're shooting beyond that for the stars. So he is putting it out there, man.
Yeah.
But that's how he rolls.
High expectation. And real quick, just back to the Kyler cut, because he seemed a little confused when they asked the question about him.
Yeah. Mike LaFleur last week, how fast it took them to move on from you, and he said quickly.
Mike?
Does it motivate you?
What do you mean move on?
So he was a little confused by the Mike part, because maybe he thought they were talking about
Mike Dortch.
Yeah, I knew.
Or possibly
Mike Trey.
Or maybe even
Mike Marv.
But it was Mike LaFleur, so that's why.
You literally derailed our Ben Johnson talk just to get that in.
It was the end of the segment, so at least I waited till we had to break.
Can I add my second punctuation?
Sure.
Because you mentioned the quote about there hasn't been an undefeated team.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Pompei put in, since teams have been playing more than 14 regular season games, in an effort to calm down the remaining members of the 72 Dolphins, who would take great offense to that.
Yeah. Well, listen, the schedule has expanded twice since the 72 Dolphins.
And it's gonna expand again.
Right.
Coming up next, we will talk some Cardinals football as they get ready for preseason game number 2. Tyler Boom Boom Drake joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. Testosterone support, energy, metabolism, don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
If you have great credit but still in a traditional mortgage, then you will most likely spend 25 years longer in debt than you have to. Learn about the Life Changer loan where you can do your banking inside of your mortgage, where the average client pays off their home in just 5 years and saves over $250,000 in interest and keeps 24/7 access to their equity. The future of banking and mortgages here. It's not magic. It's just math. So learn more at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775, Life Changer Loan Corp. An equal housing lender.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle. It's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train. Built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Football Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinals season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Got to get that. As in, got to get that in.
Yeah.
Preseason continues tonight for the Arizona Cardinals in Vegas against the Raiders. You hear the theme. Oh, by God, that's Tyler Drake's music. Tyler Boom Boom Drake joins us via video here to talk some Cardinals football. Tyler, good morning.
What is going on, guys? How we doing?
Tyler.
Good. I didn't expect to get like a week's worth of glow from the Cardinals preseason opener in the Hall of Fame game, but here we are. There's certainly a glow. It has a lot to do with the quarterback, Carson Beck. What do you want to see in terms of that glow continuing tonight?
Yeah, I mean, from the Carson Beck standpoint is when does he get back in the game? How much does he play? Because, yeah, like Mike LaFleur said, the starters are going to play at least a couple drives or at least one drive, maybe two. But it's going to be very interesting to see how Carson gets back in the mix. I think you just load up the preseason snaps, load him up as much as you can. Let him play the second half of the game. He got the first half, let him finish it off. I think that's what I would really love to see tonight is him getting that full second half to just go to work. Obviously, you can turn to Gardner Minshew for a little bit in that first half. Yes, Keaton Slovis is still there, but I think really give it to Carson to finish things out and feel the end of a game after getting the beginning of a game, getting the halftime adjustments. I think that's what I want to see next is him closing out a game.
Yeah, no, I've been saying all morning, I don't think we're that far off from a quarterback controversy in the Valley. Maybe not inside the organization, but certainly around water coolers in the Valley. I know you're hearing a lot of this yourself. So I'm going to ask you, how has Jacoby Brissett looked in practice, and where is he at playing catch-up in learning Mike LaFleur's system?
Yeah, I think he said it best. He's still catching up. I think the last practice that we got to see, the open practice, there was a lot of just misses deep down the field, a lot of Marv misses, and it's not so much on Marv as it is about Jacoby Brissett. Like, there was a lot of miscues, and it really was across the board. A lot of quarterbacks struggled, but I thought Jacoby struggled out of everybody. I think Carson had one of his better camps and looked like the best quarterback on the field that day. And yeah, it's camp, whatever, but still, he was not on his mark when it came to getting the deep shots down there. Obviously, the Trey McBride connection's there, but when it came to Marv, when it came to some of the other guys, when it came to Jeremiah Love down deep, he just missed the mark, and it wasn't necessarily close. So that's the big thing I'm going to be watching tonight is if he does have those chances, can he connect on the deeper ball, and can he look like he's a little more in tune with the offense? Because, yeah, it's not going to be some crazy overload of what he needs to do, but there is some instances where you can see, like, okay, if he had another week, would have he maybe connected on a couple more of those? Would he have had a better idea of where to put the ball? Like, it's just simple things like that I think people are starting to think a little bit more now, especially when he did own up. And I appreciate him being truthful and saying, yeah, he's still playing catch up. But when I see the misses, that tells me, like, yeah, he's not fully there yet.
Tyler Boom Boom Drake covers the Cardinals for us at Arizona Sports, also hosts the Cardinals Corner podcast. He's our guest via video. In terms of all the reps at the quarterback spot tonight, I don't think there's any plan that's been revealed by Mike LaFleur. We know Jacoby Brissett's going to start, get a series or two. We expect to see Carson Beck. The mystery is, where do they sprinkle in? Do they sprinkle in Gardner Minshew, or do they use four quarterbacks? Do we see more of Keaton Slovis tonight, do you think?
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing. I think if we're really going through it, and I think from what LaFleur said, like, everyone's playing, that to me seems like they're going to try to get as many guys in there as they can. And maybe that means a couple of drives for Gardner. Then you turn it over for Keaton, let him finish the first half because he was the guy that finished the Hall of Fame game. Then you turn it over to Carson. Maybe we'll see a little bit of flip there. But yeah, I'm very interested to see how it all plays out because it does sound like it's not just going to be starters. It sounds like everyone. It sounds like a lot of people are going to get in this game just to get some of those reps. And I think it's a good environment, good spot. So yeah, that's one thing I'm going to be looking for sure is just how all these snaps are split between the quarterbacks. How much does Gardner play more than Jacoby? Do they have an equal split? Do you turn it over and give, like I said, Keaton the rest of the first half before you turn it over to Carson or vice versa? So yeah, it's going to be very interesting there. And then, yeah, like I said too, like Jacoby, just can you connect with Marvin? Can you connect with these guys on a consistent basis on the moments that you can actually hit on them in a preseason game?
All right, earlier this week, Monty Ossenfort said the Cardinals are not trading Josh Sweat. He danced around the idea of whether Josh asked for a trade. You also know, obviously, Mike LaFleur catching himself, saying it's an injury, then saying, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. What do you think is going on with Josh Sweat in the Arizona Cardinals, Tyler?
Oh, it's a fascinating story because we go from getting everything of like, hey, he does his work away from the team. He's going to be just fine. We'll get him back in here. It'll all be fine. Then he comes in he's on the PUP list, him and Paris Johnson. It's going to be very quickly. It shouldn't be a long time. And then you see Paris get off in 2 or 3 days and then we don't hear about Josh Sweat. And then we continue to not hear about Josh Sweat. And it's just by the time when we got to the day of camp breaking, I looked and I said, Josh Sweat still is not off the PUP list. Like that is for what we were told for the maintenance that he was going through. That is a wild, wild thing to say that he's still not off this PUP list. So I asked Monty Ossenfort point blank, like there's been rumors this offseason that he requested a trade. Can you just clarify if he did or not? And we got the answer of, there's always talk around that. We're not going to get into it. We are not going to trade Josh Sweat, but that doesn't sound like a no, in my opinion. No. I look at that and
I think he muted himself.
Boom, boom, muted himself.
Unmute yourself, boom, boom. We see you, but we don't hear the boom or the boom.
Yeah. We need the boom, boom, Tyler.
The boom has been removed.
The boom
It sounded like he kicked his microphone out or something.
That's what he said. Sounds like you would do.
He's still not, we still got nothing. We're going to try to get that rectified. What's that noise? Why can't I hear Tyler anymore?
Well, but he was giving a very succinct analysis of what is going on with the Josh Sweat thing. And at some point in time, the truth is going to come to light. At some point in time, the regular season is going to get here.
Yeah. September 13th. We know the date the regular season is going to get here. It has been, I think, a strange story for everybody involved. Mm-hmm. And I think Mike LaFleur making reference to, a lot of people probably don't believe me when I say that, that was kind of a nod to how weird the story is. I see Tyler. Do we hear him? Still nothing?
I don't know. He disappeared again.
He disappeared.
Come on, boom, boom. This is not.
We're almost out of segment. There's no point.
One time when I was filling in hosting with Luke Lipinski over the summer or winter or something, and my headset cord got trapped underneath the wheel of my chair, and I was rolling back and forth, and it pulled my head down. I couldn't. One of the segments, I was trying to talk like this. I couldn't get up. Are you there?
Yes. All right. We're back.
Okay. Real quick. Thanks.
Sorry, guys. I don't know. I was getting so into that. I knocked my microphone over and things happened.
Thanks for persevering. Before we let you go, coming out of the Hall of Fame game, there was talk about some players, and everybody's trying to glean snap counts and what it all means. And B.J. Ojulari was one of those players that played a lot in that game. We talked to Rob Fredrickson about it, and he seems to think this might be a real big game for players like B.J. Ojulari to show that they can do something. Who else would you put in that category going into tonight's game?
100% Trey Benson if he can play. Like that's number one on my list. That's a guy that is very much fighting for a roster spot. He's on the bubble. You get hurt. Yeah, it sucks that you're hurt, but it's still, he's very much the guy. Like Bam Knight has earned a roster spot if we're coming down to 4 running backs in that room, in my opinion. So I'm looking at him. I'm looking at Rabbit Taylor Demerson. Like he was in the game he started the Hall of Fame game, and I thought for sure he was one of those guys that was not going to be a part of anybody that played. So looking at that, I think he's fine on the team. But again, where are you at in the conversation of starting safety with Andrew Wingard? Those two really stand out to me right away. And also, I got to say one thing: the Hall of Fame game, the end of that, the post. I heard you guys talking about the Kyler Murray comments. Like, I could not believe that we were still talking about Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
After the post game, like I will be completely honest with you. I looked around and I was like, did he just say Kyler Murray? Because for me, in my opinion, the way Mike LaFleur said it too, and the way he was at, like, it is such a non-story. Seeing the viral clip of Kyler asking about, like, it's such a non-story in my opinion. Just being there in the seat and listening to it all unfold, I felt like it was one of those questions that we've asked about a million times. And why are we doing it so much later in the like? It was just one of those where it's like we didn't have to go there.
I assume that was a national media member and not a local.
Had to be. I tried to see who it was, but it was one of those of like, man, we have buried this thing multiple times.
Yeah, how about it?
Tyler, thanks for fighting through the technical difficulties. We appreciate the time.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I don't know. That's my problems.
Tyler Boom Boom Drake covers the Cardinals for us for Arizona Sports. Also hosts the Cardinals Corner podcast. Coming up next, Jarrett going to take us through some social studies here on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp, and I don't like to be one of those told you so kind of guys, except to my kids. But I have been talking about a strong monsoon this summer, and I was right. Before the next big storm hits your house, have Gleason Roofing come by for a no-obligation roof audit, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. You may find, like I did, that you don't need a complete roof replacement. And after Gleason Roofing fixes what needs fixing and doesn't fix what doesn't, you could avoid a future full roof replacement for years to come, saving you tens of thousands in the long run. Gleason Roofing's 25-plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what our summer heat and the monsoon's wind and rain can do to your roof, and experts on keeping the inside of your house dry. With Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a huge problem either. Get your no-obligation roof audit at GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello there, Slappy. Hello there, Pappy. This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving him 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs in a game. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the third wildcard spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for second. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals will play their second preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to play some time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m., pregame at 2 p.m. You can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the NBA schedule will be released today at 12 p.m. Stay tuned to see what the Suns will do. Go to ArizonaSports.com to see some of the league games so far. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies.
Okay, 9 a.m. We go through the world of social media. Please follow us, Bickley_Murata on Twitter, Bickley and Murata on Facebook and Instagram. You can see a bunch of great videos from the show. Watch us live on YouTube on Arizona Sports. And you can interact with us, including a question that I'm posing because we've lived through both of these with the Suns, with the Diamondbacks, and maybe with the Cardinals this year. So I'm asking you guys, what is more dangerous to have if you are a fan of a team, and why? Is it hope for the future, or is it high expectations for now?
Yeah, it's the latter for me. The high expectations seem to ruin everything in the Valley. Maybe not everything, but almost close to everything.
Yeah, you can't say this team. These teams are not teams that deal well with any level of expectation. So it's definitely hope for the future.
Tom says hope for the future, very bad.
If it's more dangerous, it's high expectations.
High expectations, yeah. I got what you meant. Hope for the future, very bad, extremely dangerous. It means that you'll be going to games expecting them to lose only because you're thinking, hey, they'll be better next year. We'll get draft picks. That's a loser mentality, and I will not stand for that or endorse it. DeFleury says high expectations for now, assuming it usually means at the start of the season or midway through. And it sucks when you know your guys are better on paper and should be doing better, but just can't get it together for some reason. A lot of people saying that we've had both and lived through both.
That's true.
And it's not good to have hope for the future because that usually means your team sucks right now. And Seabacher says all our Arizona teams fail miserably when they have expectations, kind of echoing what you said there. Next question is, the Diamondbacks up and down all season long, a very, I don't know if unexpected, but disappointing series loss to the Colorado Rockies. D-backs fans, who are the quote-unquote real Diamondbacks?
Yeah, we're still waiting for that answer to be provided to us, right? I mean, I don't think you can definitively say what they are. And it's going to come down to whether or not they make the playoffs. Playoffs?
Yeah, that's true. But I feel there's truth in what you said, but I feel like they've defined themselves really accurately. This is who they are. They are a team that can't get out of its own way at times. They're a team that's going to beat good teams. They're going to lose to bad teams. And Bick is right. The playoffs are the carrot, and that will ultimately define them. But it all depends on what team actually shows up when it's time to claim a playoff spot. Do they go into a shell? Do they stop hitting with runners in scoring position? Does their starting pitching collapse? I mean, all of those things have yet to be determined, but it's going to be a roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster to this point. It's going to be a roller coaster the whole way.
They just can't seem to get clear of their worst selves, if that makes any sense. As we said going into the series against the Rockies, sweep them. You've got 10 games over 500 going on a tough road trip. Now you're really declaring yourself as a good baseball team. And they got the job done on Monday, and then they just kind of fell asleep for the next couple of games.
Yeah.
And what you can't figure out is why this team sometimes flourishes with runners in scoring position and sometimes is terrible at it. They left 15 dudes on base yesterday. They had a combined 21 hits and walks. And you don't win that game?
As I was saying,
loaded 3 innings in a row.
The first team in 7 years to score less than 5 runs when you have 10 walks and 10 hits in a game. Dr. Husky says they're Jekyll and Hyde. Rinse and repeat. They are a moderately talented team that has a short winning and losing streaks. If you pay attention, this is who they are. A lot of people just say they are a 500 team, inconsistent, middle of the road, average, beige, vanilla. That's what they are. And I forgot to give this, but the response, the poll results from the last question, more dangerous. They agreed with you. High expectations for now 70.8%, 29.2% for hope for the future. All right. Next question. Dan started off the show by saying that he watched more Summer League basketball, that he watched more soccer, and that he is more interested in preseason football than he may have ever been. So what is something in sports, pop culture, or life that you never thought you would be interested in, but you now somehow are?
Now that you've cited my examples, I think I'm free to not answer this question.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your answer. If there's something else in your life, you can answer it. But Vinny, anything pop to mind?
It's one of those really self-examination questions because it basically asks, have you evolved at all as a human being? And I still like all the same things that I did when I was like 10. I'll go, the first thing that popped into my head was I never thought I would be as interested as I am in documentaries of subject matters that I wouldn't necessarily think I would find interesting. I will watch a documentary on anything.
That's a good answer. And a lot of generic answer you hear adults say is that they never in their life thought they would be excited about going to bed early or staying in at night.
Yeah.
If you compare that to when they were younger. A couple of similar answers here from a friend of the show, Jack Summers, the shoe wizard himself, said vegetable gardening. Yes. Vermicomposting. Started during the pandemic, and it's really got into growing things and learning what could even make it through Arizona summer.
He mentioned that on the air the other day.
Soggy Sack Jones says yard work, mowing the lawn at 13, lame. Having your lawn mowed and edged by 6:30 on a Saturday morning as an adult, nirvana.
I get that. I do get that.
Dr.
feeling.
Husky's interested in disco music. As a guy that loves AC/DC, Kiss, Nugent, Aerosmith, I used to despise disco. Now I admit, I love me some Bee Gees, ABBA, and Gloria Gaynor. Embarrassing.
I don't don't think so.
That's good.
Several people said cooking and gardening as their answer, which is, I guess that's something you just naturally get into as you get older.
Not all of us.
No, not interested
Certainly, I'm not the garden type, but the cooking thing. I have a lot of good cooks in my family. My mom was a great cook. My sisters all can cook really well. It missed me.
A few weeks ago, you spent $140 to recreate an Italian sandwich.
That was about 2 years ago, but
was it that long?
Yeah, I got the hankering. I'm going to make my own great sandwich, and I went and I bought ingredient after ingredient, and then I thought, wow, it's really a lot cheaper just to go buy one sandwich.
It took a lot longer.
Yeah,
anyway, there you go.
Most of it away.
Social studies. Follow us across social media. Bickley_Murata on Twitter. Bickley and Murata Instagram and Facebook.
Yep. Thank you, Jarrett.
Thank you, Jarrett.
It's been doom and gloom for the Cardinals for quite some time here in the Valley, but is the worm starting to turn? We'll explain more on that next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals. Raiders. The preseason's Game 1 live from Vegas.
We'll have our guys out there. It's not going to be much. Could be one drive, max of 2. For those main guys, they'll be playing. That includes Jacoby.
Coverage begins at 2. Kickoff at 5 this afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Life can get hectic. That's why Progressive provides claim support 24/7, 365 days a year, all the time. But not like in a desperate way. We're not just waiting online for you to talk to us or waiting by the phone. I mean, we are waiting by the phone, but not like staring at it. Well, now I am. I'm staring at it. The point is, Progressive claim support is here for you 24/7 in a totally chill, normal way. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You know, you can't ever forget walking into a home when it's 114 degrees. Mom's trying to keep the kids cool with box fans, and Dad is freaking out about how he's going to pay for a new AC unit. I've seen that story 100 times. And while we can't stop your AC unit from breaking, we can make replacing it a little easier. With $2,500 off a new AC unit, 0% financing, and the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Steady improvement. Again, I it's like you could go like very elementary, and it's like catch the football, never drop a ball. Well, if you drop enough balls in this league, I don't care who you are, you're just not going to be in the league. So it's like, no kidding, put that away. Okay, why'd you drop it? Was it focus? What exactly was it? All right, then you put that away, and then you really look at the process of everything. Are we creating separation? Are we coming off the ball? Like, are we in our right split? Are we loaded? Getting every inch of grass off of off the ball. That's one of the big things that Marv and I talk about every day. I just kind of give him one of these, and what does that mean? Body lean, come off the rock. Because once he gets going, he's a big dude, right? And if I'm a DB standing there knowing I got a big dude that could run by me or can stop on a dime, that's tough. If we're upright out of our stance, well, you've already lost yardage right there. So everything for all receivers, but particularly Marv, is that ball get off.
Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, asked, how would you assess Marvin Harrison Jr.'s camp? We've talked a lot about this subject, Beck, about the clips that go viral. In fact, there's one, and Stephen Ruiz from The Ringer wrote about this, wrote about Marvin Harrison Jr. being one of his main characters of the NFL preseason. And he included a tweet that was out there from NFL Memes that was labeled, "Pretty sure Marvin Harrison Jr. had more drops in the first week of training camp than Larry Fitzgerald had in his entire career." This is an opportunity tonight for a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr., too. We talked to Tyler Drake about guys that he's watching. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s spot on this team is not in jeopardy.
No.
His trajectory is very much still yet to be determined. What is he going to become in this league? And this is the first time where the lights are on, they're bright. It's going to be a series or two. How many targets does he get? Regardless of that number, Marvin Harrison Jr. needs to prove that he can overcome the adversity. And there's been adversity this preseason. Make no mistake about it, because of what we talked about. All those video clips of him dropping balls. Curious to see how he responds, because in practice, at least, those drops got cut down as camp went on.
Yeah, and I also think that if you look really closely, I think the Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson dynamic, they're both competing not for who's the number one wide receiver on this football team, but who's going to get the big extension. I would really doubt it if the Arizona Cardinals, knowing them like I think I know them, go deep to pay both guys and get sideways and overload the team with very, very expensive wide receivers. And so Marvin Harrison Jr., his contract goes through 2027. There's a club option for 2028. But generally, going into year 4 is when you would think about extending a guy. We know the talks with Michael Wilson are probably not going the way Michael Wilson's camp wants them to go. And we know the Arizona Cardinals take a long, long time with all of this stuff, as the Jacoby Brissett contract saga kind of proves. So I think this is something that you got to watch. Which wide receiver is better in Mike LaFleur's system? Is the camaraderie and the connectivity between Jacoby Brissett and Michael Wilson something that transcends any system you put them in? Sometimes a quarterback and a wide receiver just have a thing.
Yep.
And it sure looked like it with Michael Wilson and Jacoby Brissett last year. So and then you got to ask yourself, are the Cardinals more inclined to pay one over the other? Well, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a 4th overall draft pick. The last thing they want is to be tagged as, well, you went bust with that pick. So I think it's a fascinating dynamic, because what we saw from Michael Wilson last year was a revelation. Early in camp, some of the footage was clearly that he was in and out of breaks a lot quicker. He just looked like the better player.
Yeah.
But Marvin Harrison Jr. has caught up a little bit as camp has gone on.
Yeah.
And tonight's going to be the first look at both of them.
Yeah, and we get another look at the team as a whole. And last week, what we saw the first time out, starters didn't play, we know. But it was a good performance by the Arizona. The guys in the Arizona Cardinals uniforms acquitted themselves nicely. You wrote about that. Cardinals may be beginning to shift perception around them. That was a column that was published yesterday on ArizonaSports.com. So you're feeling it. I'm feeling it. Is anybody else feeling it? I thought this was kind of interesting because all offseason and power rankings never stop. It'll be way too early power rankings for 2026. Post free agency power rankings, post draft power rankings, training camp power rankings. But right now, going into the season, there's a power ranking from Nick Shook on NFL.com, and he's got the Cardinals at 26, which you might be like, that's really low. I think that's a number, a good starting point for this team. And he points out some of the reasons why there might be optimism. He wrote, once you're done sipping the Carson Beck Kool-Aid, I know it's really refreshing, come take a seat with me and consider where the Cardinals are right now. They're entering 2026 with a veteran bridge quarterback, another respected backup behind him, and a rookie who turned heads in the Hall of Fame game. While it carries a lower ceiling, the scenario suddenly doesn't sound too bad, especially when considering the weaponry Arizona has assembled. Newly minted Madden NFL 99 club member Trey McBride, number 3 overall pick Jeremiah Love, number 4 overall pick Marvin Harrison Jr., and a 1,000-yard receiver in Michael Wilson. Not bad. Much of the Cardinals' success will depend on whether they can protect Jacoby Brissett and if they can get stops defensively. But despite this number 26 ranking, I'm shifting toward a sunnier outlook with this team. So it seems like at least the clouds are lifting a little bit.
Definitely. Yeah. Listen, you could feel it in just because if you pay attention to this stuff on the daily like we do, we're very in tune with all the shots that have been taken at the Arizona Cardinals. And there have been many, and they have been not just criticisms, they've been mockeries.
Yes.
It's been ridicule. It's been let's free Jeremiah Love from that horrible NFL outpost.
He deserves better.
He deserves so much better. And how can we waste a talent like that in Arizona? Ew. You know what I mean? There was a lot of that. And that one game, and as I've said repeatedly, that is the importance of the 7 million people who watched that game. Because 7 million people went, that team ain't that bad.
Yeah. Looks like they got their stuff together a little bit.
Kind of got their stuff together a little bit. Now, here's where I would like to caution this, because I think Mike LaFleur, I'm starting to really like this guy, and I think he's doing a really good job at pulling this offense up. Is anybody paying attention to the defense? And by that, I mean, are they doing the right things schematically? Because the more and more people I talk to, the more and more I hear questions along these lines.
Look, that was a question. We know injuries were a factor, but that statistical spike for opponents' offenses last year, that was alarming. And when you have a spike like that and you bring back the defensive coordinator responsible for coaching that unit, questions are going to be asked. We had Rob Fredrickson on yesterday, and I guarantee
he said it perfectly.
He looks at defense a lot differently than we look at defense.
He said it absolutely perfectly. It's one thing to play a soft zone, but it's another thing to do it if you're not good at tackling. And you do both. Yes. You're just asking to get gutted.
But also pointing out questions personnel-wise. Do they have the requisite amount of talent to compete at linebacker? He mentioned inside linebacker, a spot that he's concerned about right now. Everybody's asking about the secondary. Who's going to rush the passer? I agree. The lion's share of optimism, if you have it for the Cardinals in 2026, lies on the offensive side of the ball. Not to say they're not without. There's plenty of questions on that side too, but far fewer than on the defensive side.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So, but then again, you know what? You get a team that can fly high offensively. That can be a lot of fun. Worse things to do and worse teams to watch.
Now we know that the 2013 Denver Broncos, thanks to Ben Johnson, averaged 37.9 points per game.
I don't recall that team being that prolific.
Was that the Peyton Manning?
That was the Peyton
crazy
Manning, like 50,
MVP year.
55 touchdown
Is that
pass
what it
year.
was?
Yeah.
That was the year before his arm went to noodle?
Yeah.
Okay.
And before they got absolutely smushed in the Super Bowl.
Snap over his head, game over.
Yeah. It was.
It was.
That was basically it. Coming up next, it's Thursday. We've got an edition of War of the Whiteboards.
Oh, what happened to our generation gap?
Then there's no Sammy.
Sammy's not here.
I guess that's right.
You can't play without Sammy.
I guess you're right.
Plus, you seem to like War of the Whiteboards.
I did.
You're the defending champion.
I did, but nothing makes me laugh quite like Generation Gap.
It's the best. It will return next week.
Figure Sammy might jump on from wherever he's at.
I don't know where the hell he is. He's riding a horse somewhere.
He's riding a horse somewhere.
He's on assignment. I want to remind you, too, the wild card race is on the line. Arizona Sports has family 4-packs of tickets to D-backs versus Cubs at Chase Field on the 24th and 25th of August. 2 huge games that could have a big say on who's playing October baseball. Visit the contest page at arizonasports.com to register to win. War of the Whiteboards next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save time, buy online, UACUnit.com.
Hello, everybody. This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one yesterday, falling to the last place Colorado Rockies 6-4, despite Corbin Carroll hitting his league-leading 14th triple and 100th career home run. Merrill Kelly struggled, giving up 6 runs in 5 innings, and Arizona became the first team since 2019 to have at least 10 hits and 10 walks and score less than 5 runs. With the defeat and series loss to Colorado, the D-backs now fall into a tie for the 3rd wildcard spot with the Phillies and currently stand a game behind the Padres for 2nd. The D-backs are off today before starting a road series with the Braves tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals will play their 2nd preseason game today, and starters such as Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love are expected to see some playing time. Kickoff in Las Vegas versus the Raiders is 5 p.m., and pregame is 2 p.m. You can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the NBA schedule will be released today, so stay tuned at noon to find out who the Suns are playing. Go to arizonasports.com right now to see any of the leaked games. That is what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Quick look at today's Arizona Sports Poll question, and it reads, what is the biggest storyline to watch out for during the Cardinals-Raiders preseason game? Is it J-Love making his preseason debut, Carson Beck following up his Hall of Fame game performance, Jacoby Brissett's play after signing his new deal, how the new running back tandem looks, or other? I think I know where you want to go with this one, Bick. You want to go with Carson Beck?
Yeah, sure.
Carson Beck.
The Love thing is interesting, though.
It is. Not going to lie. Results, 62% going with Carson Beck and how he follows up his HOF game performance. 17% on Love, 10% on Brissett, and 6 each for other and how the new running back tandem looks. That is today's Arizona Sports Poll question. You want to vote on it? Go to arizonasports.com.
War of the Whiteboards.
Yeah. What? Absolutely nothing.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
That's the directions. Put it on the board. Yes, we're the Whiteboards back for week 3. We've got our defending champion, Dan Bickley. We've got Jared Carlin, fresh off of his vacation, and pulling in the 3rd chair today, wearing his Russell Westbrook Washington Wizards jersey.
That jersey's wearing him, let's be honest.
From the midday show. You know him as...
That jersey's wearing him.
We know him as Jesse. What's up, Jesse? Thanks for coming in.
Of course, yeah.
Do you know how this works? Because if you don't, I'm going to explain it.
Somewhat.
One of you, we'll play 3 rounds. You'll each get to pick a category. There's 5 categories available to choose from. I'll explain the category. Once it's read, you will have 30 seconds with dramatic music and everything to write down as many correct answers as you can. You'll get 1 point for each correct answer. You won't get penalized for wrong answers. Whoever's got the most correct answers at the end of round 3 will be our champion.
And this is a great game to go to YouTube right now and search Arizona Sports and watch us live on video, because you will see our answers on the whiteboard.
Yes, our categories this week are Simply Spectacular Soccer Squads, SSVPs, Remember the Ocho, the Half Century Club, and Fun with Alliteration. Dan Bickley, as defending champion, you get first dibs on what category you'd like to play.
Yeah, I'm very curious about Remember the Ocho, so let's give that a shot.
Remember the Ocho, the category. The Big 12 Conference currently has 16 teams. Before it was the Big 12, it was the Big 8. And believe it or not, had 8-member teams. For 1 point each, name as many members of the Big 8 Conference in its last year, which was 1995. Again, we're looking for the final 8 Big 8 conference members in 1995. Your time starts now. Eight teams that made up the Big 8 in its last year, 1995. Which, believe it or not, was 31 years ago. About 10 seconds left. Everybody's diligently writing on their boards. All right. Pens down. Looking for the 8 teams that made up the Big 8 Conference in its last form as the Big 8 in 1995. Vic, you picked the category.
All right.
You unveil your board.
Wasn't what I was hoping for. I was hoping to name things like dodgeball and pumpkin slinging and I don't know, but Texas.
Okay, that's one.
Oklahoma.
Actually, Texas is not right.
Okay.
Oklahoma is 1.
Oklahoma State.
2.
Missouri.
3.
A&M.
No.
SMU.
No.
Baylor.
No.
Okay.
So you
well
got
done.
You got 3. Jarrett Carlin.
All right, I had a lot of crossover ones that were wrong there. Kansas.
That's 1.
Oklahoma, Texas.
You got Oklahoma, not Texas.
Baylor's wrong.
Yes.
Kansas State.
3.
Iowa State.
4.
Colorado.
5.
And Oklahoma State.
6.
6 out of 8.
Jarrett with a strong performance. And now we go to our third player, Rick. What do you got, Jesse?
All right, so I had Oklahoma State.
Yes.
Baylor, which was wrong.
Yes.
Texas Tech.
Now I'm doubting the validity of this question.
Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, they're wrong.
Texas Tech's wrong, yeah. Kansas.
Yes.
Kansas State.
Yes.
Nebraska.
Yes.
And Colorado.
Colorado. So that's, you had 5?
Yes.
Yeah, so the ones I had: Colorado, Iowa State, Kansas, Kansas State, Missouri, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Oklahoma State. All right, so 6 for Jarrett, 5 for Jesse, 3 for Bick.
One off.
Jarrett, you get the next pick of categories here on Where Are the Whiteboards?
All right, I'm going to go with fun with alliteration.
All right, fun with alliteration. You were curious about this one last week.
I certainly was.
All right, this is a bit of a thinker.
Okay.
And there's a lot of right answers here. In the 4 major men's team sports leagues in North America, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, NHL, 15 different franchises have team names that begin with the same letter as the city or the state that they play in. We got this?
Yes.
Same letter, city, state, and team name. There's 15 of them. 1 point each. Name as many as you can and go. Across the 4 sports, 15 franchises, names with the same first letter in their city or state and their team name. Last few seconds. And time is up. Jarrett, you picked the
I
category.
had 2 really quickly, and then I just absolutely blanked.
Oh, no.
Mine might be controversial.
I know I got the 2 right here. The Washington Wizards.
Yes.
And the Seattle Seahawks.
The Seattle Seahawks. That's it? You only got the 2?
That's all I could think of.
Oh, wow. All right, Jesse, unveil your board, please.
I only thought of 3, and I think the third one might be controversial.
Oh, okay.
So, of course, I did the Washington Wizards.
Okay, that's 1.
That'd be crazy if, I'm wearing this jersey and I didn't get it. Then I got the Los Angeles Lakers.
Ooh. That is correct. That's 2.
And then I did the New York Knicks.
That is incorrect.
Incorrect? It's
alliterative, but the directions did say
That
letters.
is controversial.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, then I'm tied with Jared, unfortunately.
All right.
Seattle Seahawks. How did I miss that?
All right, Bick.
I
your
have
board.
the Philadelphia Phillies,
1,
the Miami Marlins,
2,
the Chicago Cubs,
3,
the Pittsburgh Pirates,
4.
I don't know why I wrote the New Jersey Nets, but I did, which no longer
Still
exists.
4.
I had the Washington Wizards and the Seattle Seahawks.
So you got 6.
Wow, well done. That was very impressive.
Well, alliteration, I should be good at that.
You're
It's
a
funny.
word nerd.
That's what I am.
Alliteration was clearly on your mind because the first category is highly alliterative, the Simply Spectacular Soccer Squad.
Squads, yeah.
The others, the Cleveland Cavaliers, San Antonio Spurs, Buffalo Bills, Jacksonville Jaguars, Tennessee Titans, Boston Bruins, Pittsburgh Penguins, San Jose Sharks.
Man, my least favorite team in sports, the Pittsburgh Penguins.
The San Jose Sharks.
Why are they your least favorite team?
They've just caused me so much heartbreak.
They've eliminated the Capitals a lot.
Got it. Okay.
All right, Rick, we got 9 points for Bick, 8 for Jarrett, 7 for Jesse. It comes down to this, the last category. What are you going to pick, Jesse?
Because I like Scott Van Pelt, I'm just going to go SSVPs, even though I don't know if that has anything to do with Scott Van Pelt.
It does not. SSVP stands for Still Substantially Valuable Players. The Arizona Diamondbacks have never had an MVP in their 28-year history, but they have had 7 players finish in the top 5 of National League MVP voting. Now, during their history, anybody that's finished in the top 5 in voting in the MVP in a Diamondbacks uniform, for 1 point each, name as many as you can, and go. I guess I could have called it NQ MVP, not quite MVP. For the 7 Diamondbacks who have finished in the top 5 of National League voting. 10 seconds left. All right, pens down. Jesse, you pick the category. You reveal your board first. What do you got?
All right, so I have Corbin Carroll.
That's 1.
Randy Johnson.
That is not 1.
What? Goldie.
2.
Perdomo.
3.
Marte.
4.
And Gonzo.
5. Strong run for Jesse in round 3. Bick.
I don't know how I forgot Geraldo Perdomo. Corbin Carroll.
Yes.
Goldie.
Yes.
Gonzo.
Yes.
Matt Williams.
Yes.
Justin Upton.
Yes.
Stephen Drew.
No.
Okay.
5 for Bick.
I didn't think Upton was there.
He had one year when he was.
I got the same.
2011, he finished 4th.
The same ones: Perdomo, Goldie, Gonzo, RJ, Carroll, and Upton. So I got 5 out of 6. I thought RJ also.
Okay. 5 out of 6. Who's the only one that didn't get mentioned? You got them all, I guess, between all of you, right?
Yes, between all of us.
Williams, Gonzo, Upton, Goldschmidt, Marte, Carroll, Perdomo.
Matt Williams, Marte, and Upton were not mentioned by one of all of us.
Yeah. I didn't get Marte or Perdomo.
All right, final scores through 3 rounds. Jesse, good debut. 12 total points. Jarrett, well done. 13 total points. But for the second straight week, it's Dan Bickley holding up the
we found
belt.
another game he's really good at.
It's his
I had a bad start. I only had 3 in the first round.
Yeah, 14 points for Bick. He is the reigning champion once again.
That second one was really good for Bick.
Yeah.
Yeah. War of the Whiteboards in the book. Final thoughts coming up next. Thanks for playing, Jesse.
Of course.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen Sweet James on Valley billboards, on Valley buses, on commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and it's a fun brand, but don't get it twisted. The work they do is extremely serious. Their firm is extremely serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Talking about an award-winning, world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, which is very significant. All that trial experience combined with their 98% winning record gives them a ton of leverage. It means that insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. This is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. With Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation because you are accessing the best and the brightest attorneys. And in today's climate, having the right right attorney on your side. Super, super important. Can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you are hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. Remember, the consultation is free, and you'll pay nothing until they win your case. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
Bright light city, gonna set my soul on fire.
Jared, I cannot believe you are not shimmying back there. You're missing an opportunity to thrill our listeners with your lounge lizardy shimmy.
Dan, this is a tremendous idea, right? I hope everyone is watching now on YouTube so I could do a tremendous Elvis shimmy.
What was, honestly, what was it, the Ed Sullivan show that mandated they only show Elvis from the waist up? I think we need that mandate on our show now.
Jarrett the Pelvis, they call him.
Isn't it just so weird to think of a time in our history when an entertainer getting up and shaking his hips would be body and...
Now they shake.
Yeah.
Everything is up their hips.
Yeah, that certainly has come a long way.
Uh-huh.
Viva Las Vegas. Is this the greatest Vegas song of all time?
It's not a ton compared to other cities.
Leaving Las Vegas, Sheryl Crow. Heaven or Las Vegas. With the Cocteau Twins on the weekend. Yeah, not as many as you'd think. But it is the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Vinny, I will not have you slandering Sin City by AC/DC like that.
I'm not like you. I don't celebrate their entire catalog.
You don't?
If I would have asked you for input on Song of the Day, we would have just played it.
Yeah. What was the famous Steely Dan song that was kind of about Vegas?
Peg? No.
Not Peg. No.
I don't know. Another band. I only know the.
Do It Again.
Was that the Vegas song?
Part of it is, right? All right, whatever.
Cardinals, and they'll be in Sin City tonight. Las Vegas taking on the Vegas Raiders. First go-around for Clint Kubiak as the new head coach of the Raiders, and we're talking a lot about the Cardinals quarterback situation, but a lot of eyes will be on Fernando Mendoza. How much will we see of the Heisman Trophy winner, Clint Kubiak?
He's going to get plenty of experience in the game. Look forward to seeing him out there with his teammates. A lot of guys that we need to evaluate, but he'll get plenty of reps.
And could he run with the ones?
Could happen that way. We're going to, all the starters, our starters are going to play. So he could get some reps with a few of those guys, but I just don't want to talk about how we're going to play those guys.
I was going to say this. There's a funny story out there. You can find it on social media. It's all about this weird juxtaposition of the most wholesome quarterback since Kurt Warner living in Vegas and playing in Sin City. And the article points out that Fernando Mendoza is so dorky that he says, "Holy shuck." That's his word, holy shuck.
Look, we don't have any room for that type of language on this show, buddy.
And he's even talked about how, people have told me that the Strip is like the boogeyman, stay away from it, and only bad things happen there. Isn't that a sitcom waiting to happen? Fernando Mendoza in Vegas?
It's definitely a reality show.
What if Fernando Mendoza loses his mind and goes full-on Dennis Rodman?
It's like when the Amish go on the Rumspringer or whatever that's called.
Yeah. What if Vegas ruins him and he just turns into a complete degenerate?
Yeah.
What if he turns into Sammy?
Fernando Mendoza out for week 3. Meth addiction.
and it's not like Fernando Mendoza is joining a Vegas football team in the late 70s, early 80s.
No.
This is a sanitized, more family-friendly version of Las Vegas.
Very much so.
It is quite the fit.
Although you remember when Vegas actually had the bright idea, actually it was a terrible idea, to start marketing to families.
Mid to late 90s.
Yeah.
Everything was a theme. They put arcades in all the rides and stuff. Yep. Then they came up with the brilliant "what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas," and they flipped it now. They try to go back to the Sin City kind of idea.
Yeah. But as we talked about, the thing about Vegas that people can't stand now is it used to be you'd go there and the implicit agreement was, okay, I'm going to lose my shirt at your tables, but you're going to give me really good food at very low prices, and you're going to give me a hotel room that's almost free.
Yep. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Now you have to pay as much for resort fees and or fees to use the weight room as the rooms once cost.
You can't get that $5 steak and eggs or
not anymore.
The $6 prime rib anymore. The $2 shrimp cocktail.
I bought into that Vegas thing once. I took my kids to Summer League. I think it was 9 years ago now. So my youngest was like 11. And we stayed at Planet Hollywood, which at the time, if you walked through the casino, they had the stages near the gaming tables.
Yeah.
And they had dancing girls who were clothed, not much, but they were clothed. And we were walking through the casino to get to the Strip to go find somewhere to have dinner. And my younger son was walking through the casino blindly because he was covering his eyes. Wow, he's so pure.
You sure he's your son?
Wow.
I think
he's your kid?
He is.
Oh, my goodness.
We have a lot in common, but...
Not that.
Not that. Thanks to Derek Hall and Tyler Drake for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Refi.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Listen to me. How long have you been fighting your own teeth, cutting food into little pieces, dodging the corn on the cob, smiling with your lip shut? Oh, my goodness. That is no way to live. I know, because I was right there in the trenches with you. One phone call changes the whole game, Basinonians. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix is locally owned, led by my good friend Dr. Joe, with over 3,000 full mouth implant treatments under his belt. As somebody told you, you don't have enough bone for implants? Not everyone's a candidate. That's exactly why Aria starts with a complimentary 3D CT scan and consultation. Real imaging, straight answers, a plan built around you. No cost, no pressure, no obligation. Grab a pen and write this down, man. 602-877-0429 or go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
All the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy. And now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And stay tuned as the NBA schedule will be released today at noon. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
It is a football Thursday here on the Wolf and Luke show. Well, almost Wolf and Luke show. It's at least Wolf.
Yeah.
And then there's me, Mitch Varell, that's in for Luke today.
What up, Mitch?
We've got football on a Thursday, Wolf, that we're getting ready for. And we are the last ones to be able to speak upon this game on this station until tomorrow. How does that feel? We get the last word about the Cardinals.
Oh, man. Okay. That is really, really cool. I just love the fact. Here it is, man. It is game day. Another Thursday night preseason game. It is game day. This is going to be fascinating, of course, because the starters are going to play, as we all know, for the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to go out there. They're going to play. I would imagine it's going to be 1 or 2 series, just as Mike LaFleur said last week. Having said that, though, I would say this right now. If in fact they don't get enough reps, like if you got Jacoby Brissett going 3 and out, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to stand. I think they'll bring him back out with the number ones, of course, and give him another shot to take the team down the field.
Well, it's interesting. This is exactly what we were going to start with. It's just kind of like setting the scene. Who are we going to watch for? And you remember, I can't remember what year it was, but it was a few years ago. Kyler Murray and the starters, and they went out for a preseason game, and it was I think it was just one drive. And they went 3 and out, and then they were done.
Yeah.
Or something in that ilk.
Yeah.
And we were just kind of wondering,
yes,
that didn't leave a good taste in our mouth. That's an interesting point to bring up because Jacoby, for the most of the last month, essentially, while he's been trying to get his contract situation figured out, has been seemingly open and honest about how slow it has been for him to really grasp a hold of this new playbook. And now's the first time tonight where we're actually going to see like how much was he able to grasp within just the past month or so that he's been practicing.
Right. And yet at the same time, Mitch, I'm looking at that as almost like a secondary component to this game that we're going to see tonight. Because once again, what are we all looking for? What do we all want to see? Man, I wonder how Carson Beck is going to do when he's given the opportunity once again.
Are you feeling the
It's
love?
Carson Beck. I'm just saying, yeah, Jeremiah Love, of course. We're going to be all over that. But the number one thing I think about, I'm being 100% honest here, is Carson Beck and how he's going to look. When I think about this game tonight, it's ridiculous. Typically, Basinonians, I'm all about the line of scrimmage. Here we go. Show me something on the line of scrimmage. And I'm very interested to see the line of scrimmage, especially with the starters going out there tonight, especially with Jeremiah Love, and just how physical are we going to be able to be. And by the way, Tyler Algier, something nobody talks about, what a physical guy he is running the football in between the tackles, does a great job. We're talking about a guy who's 5'10", barely. I don't even think he's 5'10", really, right now. I'm just saying 5'9 and a half, maybe. Okay, 220 pounds. You try to tackle him. That's going to be, just go ahead and try to do it, man. You want to know what that feels like? Just go ahead, back up from your block wall about 3 yards away, and then sprint into the block wall. Just go ahead and do that. You'll know what it feels like to hit Tyler Algier when he's running in between the tackles. He's a stout dude, and he's thick. So you know what? Typically, I'm all over the line of scrimmage and the blood, the physicality that's going to be going on, the meat grinder and yet tonight, yeah, the number one thing I'm thinking about is Carson Beck. and how he's going to look tonight. Just saying.
How's he going to follow up a Hall of Fame game performance? And it's funny, I was listening to Tyler Drake. He was on with Bickley and Murata earlier today, and this will be a different experience, I think, for Carson, because if you look at the depth chart, he's not listed as the first guy. We know he's not going to get the first reps in this game. He might not even get the second set of reps in this game, right? Like Gardner Minshew is still on this team. He didn't play last week. There's a chance, and Tyler was wondering about this and how they're going to handle the way that he plays throughout this game, or whatever the phrase that I'm trying to find here. But he started okay, follow along with me. He started the game last week.
Yeah.
Came out for halftime just to get the feel of what is it like doing an NFL halftime versus a college halftime, give you a quick run in the third, and then just be done with it, right?
Very purposeful. Tyler
was wondering if he's going to close this game. Like, is he going to get the experience of playing in the fourth quarter and playing that final 2-minute drive if it comes to that in this type of game, just to experience all the different parts of an NFL game and the NFL script, whereas last week it was opening and coming out of the half. Yeah. This time, now you get to experience closing a football game.
Yeah, for me, once again, I think there's a real possibility because you know what you have in Gardner Minshew. You know what you have in him, right? You do. You know what you have really in Jacoby Brissett. I think it's going to be a situation where they're going to bring Carson back in after Jacoby Brissett goes out there for 1 or 2 series. They're going to bring him in, and they're going to let him go into half, and then they're going to do it again. They're going to let him go through the halftime process. Do you think he needs reps at doing that, Basin Earnings? If you're ever going to have lightning strike for a quarterback, you've got to put him through the process, man. And the process is going to be going into halftime and then going through halftime, knowing that you're going to come out and you're going to start the third quarter once again. I think it's a real possibility that Gardner Minshew could actually be the third quarterback we see tonight.
Interesting.
Again, nobody's told me that. This is pure speculation, but I would want, once again, Carson Beck to go through the process of going into half, going through half, and then coming back out in the third quarter. Interesting. We'll see if that is going to be the case, but every rep matters. And that's the great thing about it, especially in this first preseason game. We're going to see guys who are going to get reps at first because they're the starters. And then all of a sudden, guys that don't get reps anymore. And then guys that still are getting reps. Why are they still getting reps? It's man, you can actually look at a lot of the personnel that is going to be out there on the field tonight and the reps that each player gets, and you can ask, what does that say about them and what the coaching staff thinks about them? Interesting.
One of the guys getting the start tonight, the quarterback, Jacoby Brissett. Any jitters for this first preseason game?
Oh, for sure. I probably won't eat until after the game now. Yes, I mean, I'm 33 and I'm playing a game that I started when I was 5. It's like not a day goes by that when I walk out on that practice field, I don't have a little nerves going through me.
Can I just say, I find it fascinating in a good way that he said it himself, that a 33-year-old man has jitters before a preseason game when he knows he's going to be the starter. Like, he doesn't have any outside, there's a ton of outside noise about him, but like internally, within the locker room, it seems like he's going to be the starter. He's paid like he's going to be the starter. And yet he still has jitters for a preseason game. Fascinating.
You know what? I love that. I absolutely love that. I would say to any professional football player, I don't care how many years you've been in the league. Do you have any jitters going out and playing? Hopefully you do. Because once again, every time you step in between those white lines, people are going to go down. People are going to go down, and they're going to go down hard. And many, many times, you're not going to be in one piece walking off that field. It happens. Bad things happen in between those white lines. So, once again, I think your anxiety level, for the most part, is always going to be there. It's always going to be there. When you start to not care about, oh my goodness, it's just a preseason game. Are you kidding me right now? No, it's not about the preseason game. It isn't. It's about the white lines. How do you react to the white lines? Walk up to Anquan Bolden and ask Anquan Bolden how he reacts to the gridiron, the white lines. And when you step inside of them, brothers, yeah, it's a preseason game. Guess what? You're still going to have an opportunity to waylay somebody. on the football field or get waylaid. Never forget, football is a game about giving damage and taking damage. And even Jacoby Brissett, here he is. Jacoby, you might only get one series, of course, based on how that series go. Please don't go with a 3 and out. Please don't do that. But you know what? Based on how that series is going to go, you might only get one. But he might get his back waxed in the process. So you can understand why that matters. Can't you, Minch?
You know, it's funny. You would probably remember this better than I would, but Darren Urban asked Jacoby in reference to something that Carson Palmer used to say of he liked to get that feel of getting hit in that first preseason game just to like re-experience football again. So Darren Urban asked Brissett about that idea while also asking him about playing in the preseason.
Yeah, for sure. I think my last hit was, when did we play last? January 7th, 8th? So that was my last time I got hit. Besides today, I got hit. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, definitely that. And then obviously new coach, new system, operation, hearing them in the headset, going out there in the game and just clean communication and operation in and out of the huddle. I think that's the mindset of this game.
So it sounds like he'll be okay with a back waxing or two.
Yes. Once again, every quarterback I've been around, they like to get that first one out of the way. Whack! Man, you can hear it too. It just feels like if you're out there and you're blocking your guy and you're doing it, all of a sudden, bah! This back waxing.
I'm going to need that drop for later, by the way. Just him going.
I honestly need to settle down a little bit.
Here, let's see if this will settle you down. Well, you can win tickets, well, not you, unfortunately, to 311 before you can buy them. Arizona Sports is giving away 2 pairs of tickets to see 311 at Arizona Financial Theater on November 5th. Tickets will go on sale tomorrow, but if you enter before noon today at the contest page on arizonasports.com, you get a chance to win them before they even go on sale. How about that? Was yesterday's loss the worst one of this Diamondback season? We'll try to answer that question next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Raiders. The preseason's Game 1 live from Vegas.
We'll have our guys out there. It's not going to be much. Could be 1 drive, max of 2. For those main guys, they'll be playing. That includes Jacoby.
Coverage begins at 2. Kickoff at 5 this afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Have you ever tried to play through pain? Oh, yeah. You know what? I bet you have. We all have. I'm not talking about a bruise, though. I'm talking about that sciatica lightning bolt ripping from your low back down your leg. That's right. At Desert Institute for Spine Care, the world-class spine surgeons right here in the Basin, they don't just treat symptoms. Oh, no. They identify the pain generator and attack it with precision. These are the innovators behind endoscopic spine surgery, a technique so minimally invasive it uses an incision smaller than 1/4 of an inch. Can you imagine? That means faster recovery for you, less pain, and getting back to the life that you love, whether that's the gym, the golf course, or cheering on the Bird Gang. Sciatica, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, whatever's knocking you out of the game, you need to go see DISC. The way you do that, you know what? You schedule an appointment. Go to sciatica.com. That's sciatica.com. Get back in the game.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders.
We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Friday, and whether Carson Beck is going to turn up the heat on Jacoby Brissett. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Do you like numbers, Wolf?
No. I like words.
Okay, can I give you some numbers as me speaking them in the form of words then
Okay,
instead?
yeah, that'd be great.
11 hits.
Okay.
10 walks.
I saw 10
so
walks.
That's 21 total base runners, right?
Yes.
4 runs, 15 left on base.
Yes. It's hard to do. That's hard to do.
I mean, Torey Lovello himself was flabbergasted yesterday.
That was a rough one. And, you know, I was proud of the guys for the way they kept building innings. You know, we throw up 21 base runners and can't crack through. So, you know, it's one of the things we got to get better at. We're going to continue to coach them up the best way we know how. And, you know, if you were to tell me we're going to have 21 base runners before the game, I would tell you that we're going to score 10 runs at least. So we only scored 4. So we can identify the areas that we got to get better. And I know the guys are going to work hard to come out on Friday with a clean slate and figure out how to win a baseball game. And, you know, play a really clean game in all areas.
Diamondbacks lose to the Rockies yesterday. 6-4 was the final. At one point, it was, if I'm not mistaken, 6-1. They scored in the first inning again. Yes. That was the fourth straight game, I believe, that they did that. And they lost. And Merrill was not sharp yesterday. Merrill Kelly on the mound. The offense had opportunity ad nauseum yesterday to produce runs. The 7th inning was like a microcosm of a lot of what we've seen from the Diamondbacks offense this year.
Yeah.
Walk. Okay, bases loaded. Let's capitalize. 2 pitches later, it's an infield pop-up. Nobody can move. Or slightly outfield pop-up, but nobody can move. Another walk. Okay, they're rebuilding the momentum. And then an inning-ending double play. Like, these Rockies pitchers cannot find the strike zone to save their lives, and you only scored 1 run. It's brutal.
This was, at least in the Wolfley compound, base innings, this was by far and away the worst game of the season that I have seen. It almost looked like, and once again, I don't mean this literally, base innings, but it looked like the Rockies were trying to give the Diamondbacks a win. It was ridiculous. 10 walks, you draw. And once again, 21 base runners, you score 4 runs. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
It was the level of frustration in this game was unbelievable. This was took my X account Basinonians, and there it was. I actually X'd something out right there, and I believe it was bag over the head. No, it wasn't that. It was like a kick in the cradle. Can you imagine that? If
How about
somebody
just both at the same time? Because that's kind of what it felt
somebody
like.
took a bag over the head. You just imagine, Basinonians, somebody puts a bag over your head, okay? You can't see anything. You got a bag over your head. And then somebody else comes up and kicks you right in the cradle when you can't see anything. Can you imagine how bad that would hurt, how bad that would feel? That's exactly the way I felt. So frustrated watching this game. Watching the Rockies go out and win Game 3 of this series after they had already won Game 2 of the series. When we were thinking about, man, wouldn't it be great if the Diamondbacks could actually go ahead and maybe sweep this thing? Maybe sweep this? Hey, they kind of need to do this, because they've been playing really well and just beat the Dodgers as well. And you know what? Hey, this is really, they're playing great. Think about this. Before the last two games, the two games that the Rockies have won, the Arizona Diamondbacks were the best team in the National League at 19-9. They were the best team in the National League. That's right. Not the best team in the league because the Boston Red Sox, of course, are doing that. They own that title.
Yeah.
But you get my point. I mean, this was a bag over the head kick to the cradle is what it was. To lose this game in particular and lose this series, I wonder what's going on inside that clubhouse immediately. I do. Where are my leaders? Where are my leaders, and what are they saying to other dudes?
To further emphasize the ineptitude of offense yesterday, Kellen Olson found this stat courtesy of StatHead. Diamondbacks, the first team since 2019, 10 hits, 10 walks, and score fewer than 5 runs. Mind you, this is 4 games removed from the Saturday Dodgers game, where OptaStats had this. The Dodgers are the only MLB team in the last 50 years to win a game in which the final batter they faced in each of the last 6 innings, went to extras, by the way, came to the plate with multiple runners on base, with one of them being the potential go-ahead run. There's an extreme offensive ineptitude in some of these games recently.
Yes.
And it's a real bummer because they were playing well coming out of the Dodgers series. Like, they got the wins. They split with the Padres. That's, not the best case scenario, but you'll take it. Now that series at the end of the year becomes incredibly massive. But you win the season series against the Dodgers. You get 2 huge critical wins against them.
Yeah.
And then you fall flat in these last 2 games against the Rockies, and it's just infuriating.
Infuriating. You know what's infuriating, Basinonians, and you know me, I never talk about this stuff. I never. If you listen to me over the last few decades, you know I never talk about this stuff. This was maybe the worst called game from a home plate umpire I have ever seen.
Oh, it was challenge after
Emil
challenge
Jimenez.
after challenge.
Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. It was I was embarrassed for Mr. Jimenez. I was. He was missing calls up in the zone by 2 or more inches. Gabby challenged in one at-bat. Gabby challenged 2 calls in the same at-bat with the bases loaded. The ABS proved him right. Then on a 2-2 count in the same at-bat, the Rockies catcher, Brett Sullivan, challenged the ball. That was called. And ABS once again showed he was right. Gabby was called out on strikes and the inning ended. Have you ever seen 3 balls challenged in one at-bat and all of them proved the umpire wrong? Have you ever seen that? No. I've never seen that in baseball since they've gone to the ABS. I've never seen it. That was that, and it wasn't just that at bat or that inning. It was all game. He was missing badly. That is, and I never ever talk about that stuff, and yet it was the truth.
Skipper, after the game, why weren't they producing with runners in scoring position?
Yeah, there's an assortment of reasons. I thought maybe a pitcher's pitch was swung out early in counts. You have to identify what the pitcher's trying to do to you with a man on first base. He's going to try and throw you his best ground ball pitch. We did that. Other things, we came out of our approach a little bit at a very critical time. Overall, you build innings and you have 21 base runners on any given day. You got to be very pleased with it. But you got to finish the deal.
Corbin Carroll, a lot of missed opportunities.
Yeah, definitely a lot of opportunities. We should have found a way to cash in on a few more of them for sure. So definitely not the ending to the homestand that we wanted.
It's just frustrating because now this road trip becomes, and we're probably going to say this ad nauseum for the next several weeks, right? Like, this will be the week that defines the Diamondback season. This will be the next 2 week, whatever. They're playing the Braves in Atlanta, who have played exceptionally well post-All-Star break after kind of fumbling their way into the All-Star break. And then they're playing the Red Sox, who, yes, best team in baseball basically since the end of June. They're on a 5-game losing streak, I think it is right now. And you don't want to catch the cold team when they're trying to get hot again. You really don't. Especially not in Boston, where they've played exceptionally better the last several months. Like, again, they went on a 15-game winning streak in the month of July. I don't want to play that team right now. And you've got 2 of the tougher ones coming up on this road trip.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'm looking at the Diamondbacks, and I'm not looking outside of the clubhouse right now. I want to wallow in this one. I really do. Just listening to the Predator, Corbin Carroll right there, just listening to him talk, it's very under control, of course, and it's okay. That's the way you want to be, base earnings, of course. Before the media, that's the way you want to be. I just wonder when it was just them, just the players inside that lock or that clubhouse, when it was just them, was there yelling? I want to know, was somebody yelling? I've often, once again, I realize football and baseball are dichotomous. They are, basically. It's just completely different sports. And at the same time, man, the intensity level does boil over, even in baseball. I wonder if it boiled over after that game.
Coming up next, we buried the lead on tonight's football game. It's a national championship rematch between Fernando Mendoza and Carson Beck. Does that get you excited, Bird Gang? Maybe not, but we'll talk about it next. Wolf and Luke Mitchell, this In for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Listen during Giveathon Week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Mattamy Homes.
You're not qualified to fix any of it, but you know that your way that you love that child is going to get you there. You can't just stop because it gets hard. It can't stop. You don't stop. You just go.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
You can't have a football season without predictions, right? College, pro, who makes the playoffs, who's living in the trophy at season's end. Hey, on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, can KC get back to 11 wins this season? KC is currently trading at 44%, meaning a $100 trade pays out $228 if they reach 11 wins. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. That's code AZSports, one word on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2026 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And stay tuned as the NBA schedule will be released today at noon. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort August 13th through 19th with an estimated $3 million prize pool. You don't want to miss it.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Cardinals, for them, it's preseason game number 2. For the Raiders, it's preseason game number 1. So this is technically the first week of the preseason. You want to give it another yeah?
Yeah. That's right, Minch.
So it's the Raiders' first look at a lot of their guys, but for the Cardinals, it's second look, right? So for us, you mentioned it in the first segment of the show.
Yes.
You're fascinated to see how Carson Beck does in this second performance that he's going to get.
It's just, of course, I think all of us are, for the most part. 98% of the Red Sea right now, when they think of this game tonight, they're not thinking about the national championship matchup between Fernando Mendoza and Carson Beck. They're not thinking about that. You know what they're thinking about? They're thinking about Carson Beck. They're thinking about whether or not Carson Beck is going to go out there and look like he did in the first game, anywhere close to like he did in the first game, in game 2. Why is that, Base Earnings? Because we all know this. 1's a point, 2's a trend, 3 is a pattern. Will he actually create a trend tonight? And what would be that trend? Well, Carson Beck looks like he knows how to play quarterback in the preseason. That would be a trend that he could establish if he played well tonight.
Here's what the general manager, Monty Ossenfort, had to say about Beck's Hall of Fame game performance earlier this week.
I thought he got off to a good start. I think the most optimistic thing was just the clean operation. And so the way they got in and out of the huddle, the way that he handled the checks that came his way, he got the ball out of his hand, put it in the right spot. He was accurate. So, very positive start, good start. It kind of builds off of what he's been doing since he got here in the spring and the early part of training camp. Obviously still got a long way to go, but thought that was a good next step in his development.
And I think, additionally, it confirms the idea of taking him the first pick of the third round when you have such an influx quarterback situation, when there's a lot of conversation, I'm perpetuating some of this conversation myself, of not succeeding this year in a wins-loss record-wise so that you can try and get one of these tantalizing quarterback prospects that is projected to come out in this next draft class. But if Carson Beck continues to at least perform well enough that he's causing a little bit of a stir, causing a little bit of a frenzy within the Red Sea, is there a chance that there just becomes a ton of clamoring if the Cardinals fail to get off on the right foot? And it's like, hey, you drafted this guy. Oh, yeah. He looks really good in the preseason, albeit preseason.
Yeah.
Let's see him, because it's not working with Brissett or it's not working with Minshew right now.
Yeah, Minch, I don't know if you've heard me talking about this, but Dak Prescott is an excellent example of what we're talking about, because he was drafted in the 4th round, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
He got the opportunity to play because Tony Romo's back went out, and Kellen Moore actually was on the depth chart, the number 2 quarterback, and Kellen Moore he was a good backup quarterback at that point in time of his career. The Cowboys didn't go with Kellen Moore. They went with Dak Prescott. They gave him the opportunity to do it. Dak Prescott went out and played exceptionally well in the preseason. Okay, so that was what set up their thought process for week 1 of the regular season and starting Dak Prescott because of how well he played in the preseason. Go back and look at his numbers, Masonines. Dak Prescott, over 72% completion rate. This is a guy that threw 5 touchdowns in 3 games and 0 picks. This was a guy that had a quarterback rating of over 125. He was excellent. And that's the reason why they gave him a shot, to see, can you do it in week 1 of the regular season? Not saying that's going to be the case here, but I am going to say this. Once again, if Carson Beck goes out and looks like he did in game 1 of the preseason, where he went out there, guys, he did not make a mistake. He did not. He was 15 of 19. Okay, he did not make a mistake. There were drops out there. It should have been caught. He never put the ball in jeopardy, Minch. Mm-hmm. He never put the ball in jeopardy. In his first game, he conducted this offense and executed this offense extremely well. So now all of a sudden, if he goes out and does it again, 2's a trend, bro. And that trend is going to get people jacked.
We're just waiting on 3's a pattern then? Is that what you're implying?
Of course.
Because next week, I think, is their only home preseason game, right? Against Dallas, I want to say.
Yes, I haven't looked at it, but I think you're right.
Which then opens up the opportunity for the fan base that, let's continue this hypothetical. Next week is the first opportunity for the fan base to get to see Carson Beck in game action in the preseason. And let's say he goes out there tonight and he has another strong, solid performance at whatever point in the game that it is. And whatever he does, it's comparable to what he did last week. And then we get to next week and he goes out and does it again, but he does it in front of the home crowd. Like, you have to think at that point the noise just gets louder.
Run.
Especially if what limited action we see from Jacoby Brissett doesn't look great. What limited action we see from Gardner Minshew doesn't look great.
Yeah.
And maybe there's enough of a conversation that leads to what ultimately happened with, here's another one for you, Russell Wilson in Seattle.
That's right.
When he was drafted in the 3rd round, they had paid Matt Flynn a ton of money.
That's right.
And Matt Flynn never saw the field because Russ was just that much better.
Yes.
Like, do we get to a point in this hypothetical scenario where Carson Beck just shows that he's that much better than the guys that are making more money than he is this year.
Yeah, once again, listen, Jacoby Brissett, I have all the respect in the world for Jacoby Brissett. I've talked about this over and over and over again, and it's a bit of a disclaimer, but I have to say it. And by the way, Rick, get that disclaimer ready to go for Carson Beck, because, again, this is going to be a situation where Jacoby Brissett, I have so much regard and respect for him. But this is, once again, this is a guy that has been a backup quarterback for the most part for his career, of course, and there's a reason why that has been the case. But he is an excellent dude. He's an excellent mentor, and he's a very good backup quarterback in the National Football League, and I'm glad he's on this team because of that. Having said that, he is capable, and there's an awful lot of skill the Arizona Cardinals have. They, at the skill positions, that's why the offensive line is the key to the entire season. It is. How well that offensive line comes together and plays. Because I think if they play well, you tell me the offensive line is going to play well. I'll tell you right now, the skill is there for Jacoby Brissett to actually go out and win games. Now, you have to tell me how the defense is going to play as well. And the defense last year, they suffered so many stinking injuries. You couldn't even evaluate what it was they were actually doing. They were playing guys that honestly didn't belong in the NFL.
And they might be on pace for a similar scenario this year already, especially if the Josh Sweat situation doesn't see any resolution before the season. Walter Nolan being in and out of practices because of variety of different injury related. Like, those are the linchpins of this defense.
You're going to drop that on me when we have to go and take a break. A break? Who takes a break?
Well, you mentioned the defense. I was just trying to further the conversation.
Right. I know.
Here, how about this?
That Josh Sweat on me.
How about this? Do you want me to pivot?
Okay, yes.
Are you looking forward to
right.
any sort of Beck versus Mendoza if it happens tonight?
I care less about it.
Okay.
I just want to see if Carson Beck looks like he did in preseason game number 1.
Okay. So you're very Beck-focused, you would say.
Totally.
The beckoning is upon us.
The beckoning.
Totally, dude.
Oh, no.
Diana Taurasi, the GOAT, headed to the Ring of Honor. You can enter to win her number 3 Mercury jersey. Just text GOAT to 620-620. The winner will be announced during Bickley and Murata tomorrow at 9:15 in the morning. That person will have 10 minutes to call in to claim their jersey, or it'll go to a very lucky listener. And no, Rick, you cannot enter to win. Are we concerned about Lars Nootbaar's struggles? It's been 8 games, but the numbers, they're not great. We'll talk about them next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, if a new vehicle has been on your mind, I've got a great reason why you should jump in the car and head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Their summer sales event is happening right now. Yes, it's the legendary summer sales event at Santan Ford, and they're making it easier than ever to get behind the wheel of a brand new Ford. Basinonians gather. Check this out. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days. And they'll even include 2 years of premium Ford maintenance at no extra cost to you. Maybe you're dreaming about hitting the trails or have been looking for fuel efficiency, or maybe you just want to hear that engine rumble, man, and roar. Well, Santan Ford has some serious summer incentives available for you. We're talking about $5,000 off MSRP on the 2026 Ford Bronco. That's right. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
It's summer's last hurrah. Bunker to Bunker's last 2-person scramble event of the summer is on Saturday, August 22nd at the Junior National Golf Club in Goodyear. Come celebrate with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, and big raffle and prizes, all for just $100. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting the Junior National Foundation, changing the lives of youth through the game of golf. Open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
All the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy. And now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who stood out for the Cardinals in their second game of the preseason? We'll be reacting on Friday's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
There's the 0-1. Runner goes. Swung on, ripped on a line, past the dive of Tatis. That's into right field, a base hit. Locklear scores. Waldschmidt already at third. And the first RBI for Nootbaar puts the D-backs ahead 3-0.
Chris Garagiola on the call for the Diamondbacks Radio Network back on August 5th. Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Farrell is in for Luke today. Wolf's here. He's raring to go. There's a football game tonight. So
yeah, what up?
He wants to talk as much football as possible, and he definitely doesn't want to talk about what we're about to talk about right here, which is Lars Nootbaar. That play-by-play highlight you heard, that was his first Diamondbacks hit. That was his first Diamondbacks RBI. He has produced 0 runs batted in since, and he has produced 2 hits since. He's not really been contributing all that much since he got here.
No, I agreed. Once again, when we have this conversation, Basinonians, worrying about Lars Nootbaar struggling is like worrying about a scab on a severed arm right now to me. It is. Honestly, Lars is a good baseball player, Basinonians. He is. But I'm not looking at Lars as the guy that is going to win games for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm not. I'm looking at the usual suspects. I'm looking at Corbin Carroll, the Predator. I'm looking at Ketel Marte. I'm looking at Jerry. I'm looking at these guys, Nolan Arenado. I'm looking at guys that have been excellent players and guys that have the talent, guys that can deliver for this team. They need to continue to step up and deliver. I'm looking at these guys, not Lars Nootbaar. No offense to Lars at all. Everything you said is accurate. But to me, man, we got bigger fish to fry here.
I understand that. And I want to bring up the numbers real quick in total. 8 games played so far as a member of the Diamondbacks. He has 3 hits. He's scored twice. He's driven in the 1 run that you heard there in the highlight. He has walked 7 times, so he's at least delivered on the one thing that Mike Hazen said was one of the
that was one of his strengths.
Yeah, his ability to get on base. And that's the best number that he has about him so far because his slash line is 120, 313, 160.
Okay.
That's good for that's a sub 470 or a sub 480 OPS, which is not good.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm a little more worked up about it than you are, and it's fine. I understand that he's not supposed to be the savior of this team. Like there are bigger fish to fry, as you pointed out. But he is the only bat that they got to help this team in the next 2 months. And so far, it's not been good. And there's not really somebody else that's close to what he is as a baseball player, the position he plays, the bat that he swings. Like none of that is coming up through the minors. None of that is coming back on the injured list. Like it is him. And he's expected to get a lot of playing time. And right now, he doesn't look like he's comfortable enough with the playing time he's got.
Yeah. But once again, what would you rather the freaky Mike Hazen do? Go ahead and actually give him Waldschmidt? Freaky Here Mike you go. Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. Here, take Ryan Waldschmidt. Go ahead, take him. You know, it's what he didn't do that you've got to look at Mike Hazen and say, wow, you know what, there might be something to not doing something at the trade deadline, really. Because what would you have had to have given up at the trade deadline? By the way, again, coming into the last 2 nights, the Arizona Diamondbacks had the best record in the National League over the last month of the season. Would you say that timing is peculiar, especially when you're talking about the trade deadline? Yes, it is. And that's why, again, Mike Hazen, I think, looked at guys that were coming back from injury, of course, and looked at how they were playing. And guys that weren't really lighting it up, like Corbin Carroll was not lighting it up, like Ketel Marte was not really lighting it up. Jerry was not lighting it up. So again, I think it's a situation where all this came together. He didn't do a lot at the trade deadline. And you know what? Up until 2 games ago, we all stood and applaud Mike Hazen for not giving up a lot of stuff at the trade deadline. They were 19-9. They should these 2 games. That's why this is so frustrating to me. This is why it's the worst. It is the worst series so far of the season for the Diamondbacks. To play so well over the last month of the season. And then here come the Rockies. And you don't win this series, and you have 2 games to actually do it back to back, and you lose both. Man, brutal.
I will just then emphasize the fact that it seems like the acquisition of Nootbaar is a little bit of a redundancy because he accomplishes one of the Diamondbacks' problems that they needed solved, but not multiple. They needed help at first base. Nootbaar doesn't play first base, but he does bat left-handed and he does get on base. Like, cool, yeah. We'll take that, right? The issue is that if you still wanted to buy low, and this is where I guess I'm setting up a pun here, if you wanted to buy low, and maybe you wanted to buy Nathaniel Lowe, who was on the Reds, basically went for nothing to Cleveland. And it's not like the numbers are that much better, but in the 7 games that he's played for the Guardians, he is 5 for 20 with a double, a homer. He's driven in 6 runs.
Yeah.
Like, he's producing a little bit more than, well, a lot more compared to Lars Nootbaar.
Okay, so...
And he actually solves a positional need that they could have addressed, and they weren't able to.
So, do you think they were interested in something that the Diamondbacks had? Because, once again, it takes 2 to tangle. You know that.
Sure.
Okay, so, again... What did they want? Did they want Ryan Waldschmidt?
I don't think they're asking for Ryan Waldschmidt for 2 months of Nathaniel Lowe, though.
I know.
It's a bargain, sure, but like that.
But you don't know that, Minch.
Yeah.
You don't know that. You don't know what actually was said.
I don't know anything.
Well, I'm just saying you don't know that. Again, I think that when a general manager that everyone thinks is going to be a buyer, when he's quiet. I think a lot of people look at that and think, how could you? How could you have not made more moves? When, again, it's all a matter of what moves did he not make that may have made this team better and will make this team better. It's not always the things you do. Sometimes it's the things you don't do that make you better. So, again, it's a situation where, okay, yeah, you can point out certain examples from other teams and say, yeah, they did something, and this is working well for them. Well, did the Arizona Diamondbacks have the same possibility? There's too many variables.
I just think back to how frustrated Mike Hazen was in the post-trade deadline presser, and It led me to believe that he wanted to do more and couldn't for a variety of reasons. But I think that just further emphasized the point that he didn't really accomplish what he wanted to do.
Yes.
Like, he didn't get more than just Lars Nootbaar. And Lars Nootbaar was the only one they got with 8 minutes to go before the deadline actually hit, which leads me to believe that he was hopeful that some of the deals that were out there could have been made, and either it was teams were asking for guys they didn't want to give up off the big league roster, which makes sense, or the guys that they were going after, just they had better offers from other teams. But I'm sorry, I don't think that there was a better offer for Nathaniel Lowe from the cross-state rival in Ohio.
Especially if he continues to hit like that and doesn't go in for a 1-for-42 slump.
Yeah.
Which could be on the horizon.
It could be, but it's just compounding all of that together. It's a bad look for Lars, and I feel bad for the guy because I think the day that he was acquired was probably one of the rougher days. It's leaving an organization that he's only known his entire MLB career and then coming to Arizona where the fan base is justifiably pissed off that this was all they did at the deadline for a team that was playing exceptionally well leading up to the trade deadline, played themselves into position to buy, and this was it.
Yeah.
This was all they got. And maybe you can lump Zach Littell into that conversation.
Once again, let's see how it all plays out, shall we?
Okay. So my broader point is it's not just Nootbaar himself, but he's it.
Yeah. Well, once again, 19-9, best in the National League over the last month.
The Padres have played as well, if not slightly better, too.
Just saying.
Got to worry about that, too. All right, coming up next, which position battles are we going to be watching closest tonight in the Cardinals-Raiders game? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varell, this in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on the Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, the summer is here. It's still here. We're right in the middle of this thing. You don't want to move yourself. Don't do it. Oh, no, man. It's going to be rough. The heat is brutal, of course. The last thing you want to do is move. Well, you know what? Moving Team 6, they know that it's difficult. They understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions. You'll be glad that you did. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin. Local. Maybe you're just going to move across town, Basinonians. Long distance. Oh, man, you're going to move all the way across the country. Commercial. It's your business or your home, your residence. And they've got a massive air-conditioned storage facility in Phoenix as well. Moving Team 6, they check all those boxes for you. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one. Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit yrefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And stay tuned as the NBA schedule will be released today at noon. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Preseason game number 2 tonight. Hour number 2 of the Wolf and Luke show on this Thursday. Mitch Varelda's in for Luke today. Wolf here. He's raring to go.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He gets to talk about football today.
It's game day, man. Here we go, baby.
Game 2 for the Cardinals, game 1 for the Raiders. So maybe we'll get to see some different aspects of this Cardinals team. It's preseason. Like, how much of the playbook do they actually open up in these games? They're not going to play the No, they will play the Raiders later this year. So maybe you don't want to show too much. But at the same time, maybe you want to see something a little bit different. And maybe we get something different with some of the guys that are going to be playing tonight.
Yeah, they're going to be really, really base for the most part. Ron Wolfley speculating. They're going to be really, really base. But this is what I love about it. Yes.
This is all allegedly.
Of course it is. But this is what I love about it, my brothers. What is your base? What is it?
All your base belong to us.
Guess what? We are seeing it right now. Well, you know what it is? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to run 11 personnel an awful lot. Yeah, that's right. We're going to go with 3 wides, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers, and we're going to run a tackle zone. That's what we're going to run the tackle zone, man. We're going to run that play. And, boy, there's some play action that comes off of that as well. We're going to run a little play action in the pocket, hook up in the pocket, and we're going to bootleg them off of that thing. Man, this is our base. This is who we are. We better be able to execute it. And every now and then, we're going to jump into 12 personnel, and we're going to do the exact same thing. But we're going to do it with different personnel, and we'll do it with different formations, and we'll actually use movement as well. And, yeah, we're going to run the same play. I mean, this is your base that we are seeing right now. This is dogma, and it's why I love it. This is what they're going to run, their base offense in preseason, because they're not going to show anything that really is going to come off it and be maybe a little bit different until the regular season.
Give me a position battle you're watching, and we'll just go whatever direction.
I'm just going to say right now, Isaiah Adams and Chase Basantis at right guard.
I think it's the number one position battle to watch. Yes or no?
The corner room, man. The corner room, too, Minch. When you think about it, oh, my goodness, who's going to play cornerback for the Arizona Cardinals? Now, I think Will Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Can I take him out and just kind of wave Will Johnson around right now? This guy is good, isn't he? He, for a rookie, think of what this kid did last year for a rookie and how well he played. Especially, too, what I loved, it wasn't just man cover based on it was also in his own room. He showed a propensity to play in that quarter coverage, 4 deep, 3 underneath, to play in that room and play corner in that room and to be able to decipher route combinations and jump them. He got his hands on a lot of pigs for a guy that is a rookie. How much better could he be this year? Boy, Will Johnson, that is one I'm really, really fired up about. And then you think of Garrett Williams being the nickel. At some point,
he's on PUP right now.
At some point, he's on PUP, but at some point, he's going to come back, and he's going to be your starter. I think he's going to be your starter at nickel. Denzel Burke, can you hold it down on the corner opposite of Will Johnson? Can you do that? Max Melton, are you ready to go? Sean Murphy-Bunting, they've got a jam-packed corner room with a lot of options.
There's a lot of curiosity about the secondary in general. Like, obviously, the corner I think we can lock in Will Johnson.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The opposite corner, we don't know. The slot corner, while Garrett Williams recovers.
Yes.
Maybe it's Sean Murphy-Bunting. Maybe he thrives better in a nickel spot as opposed to an outside spot where he was the first year of his contract. Safety position, I find intriguing only because we know Buda's going to be out there. How's Buda going to play this year after a relatively down year last year? And they haven't necessarily given the secondary safety spot to anybody in particular, but they seem to really be favoring Andrew Wingard, or Dewey. Because Rabbit Taylor Demerson got a lot of run in the Hall of Fame game.
You smell something, Rabbit?
Yes.
Fear.
So I wonder how.
Minch laughed at that. He hadn't heard that in a while. That was kind of funny to me.
I gave it an appropriate
that was cool.
chuckle.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know that Taylor Demerson's necessarily locked down an open spot, and they might just give it to the veteran Dewey, which I would be opposed with.
Yeah, no. Listen, Andrew Wingard, of course. This is a guy that can play. There's no doubt. Buda Baker. But remember this: Nick Rawlis is one of these guys who loves 3 safeties. Loves playing 3 safeties.
We saw Rabbit a lot in that last year.
That's exactly right. So it's going to be a situation where, once again, Rabbit is a guy that can walk up over the slot and play some corner as well. Very similar to Jalen Thompson. It's one of the reasons why Rabbit is here and Jalen is not here. Now, I know that Jalen was making a lot more money, but still, it's one of the reasons why, because Rabbit really assumed that role and played in that role really, really well. So I can't wait to see how Rabbit takes that next step. Garrett Williams as well. We've got a lot of guys that are developing. Will Johnson, how much better could Will Johnson be? Based on what we saw last year, there is a real possibility that Will Johnson is a Pro Bowler. Yeah. He could take that next step based on what we saw his rookie year and suddenly play like a Pro Bowler. Interesting. Now, he's got to do it. He's still developing.
Yeah.
But it could happen.
I mean, or at least myself at the time, was wondering, is he going to be their pick at 16 overall? They took Walter Nolan instead, and Johnson continued to fall and fall and fall and fall.
47.
Serendipitously falls into their lap at 47. They basically got a first-round cornerback in the second round.
Got to be kidding me.
And if he is anything close to that evaluation, it's going to be a massive success, not only for the Cardinals, but for Monty Ossenfort, too, who hasn't had a lot of high-round successes yet, I would say. Like, Paris Johnson's probably the closest, but I don't know. There's guys in his class that got big paydays, and it doesn't seem like this organization is ready to just throw money at Paris, which maybe they're right to do so. I don't know. Yes. But you invested a lot in this guy.
I do want to go back to this right here, Isaiah Adams. Isaiah Adams and Chase Basantis at right guard. Based on it's Isaiah Adams. This was a guy who was really high on Isaiah a couple of years ago at the end of the 2020-24 season, which was his rookie season, I believe. Isaiah Adams was a guy that really started to flash and looked like he was going to be all that in a bag of chips. And right now, he took a step back in 2025. And I think this guy has a real opportunity to solidify that right guard position and solidify the right side of the offensive line if he can go out and play the way that he did at the end of 2024, if that happens. But Chase Basantis, based on what I saw, one preseason game, are you kidding me? Do it again. Prove it, Rook. Knock it off. Prove it. But Chase Basantis looked capable. And that battle is going to, I think, go on all of preseason. It may even go past the fourth preseason game.
And how much of it is going to be impacted by what Isaiah Adams is dealing with off the field?
Yes,
well,
I know.
Which, if that court date still stands for September 1st, that's really close to the first game of the season.
Yes. I have no idea what is going on there, but I do know this. If they're actually running him out there and playing him, it can't be what I think or you think it is.
You can only hope. Win 2 tickets to the UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation kickoff experience at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. Plus, you'll get a 2-night staycation. Arizona's premier college football kickoff event is August 21st. You can register to win at the contest page on arizonasports.com. Can the Diamondbacks rely on Merrill Kelly? Is Merrill still a mainstay for this club? We'll talk about it next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this In for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Troy Labella, manager of the Diamondbacks, our guest.
We got to win a world championship here. Our fans are so passionate and they care. Yes, the past 2 years have been extremely frustrating. Winning 89 games and not getting into the big dance, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget the Mets and the Braves shaking hands on the same baseball field and two managers hugging on the same baseball field. That one still doesn't sit right with me. It motivates me. So we want to respond and we want to win a world championship for this community and this town so bad. And they deserve it. And when it happens, we're going to have the most unbelievable celebration. And you're going to rock it for us. You're going to go out there, you're going to rip your guitar and play some songs for us, all right? Is that a deal?
Fantastic. Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Sorry, Wolf. Ian Rappaport of NFL Network reporting Arizona Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck won't play in tonight's preseason game against the Raiders.
What?
Due to a rib injury sustained in last Thursday's Hall of Fame game. Injury is not considered serious. Beck practiced through soreness all week, but the team decided to keep him out tonight as precaution and allow more time to heal. That's the report.
You gotta be kidding me! When's the point? There'll be no trend. Is that what you're saying?
At least not this week, no.
Okay, so he probably tore some cartilage in his rib, Basinonians.
Yeah. All it says is rib injury, not considered serious.
Yeah, not considered serious. I did that once, as a matter of fact. And Carson Beck, they will not shoot him up for a preseason game.
Not for the rematch against Mendoza?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes, I tore cartilage in my ribs and had to get shot up, let's see, I think it was 4 weeks in a row. Just stick it right in there. The blue juice. There was all this stuff that was floating around in between my ribs.
Oh, I don't need this.
They had to just stick it in there. And I had to actually take the shot, too. One of them was a preseason game. And it was, it was a situation where, you know what? Yeah, Wolf, you may want to take this shot if you know what I mean.
A 4-time Pro Bowler fighting for a roster spot in the preseason? Come on.
It was a little bit later in my career. So
you had gone to all the Pro Bowls by then.
I know, and was a team captain as well. But you know what? I would not sit out. I was like, more, shoot it up, Doc. What are you doing? Knock it off. Stick it in there. I'm good.
This funny quick tangent on this. I was watching the 04 Red Sox documentary on Netflix recently, and they had Curt Schilling talk about and the bloody sock incident. And basically the procedure that they did to stop from his cartilage just kind of flicking around was to just staple it to the bone, essentially. And I'm like, you guys are sickos. you just do whatever.
Yeah, staple it to the bone. Okay. Carson
Seriously.
Beck is not playing tonight. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, prevailing question.
Wow.
You and I, as individuals in the roles that we are in, we have to watch this game, right? So we're not skipping this. But This drastically impacts my interest in this game, does it not?
It does. Jeremiah Love is still going to. Boy, I'm still going to be all over this. There's no doubt.
All the love for Love.
But there's also no doubt that this is a bit of a downer. You know what's so weird about this too, brothers? We saw Carson Beck practicing, man. He was practicing all week.
Not the game.
And, we saw him with the no-look throw as well.
Ian Rappaport said he did practice through the soreness all week. So, if that implies that it's not serious, and to your point, the no-look throw, which was pretty impressive, or who knows, maybe he had to do the no-look throw because it hurts to turn with the wrist.
Stop it. It would be even, to me, I'm thinking that would hurt even more, right, Basin audience, if you were trying to, throw the ball and not really look where you were throwing it. I don't know. It seems like that might actually tweak the rib.
Even though I've seemingly already had my massive overreaction to this of, he's not going to play. I'm not even interested anymore, blah, blah, blah. I should probably calm down in the relative sense of it's fine. Maybe he'll just be fine next week.
Is it, though?
Well, it's not. It's not fine because I wanted to see how he followed up the Hall of Fame game, like a lot of us did. That's why it's not fine. It's not fine because this is probably the most intriguing quarterback in the quarterback room, and now we don't get to watch him.
See, it's really interesting that you're talking like that and you're saying all these things.
I talk out of both sides of my mouth a lot.
And I'm just saying right now, I don't know, maybe you were a little bit more impressed with Carson Beck than what you thought you were going to be, Mike LaFleur, right? Maybe
I actually
Nathaniel Hackett,
King, but that's
maybe Matt Shaw, maybe you guys were, you didn't expect him to go out and look as good as he actually did, and maybe right now you're like, well, we want this guy to continue to develop on the course that he showed us he's capable of developing. And because of that, maybe we're just going to sit him down so he doesn't go out there and have to deal with sore ribs as he's playing, trying to build on what he did in game one. What, are you trying to protect him? Is that what you're trying to do? I don't know. Could it be a possibility? Yes.
Okay. I'll take it a step further.
Pure speculation.
Well, yeah,
Mitch.
I want to add to the speculation.
And this is what we do on live radio. Pure speculation.
They're being overly protective of him because he actually has the inside track to win the job.
Oh, man. See, I didn't want to say that, okay?
No, don't worry. I did it for you.
I let you say that. That was Minch who actually said that, Basinonians. He said that.
I'm pointing to myself on the video stream. What's up, YouTube?
Say it again, Minch. What did you say? Because I didn't hear you clearly.
Perhaps they're protecting him because he actually has the inside track to win the job.
What? Minch.
Do you want me to say it louder, or do you like that I said it with a little bit of a
Mitch, just knock it off.
I knocked it off.
I do, honestly. I can guarantee you that while they were looking at the film in game one, they were saying to themselves, oh, thank goodness, every decision this guy is making is the correct decision. Every decision that he's making, he never put the ball into jeopardy. Yeah, it's one game, knock it off. Everyone settle down. That's what I would have said. If they were saying that in the quarterback room, I would have had to have stood up and said, knock it off. It's one game, okay? But now then, all of a sudden he's got sore ribs and he practiced all week, man. Practiced all week. And now all of a sudden
we're talking about practice.
You're going to shut him down on game day? By the pricking of my thumb.
Something wicked.
I mean, there's something we're not getting here, right? Right, Jamal? Right.
I'm not participating in the rights. I'll get that later. I see that we're going to be talking with, I should promote this, by the way. First or second this year, Rick, of the Lowdown. Is it the first time this year?
Second time.
Second time this season. Upcoming season of the Lowdown. Lorenzo Alexander going to be joining us for a full hour.
My goodness.
Coming up at 12:30.
For an hour. How awesome is that going to be?
The first thing we are planning to talk about with him is Carson Beck.
Okay.
I'm bummed now.
We still can ask him, though.
We can ask him about the performance.
What do you think about this? What shutting him down so late?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I'm fascinated to see what is said on the record about this.
Yes.
Because I don't think Mike LaFleur is going to be talking until after the game is done.
Yes.
We're probably not going to hear from Beck today, I would imagine, if he's not playing.
Right.
So we're just kind of in a limbo state right now.
Carson, don't say a word. Sit down and be quiet, Rook.
Now you don't want him saying anything?
I'm just saying.
I want to know if he's okay.
This is really, really intriguing stuff. And it just came down, didn't it?
Yeah, to do it today instead of, when they broke camp, or there is nothing about this after the game at all. It's just, he's got a rib injury. He can't play. Or we're being safe. We're being cautious.
Yeah.
Huh. It's interesting.
You know what, though? When you tear the cartilage, too, between your ribs, brothers, have you ever done that? Just right now, ask yourself that, wherever you may be, driving around the basin. Have you ever torn the cartilage in between your ribs and then tried to breathe, especially deeply? Oh my goodness. You know what it feels like? It feels like somebody took this pen. See this pen right here? Just right into the ribs, right between them. And you're bleeding profusely. And yet you're not bleeding, and you're, ow, kind of hurts.
Did we just start an episode of The Pit? What happened?
Okay, I'm done. I have no idea. That's the way that it feels, brothers.
Yeah, I'm going to turn to the guys in the back. What do you guys want to do next? Do you want to stick with what we had originally planned at 11:30? Just give me a thumbs up, down.
Yeah, let's stick with what we had.
All right, cool. So coming up next... Well, actually, this will be very interesting now that a certain individual will not be participating, but we're going to be playing some Fulcrum football.
Oh, no.
But Carson Beck will not be a candidate for this edition of Fulcrum football. So we'll see who else we're going to be keeping an eye on in tonight's Cardinals game. That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell is in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Raiders. The preseason's Game 1 live from Vegas.
We'll have our guys out there. It's not going to be much. Could be one drive, max of two. For those main guys, they'll be playing. That includes Jacoby.
Coverage begins at 2. Kickoff at 5 this afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, especially if your teeth are just jacked up, man. Maybe you're tired of it. You want to bite into some corn on the cob, maybe, right? Or smile real nice for the next family gathering as you're taking pictures. Whatever it is, you know what? You need Aria Dental Implant Center. That's right. I know this, because I was right there, man. I was right there with you. One phone call, it changes the whole game, man. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix is locally owned. They're led by my good buddy, Dr. Joe, with over 3,000 full-mouth implant treatments under his belt. Maybe somebody's told you, you don't have enough bone for implants. Yeah, you don't have enough. Well, you know what? Not everyone is a candidate, and that's exactly why Aria starts with a complimentary 3D CT scan and consultation. Real imaging, straight answers, a plan built around you. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. No cost, no pressure, no obligation. That's ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2026 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Somebody who will not play is quarterback Carson Beck. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals are holding Beck out due to a rib injury. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And stay tuned, in just about 30 minutes, we will know the Phoenix Suns' schedule for this season. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
It's Fulcrum Football. It's the day of a football game, or the last show before a football game, which happens to be the same day. So there you go.
Interesting.
Fulcrum Football here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke. Basically, we go back and forth. We name players we're keeping an eye on for the game tonight. Two things before we get into it. Number one, so good to hear Junk's voice again. Marcus Golden there in the open.
Oh, okay.
Love hearing his voice.
Oh, yeah, Marcus
and then
Golden.
Number two, something that actually impacts this edition of Fulcrum Football. In case you haven't seen, Ian Rappaport is reporting that Carson Beck will not play in tonight's preseason game against the Raiders due to a rib injury that stems from the Hall of Fame game. Practiced through it all week. The Cardinals say they're not concerned per the report, but Carson Beck will not be a candidate for this edition of Fulcrum Football, in case you missed it earlier.
Okay.
All right. We need to decide who goes first, so if you could please flip the coin. What do we got? Sounds like heads, and you totally called heads, so you can go first on this one.
Okay, my first Fulcrum Football player is going to be Carson Beck. That's right, Basin audience. Even though we frown on taking quarterbacks.
You can't do that.
What do you mean I can't do it?
You're going to watch him in sweats?
You know what? Seriously, I want to see, Carson, how you're out there reacting. What are you doing? Like, what do they do? Do they put you on a headset? Is that what they're doing? How close are you to Mike LaFleur? I want to see Carson Beck and what he's doing. Coming into this game, that was it, man. 2 is a trend. We already saw the point last week. 2 was going to be a trend. And now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, after you've practiced all week, They're going to sit you down for game 2 of the preseason. Carson, what are you doing? What are you doing on the sideline? I'm going to be watching Carson Beck. Even though he's not playing tonight, I'm still going to be watching him, and he's my first Fulcrum football player.
There's no turning back.
There's no quarterback controversy either. Sit down and be quiet.
What happens if the quarterbacks don't perform well, though, tonight? Is there then a controversy?
Yeah.
Can't wait.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Carson, how bad did it hurt?
When he threw the no-look at practice? Or all right, I'll take another easy one.
And by the way, Matt Schaub does not coach the no-look throw.
No, you can't coach that. That's all skill. It's all in here.
He does not coach it. Rook.
I'll take another easy one. Layup pick. Another rookie. Give me the number 3 overall pick, Jeremiah Love.
Oh.
Cam scouting to do. I didn't realize that was me when I was looking at the script. First look at the new guy.
Yeah.
No practice. No going against your own guys. The keys are in the Mustang Wolf. Let's see what he's got. Even if it is just one drive. Even if it is just one series. If it is one quarter. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Let's just see what we've got out of the guy who's projected to be the second running back? Starting running back? What is he going to be? Like, that's the other part that I'm curious about. How does he perform compared to his peers in Tyler Algier and James Conner as well?
Are you really going to run him out there? Is he going to be ran out there as the starter tonight?
And which side of the line is he running to as well?
Exactly. Are you going to run him out there? And how does he look in blitz pickup, my brothers? That's what I want to know. Is he going to get the opportunity to pick up a blitzing linebacker? How many series do you think we'll see Jeremiah Love? Is it going to be 1 series? Is it going to be 2 series? Is it going to be 3 series? How many reps is Jeremiah Love actually going to get, especially in blitz pickup? Because we know, base earnings, he can run the ball. We know he can run the ball. We know he can catch the ball. But you know what? Show me his blitz pickup, and I'll show you how good the Arizona Cardinals could possibly be in rundown situation. 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6. With all the skill they have, man, Jeremiah Love, I'm going to say you picked the right guy with your first Fulcrum football player pick.
I'm just glad I picked somebody who's playing tonight with my first pick.
Okay.
Ultimate worst case scenario is he gets 1 carry. He only does the 1 series. They go 3 and out, and then we never see him again.
Yes.
Is that ultimate worst case?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for at least 5 touches.
Okay.
Whether that's running
5.
or receiving.
Wow, that would be so
It's
much.
highly optimistic,
yes,
I know.
Right.
But I'm
okay.
itching, man. I want to
Okay,
see it.
Minch wants to see 5 touches out of Jeremiah Love. I want to see blitz pickup. That's what I want to see.
I think you've made that abundantly clear.
Okay.
Who else are you looking at?
Okay, my second Fulcrum football player is going to be Isaiah Adams.
Was that what it sounded like when they shoved the needle into your ribcage?
No, it was not, Minch. As a matter of fact, it was just shove it in there, Doc. Okay, Isaiah Adams. Listen, Chase Basantis got a little dirty in preseason game number 1. Did a couple of things really, really good. A little nasty, a little dirty. There's a position battle going on at right guard. Isaiah Adams needs to go out and play like a dog, and I expect him to do it because that's who he is. This is a position battle, and we're going to find out tonight who's going to play better in this game tonight. Now, Isaiah Adams may only get 6 reps. He may only get 3 reps. I have no idea. But Isaiah Adams is going to have to go out and play well because Chase Basantis, a little dirty, if you know what I mean. Little nasty. Isaiah Adams is going to be my second Fulcrum football player.
What was it? Basantis squatted 700 plus at Texas A&M?
Yeah,
that's a big,
I
strong
don't know
dude.
what it was. I just know that he's got a little nasty, man.
Something's coming out of the side of his neck.
That's right.
Is that what it is?
And it stinks.
And he's got a needle sticking out of his ribcage. All right. Enough of the pit talk.
He knows me too well.
All right, tell you what, I'll put this pick on the line because I don't know if he's going to play tonight based off of how weird this past week has been. Give me Walter Nolan III.
Oh.
And then loser James had 26. Good for him, I guess.
What was that from?
I don't know why you're so fascinated about that. The Suns lost to the Lakers. You remember that one game where LeBron grabbed the ref's arm and then didn't get ejected? I was pissed on that post-game show. Pissed.
It was like insane sports local radio. Just I don't feel like Mitch feels that way about LeBron. He felt that way about LeBron in that moment.
Oh yeah, 100%. And now he's in Philadelphia, so we won't have to worry about him as much.
You called LeBron James a loser.
And I said that
Okay.
Bronny would be embarrassed to look up to a dad like
I'm
him.
just saying, Mitch.
Yeah.
Do you have something you'd like to say to the Basin? Do you have something?
No, I very
have you ever
clearly have already said it.
apologized for that?
I'm sorry, LeBron. I was in a heat of the moment
seriously,
situation.
You called LeBron James a loser.
I'm sure he's heard far worse.
From
far reputable people.
Sure. But I'm sure that's going to leave a mark on you at some point.
I've been
right,
stained.
Mitch?
Oh, jeez. I'm never going to get anywhere in this industry. I should get out now. Do you want me to talk about Walter Nolan still? Or no?
Yeah, go ahead. Finish up.
So, what is it? He's dropped a little bit of weight. He seems to be doing well in some of these reps at practice, the open stuff, and then he leaves with an injury, and he's gone for the rest of the day. But then he comes back the next day, and he's like, it's fine. He's still... And then he's got another injury. There's wrapping his hand. He's got a brace on his arm. Like, I just want to know, is he healthy enough to play? And if he does play, can he go out there and be the lead wrecker? Because I think between him and Josh Sweat, who's definitely not going to play, those are the two linchpins of this defense. You need them to be your wreckers. So I'm looking at Walter Nolan if he can go out there and get any sort of reps tonight.
I like that. You've done well so far in this.
I've only picked
Fulcrum
two
football.
guys.
You know what? My third Fulcrum football player has got to be Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr., you're going to start. He's a starter based on Indians. He's going to start. He's going to play. How many reps will Marvin Harrison Jr. get? How many opportunities will Marvin Harrison Jr. get? I'm a big believer in Marvin Harrison Jr. and believe that he is going to indeed take a huge step forward this year in his consistency and how he's going to play and how he's going to produce. And Basin Onions, it starts in preseason game number 1. My third Fulcrum football player for tonight's game, Marvin Harrison Jr.
All right, I only have time to quickly give one more. Head coach Mike LaFleur.
Oh!
Do you do anything different with the starters out there? With the playbook? With the offense? Anything? And how do you manage much more of your roster in this game as opposed to last week where you basically cut that roster in half? So I'm curious how the first-year head coach does. That's some Fulcrum football. Individuals we're keeping tabs on tonight, whether or not they play, as we've learned based on this discussion. We teased it earlier, and then we got hit with the news that Carson Beck will not be playing tonight due to a rib injury. But Merrill Kelly did not look great yesterday, and he was not happy about how he performed yesterday. You'll hear him next here on the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Advanced Window Products is the local manufacturer of high-grade vinyl replacement windows. The name homeowners trust here in Phoenix. And right now, we're offering $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Hi, I'm Joe with Advanced Window Products. Imagine your home feeling cool and comfortable, even in this extreme summer heat. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to boost your comfort and lower your energy bills by keeping that precious cool air inside your home. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for this crazy Arizona climate. And we install them and guarantee them for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600. Don't forget, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call 480-676-3600 and get a free estimate on upgrading your windows today. Advanced Window Products. Check us out at advancedwindows.com. Again, advancedwindows.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
All the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy. And now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. Testosterone support, energy, metabolism, don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Roll with the punches, cause you know that it's a
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday. We'll have full Cardinal Raider recap and reaction to the Suns' 26-27 schedule. All that and more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke show on a Thursday. Mitch Farrell is in for Luke today. Wolf is here. Got the lid on now.
That's right. It's from time to time I like to wear it and then take it off and wear it. And maybe turn it around if it's the last beautiful part of the program. Yes, indeed.
I'll tell you what. Last beautiful part, I will also join you.
Okay, good.
By flipping the lid
I like that.
around. But for now, I want people to see the lovely
team, man.
Waste Management Phoenix Open hat that I got this past year. So the first time that we talked about the Diamondbacks today, we talked about their inability to score with runners on. And again, I think hammering home these numbers emphasizes just how frustrating it was. They had 10 hits, 11 hits, 10 walks. So that's walks issued by Rockies pitchers, 10 of them. 21 total base runners in that game yesterday. 4 of them scored, 15 were stranded. They were 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position, which actually is not terrible, but it's not good given the situation. Tie with that, Merrill Kelly was off yesterday.
Yes, he
and
was bad.
People were very quick to notice the velocity was dipping. He was not locating well whatsoever. They kind of just asked him we need you to eat these innings. Like, I know you're not pitching well, but we kind of need you to eat these innings so that we can save our bullpen arms for the Atlanta series. And he was able to make it through 5, but he was he was not happy with himself.
Yes.
Post game, and the scrum is not long compared to other post game scrums that we sit through. Right, this is just a minute and a half. All the questions and all the responses from Merrill Kelly post game yesterday.
Merrill, just kind of a tough one. Seemed like your velocity was down a little bit. Was everything okay out there?
Was everything okay out there?
Physically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, felt fine. It just wasn't coming out today.
Generally, how did this stuff feel beyond the velocity?
Not good.
Right away, bullpen, nothing really felt right.
Bullpen actually felt good. Just once we got into the game, it just, once we got in the game, it just wasn't cooperating today.
One of those days, so to speak.
As opposed to not one of those days.
Do you not know what I'm saying?
Huh? I know, but if it wasn't one of those days, what would it be? If it was a good day, would it not be one of those days?
The mechanics were off, but there was something else going on.
Yeah, it was just not one of those days. It's just a bad day.
How frustrating is the series overall for you guys coming off that nice win over the Dodgers in the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think any series loss right now is frustrating with what we're trying to do. I think that's probably one of the most frustrating parts about today. Everybody's fighting hard to do their job, and I feel like I didn't hold up my end of, I feel like I just didn't do my job today. I didn't, the boys did a good job of fighting there at the end, putting together some good at-bats, some good innings, scoring some runs, and I just feel like I didn't help them today.
Oh, my goodness, that is hard, isn't it? That is really hard to listen to, and I have been there. I know exactly the way this guy feels. You're so disappointed in yourself when you think you're ready to go, and you go out there, and things don't go well for you. You don't have an awful lot of answers. Try harder. Be better. Do better. Okay, how do you do better? It's just when you don't have the answers, you're hyper frustrated. And that's what Merrill Kelly is. Just listening to him, he's frustrated.
He wasn't like cursing anybody out. He wasn't yelling, but you could tell just in the way that he's quick responses or just the back and forth with Nick Pecoro, who's one of the better Diamondbacks beat writers that's out there. He was not happy with how he performed yesterday. And I think it's exacerbated by the fact that it's interesting that he said he let the team down, because I think the offense in turn also let him down. Again, 21 base runners and 4 scored. Like you can't, you had opportunity ad nauseum, we said earlier, to be able to score runs, and your starting pitcher is struggling. He's coming off of a start where he had to leave early because of the cramping issue again against the Dodgers. And then this start where it just he had no rhythm at all in that game yesterday. And the offense did nothing to back him up either. And here he is falling on the sword, taking the blame for yesterday's loss. Like, I get it, but at the same time, I think the offense could have done you a solid and at least given you some extra support, because they got plenty of opportunity to do so yesterday.
You know what's amazing about it, too? Just listening to you say rhythm. That's what Merrill has really lacked all season long.
Yeah.
He has not really got into a rhythm. When you stop and think about it, there were 3 starts in April. He had a 9.20 ERA in April. And then he had 6 starts, of course, in May with a 3.49. That's good. 6 starts in May with a 3.49.
Yeah.
And then in June, 7.31. He had 5 starts in June with a 7.31, and then July he had a 1.95 with 5 starts, a 1.95.
Spectacular in July.
And now here in August it's 6.39. It just, to me, there is no ebb and flow. It's all been disjointed this season for Merrill, and I'm sure it's coming to a head right now. And listening to him, yeah. He's had enough of this crud. Now, what are you going to do about it?
We've done a lot of hypotheticals today. I'm going to throw another one at you.
Okay.
If this team makes the postseason, does he make the 4-man rotation?
Who?
Eduardo Rodriguez, yes.
Yep.
Brandon Pfaadt, the way he's pitching right now, you have to, right? Michael Soroka, I would say. I mean, we've only seen 1 start post-IL, and it was truncated. It wasn't efficient, but he's been steady for most of the year. You have 1 spot left for Merrill Kelly, for Corbin Burns, who's probably going to be back for a postseason run, for Zach Gallen, who could potentially be back for a postseason run. Mitch Bratt, if you decide to keep him around.
Okay.
And Merrill. You have 4 guys for one spot.
Yes. No disrespect to Mitch Bratt. Can we just remove him from the equation?
He's a rookie. Okay.
Yes, he's a rookie. And
he's got a great name.
He does. Mitch Bratt. You're such a
I just meant Mitch, but yeah.
Oh. Yeah, but see, I don't call Mitch Basinonians. I don't. I don't ever call him that. I call him by his nickname.
You don't call anyone anyone's name except for Luke. You've never come up with a Luke nickname.
That's right. You're right about that. But don't get me distracted. It's Minch, okay? Because
coincidentally, Gardner is also here now too.
And he's here. I mean, I nicknamed him after Gardner Minshew, based on it's because of his beard. He looked just like him.
I don't have the luscious locks, though.
I just like him, though. And that's why Minch. Okay, and now all of a sudden Gardner Minshew's here. Okay,
so Mitch Bratt is out. You have one spot left for Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, or Corbin Burns.
You know, honestly, well, you'd love to say Corbin Burns. Because Corbin Burns then is back, and he looks like Corbin Burns. He takes the ball and goes out there and pitches. By the way, that is something that I don't think we ought to just assume is going to be the case.
I can't remember who said it, and maybe I'm just talking out of what you know where. Who's to say that he's going to be built up enough to be a starter?
Exactly.
You know, maybe he can only give you 3 innings as soon as he comes back. Maybe only 4. Maybe he has to piggyback with somebody just to get through an outing.
Yes. So I guess to answer your question, I'm going to take Corbin Burns as well and remove him from the equation because right now, based on it, he truly is a question mark. He still is a question mark as to whether or not he's going to be there. And whether or not, speaking of question marks, will the Diamondbacks even be in a position in the postseason? That's probably
the biggest question mark now.
That's the biggest one, but I get your point. And to answer your question, I'm going to say Merrill. I'm still going to go with Merrill Kelly because, again, we're talking about Merrill Kelly, man. He has had some good runs. You know, you think of 195, 5 starts in July, 195. That's really, really good. But he also has had some really rough months as well. So, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go with the pro that Merrill Kelly is and think he's going to find his way at some point in time.
You got to hope because so far this year in total, Wolf, 22 starts, 125 innings pitched. He's got a 5.11 ERA and a 148 walks plus hits per innings. We're talking about
Merrill Kelly here.
Yeah.
Man. And you know what also, too, is a little alarming based on audience when you go back and look at it. He's getting hit hard.
Very.
Even some of the outs, you know what I mean? There's loud outs.
And it's not going to help if your velocity keeps dipping.
No.
And maybe yesterday was an anomaly, but right now, you know, this is all we have to work on. Coming up next, we're going to go through the top sports stories of the day and potentially a news story coming out sometime in the 12 o'clock hour. That's coming up next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varell, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 17th through the 21st. Arizona's kids need you, and we're going to rock the Train phone bank with your help. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect from your service department this summer?
What's up, Dave? During our Arizona Tough Sales event, save $50 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, just leave your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it ready for you by the next morning.
And while you're here, save up to $12,500 off the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or 2.9% financing. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
They will resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Somebody who will not play is quarterback Carson Beck. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals are holding Beck out due to a rib injury. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the NBA schedule will be released any minute now, so stay tuned for that. This report is brought to you by Rip Valley. Meet Phoenix big man Kaman Malawach and get an autograph on Saturday, August 22nd, that's next week, from 3 to 5 at Rip Valley in downtown Phoenix. Visit ripvalley.com for more details.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Varel is in for Luke. Wolf is here. You hear the music. That means it's time to catch up on all the top sports stories of the day. And for that, we turn behind the glass to Rick. What's going on?
Jamal and I are feverishly refreshing pages and looking up schedules to see if the Phoenix Suns schedule is out now. But
I'm seeing tricklings of other teams and other comms pieces, so I imagine it'll be coming out very, very soon.
Very soon.
Until
Very
then,
soon.
what do we got?
Until then, the Arizona Cardinals face the Las Vegas Raiders tonight in their second preseason game of the 2026 season. Carson Beck will reportedly not play due to a rib injury. What do you guys make of Carson Beck not playing tonight?
I'm going to try and use as many Wolfisms as I can. Sucks buttermilk, kick to the cradle.
Yes.
Bag
over the head.
What else do you want to throw in there?
Yes. Just brutal.
Just a frying pan to the face.
The frying pan to the face.
That's a good one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, listen, really bummed out. Really bummed out that he's not even going to get the opportunity to go out and actually form a trend, which would be play like he did in game 1 of the preseason, play like he did in the Hall of Fame game, and then see if he could actually back it up in game 2. We're not going to get that opportunity because Carson is not going to be able to play. I hope he's okay. I hope his ribs heal and he's going to be fine going forward. But, man, it just seems weird once again. The guy practiced all week. Practiced, man. And then went out there and
We're talking about practice, man.
no-look pass as well. And, you know, now all of a sudden, a game day, you're saying, no, Carson, you sit down and be quiet. So it's just weird. I think we'd all admit it's weird.
It's deflating.
And it's a bummer.
And for the report to come out today, of all days, I think just further...
It's a bummer, Mitch.
Yeah.
Does anyone say bummer anymore? No.
Yes, I say it.
You do?
It. I'll
Okay.
say it. We all say it.
It's a bummer, Basinonians.
I woke up this morning very excited for Carson Beck.
And now you're just up this morning, right?
I'm just up.
But that's okay. Now all of a sudden, you know what? It's still great, Basinonians. It is, because we're going to see dudes get knocked to the ground.
That's true.
We're going to see other dudes get knocked to the ground. We're going to see other dudes run somebody over. We're going to see blood. We're going to see some line of scrimmage play tonight. Dudes going to the ground.
You have been very graphic today. Is he normally like this on a football team? Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, it's
including
it's
the
game
needle
day,
into
man.
the.
Yeah, 100%.
All right.
It's
Come on,
game
Mitch. You
day.
worked on his show.
Look, it's one of the things that
It's
I
very
enjoy
early in the
about the
morning.
blood sport. It really is, Basinonians. It's okay, and I thank the Lord God that He gave me the ability to actually play this game and do it as hard as you possibly can. What a joy it was to run down and know that God was holding you right there in His hand, and you had nothing to fear. So let it rip.
The Arizona Diamondbacks stranded 15 runners on base and were 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position as they lost 6-4 to the lowly Rockies yesterday. With the defeat, the D-backs were unable to secure a series win over a team that is 48-73. Feels like they always do this to the Rockies every year. Was yesterday's game the worst loss of the D-backs season?
I mean, it's so hard to put hyperbole on these things when they happen in the moment, but they also had that loss to the Dodgers on the Saturday leading up to this. That was very frustrating. Brandon Pfaadt was dominant for 7 innings. They couldn't get a runner to third base until I think the 8th inning of that game. And you were exciting, able to tie it up in the 9th. Edwin Diaz, they knocked around the night before. You figure, they'll do it again. And they couldn't win that game either. Just a lot of frustration of that. I don't know. Are you willing to go full hyperbole with that one? That was the worst loss that they've had this year, was yesterday?
I felt that. I felt like this was the worst, especially once again, when you stop and consider the fact that over the last month of the season, nobody was playing better baseball in the National League, Basinonians, than the Arizona Diamondbacks. Nobody was playing better baseball. They were winning more games than anyone else in the National League. And they came in against the Rockies and lose the series after winning the first game of the series. Oh my goodness. I was so sure this was going to be their 37th comeback victory of the season. I was positive that was going to be the case. And when they didn't get it done, what a bag over the head kick to the cradle that was. Brutal.
I think just further emphasized by the fact that it was the Rockies.
Yes.
Who are awful.
Yes.
And you've had strong performances against the Rockies already this year. And this is how you're going to end your season series against them, was with this thud? This frustrating performance on both sides of the ball?
Brutal.
Yeah. All right, maybe I'm with you on that. What else you got?
A lawyer for former Arizona State and LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels has told LSU that it can no longer use Daniels' name, image, and likeness after the university allowed sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett to wear the number 5. The number 5 has not been used by an LSU player since Daniels' Heisman Trophy season in 2023. How do you guys feel about this?
Did you see Jaden Daniels released a statement, by the way?
Rick actually read it to me this morning.
The Daniels statement?
Yes. Right? No?
Somebody must have read it to you. That wasn't me.
Okay.
Either way, this is shout out John Keim, who covers the Commanders for ESPN, getting the screenshot of that
it
kid.
was you who read it.
I was reading something.
That's right.
But now I'm going to read something different.
Sorry
This is
about
what
that,
Jaden
Rick.
Daniels has said on his Instagram account. I have been locked in on training camp, and that's been my number one focus. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU, and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously, there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that it will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on the Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique, and I trust this can all be resolved. Close quote.
Yes.
This sounds like it has Regina all over it. Regina Jackson, his mom.
Okay.
This doesn't
Who
sound
happens
like
to
Jaden
be his agent, correct?
Who happens to be his everything,
Yes.
basically.
Okay, Well, his yeah, it's his everything.
mom. Your mom
Yeah, it's
is
his
your
mom.
everything.
That's true, but like she runs all of his business practices and stuff.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like the powers of the Commanders got a hold of him and said, what are you doing? You got to nip this in the bud right now. Knock this off because this is bull. And we're not going to have this brought into our locker room going forward. So you know what you better do? Just knock it off. Do not comment on this at all because all you're doing right now is making yourself look petty. And I mean really petty.
All over a jersey number, too.
What are you doing?
I don't know. There's a lot of money in college football now, and that's obviously driving
Please.
this
Oh, my goodness.
frustration. Thank you, Rick. That's a look at some of the top sports stories going on. And hot off the presses, not this piece of paper, but a metaphorical one. The Phoenix Suns schedule is out. I have it.
Wow.
And I'll tell you all about it next here on the Wolf and Luke Show, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Minch!
Cardinals, Raiders. The preseason's game 1 live from Vegas.
We'll have our guys out there. It's not going to be much. Could be one drive, max of 2. For those main guys, they'll be playing. That includes Jacoby.
Coverage begins at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Now, listen, these shades are commercial grade, man. They are industrial strength. That's right. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. That's right. Extend your outdoor living space with a custom-fit awning. How about that? Maybe you're into the awnings right there. Hundreds of designs and colors to choose from to match any home. Motorized and retractable with a remote control, all with LED lighting to light up your patio under the awning, man. Roll down patio shades. They block the sun, the dust, the bugs, and the wind, and they keep the patio up to 20 degrees cooler in the hot summer months. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Suns owner Matt Ishbia tells UWM employees he's embracing the noise around the company's stock struggles. Corbin Carroll joins another historic club with his 100th career home run. And Jaden Daniels sent LSU a cease and desist because a player is wearing his old number 5 jersey. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Thank you, Damon. Appreciate it.
I like Jaden Daniels. I like it. What are you doing?
Is he entering his villain arc?
What are you doing? Somebody's wearing your jersey number at LSU and you don't like it? What did you want him to do? Retire it?
Right.
What, you got a problem with that? Bro.
Thank you, Jamal. Maybe Jamal should take the number 5 because he's definitely earned it, if nothing else. I don't know if he heard that.
It's
but
time to move on, bro.
Yeah, sooner or later we have to leave college behind, right?
Oh, my
Took
goodness.
me a while, I'll admit.
That's so brutal.
Mitch Vareldes in for Luke today, Wolf alongside. If you're wondering why I'm staring at the computer screen and not Wolf, it's because I'm looking to see how many back-to-backs are on the Phoenix Suns schedule, which just dropped. Shout out to Jamal who gave us the actual copy.
Okay.
We hold it in our hands.
Okay, yes.
I'm trying to make notes as quickly as I can because I'm trying to see how many back-to-backs there are. So far, I'm at 7, but that's like halfway through the schedule.
Okay.
Let's get to the quick, easy, digestible stuff. Number 1, they will open the season on the road against Portland.
Okay.
October 21st at the Trailblazers. That'll be Ja Morant debuting for Portland notable, I would think, in that respect. Micah Nori's also going to be making his coaching debut. But the Suns will start the season on the road Wednesday, October 21st at the Trailblazers. And then their first home game is going to be Saturday. And I think Gambo got a little inkling of this yesterday, so props to him. Saturday, October 24th, hosting the Golden State Warriors.
Wow.
So those are your first 2 games of the season, your first road and your first home game of the season, Wolf.
So, once again, I realize, Basinonians, that a lot more teams get into the postseason, of course, in the NBA right now. But Portland, an NBA team that got into the postseason, are they not? Yes. Golden State
actually jumped the Suns.
Yes,
in the
that's right.
Play-in game.
Golden State, of course, and Oklahoma City and Denver. I'm just looking at the names here of the cities they're going to play. So they're going to play Golden State twice in the first, 5 games? Yes.
Yeah.
Twice.
2 times in the 5 games against Golden State.
Yes.
You also mentioned Oklahoma City. That's their 3rd game of the year on the road in OKC.
Yes. Okay, early. I like that.
Back home for Denver, that's their first NBA Cup group play game. So their first group game is in their first 4 games of the season.
Okay, just looking at it as well right now, a lot of Western Conference, right? A lot of Western Conference games right now. And it's interesting because, again, I like this because it gets the attention. I like the start of this season because, to me, if I were in that locker room, it would really get your attention and focus your attention on, hey, guys, we come out here, man, the first 6, 7, 8 games, we got to get ready to go. Come, Rick, don't do that. I said 6, 7, or 8, okay?
Or 8.
But you get my point. Like,
I do.
This will say, hey, this is kind of a tough start to the season. This is going to be competitive. This is going to be hard. I like that, especially in camp, because then you focus a little bit more.
But if we've learned anything about this iteration of the Suns is maybe they don't have to get off to a great start for them to get to where they want to be. Because remember, what was it? They started 1-4 in their first 5 games. They got the win against Sacramento, lost 4 in a row, and then they kind of got back into a groove, and then they started winning a bunch of games throughout November and December, put themselves into a good position and got the talking heads talking. And then they kind of petered out once they got through the All-Star break, Other things that I noted, 9 national TV games, so not a lot of national pub for the Suns. Okay. 3 times on NBC, 2 times on ESPN, 3 times on Peacock, and 1 time on Prime. So 4 of those national TV games are going to be streaming exclusive.
Do you know how many they had last year? Because
I want to say it was around the same.
Okay.
Which is interesting because you would think a playoff team would get a few
exactly
more.
Right. You would think so. You think they'd get a little bit more juice, a little bit more love than what they have received. But once again, it's a long season, and I'm sure they could flex into some.
They could easily get more if they play well. I think that happened with the Suns last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Did.
If I did my math right, and I probably didn't, so don't quote me on this, 11 back-to-backs throughout the season.
Okay.
I think I saw Eric Ruby with PHNX had 12, so maybe his number is a bit more accurate because I was just kind of rushing it together. But that seems low in terms of the amount of times you would play a game and then play a game the next night, which would actually benefit this team, which has utilized back-to-backs, particularly last year, to get Mark Williams some rest off of his feet, make sure he can make it through the season. They might employ that again, but they might not have to do it as much this go-around. But I would also assume, and I'd have to go deeper into it, but I would assume fewer back-to-backs means more of the on-off, on-off, on-off. Like not a lot of stretches where you get 3 days off in between games or 2 days off in between games. There might be a lot of on-off as a result of that.
Yeah. Boy, how about that? Like you said, game number 3 is at Oklahoma City, okay? You're on the road for that game at Oklahoma City, and then you come back on a Friday. Is that right? They're saying Monday is at Oklahoma City, and you come back game 4 on a Friday.
I think because it's an NBA Cup game, and those have to be on Fridays or Wednesdays.
Okay, so you're playing Denver, of course, on Friday. Boy, it's a nice little break right there.
Yeah, 3 days off after playing one of the best teams in the West. Here's what else I noted. Longest road trip, if I did my math right, 6 games, March 8th through the 17th. So a very pivotal point in the season. They start in Miami, and then the next night they're in Orlando, so a little Florida stop. Then to Chicago 2 nights later. Charlotte 2 nights after that. Memphis 2 more nights after that. And then all the way back across the country to the West Coast to face the Lakers. That's the last stop on the 6-game roadie. They also have a 7-game homestand coming up in the beginning of November.
Okay.
Portland, Orlando, Houston, San Antonio, Clippers, Charlotte, Lakers. That goes from November 4th all the way to the 15th. So for 2 solid weeks, they're going to just be here in the Valley.
Okay.
Very early on in the season, too.
Man, this is the anticipation right now, right? Based on earnings, when you stop and think about it. So how is this team going to come together? How are they going to play together? For me, it's always fascinating to watch this. Going into last year, stop and think about it. Where were you on that, Mitch? Where were you on the Phoenix Suns and how this team was going to play going into last year?
Low.
Low, exactly.
Very
okay,
low.
I went with 30, I believe it was 38 games. I
had
thought
less
they were
than
going to
that.
win. Okay, you had
I was
less
like right
than
at
that.
the 30.
Okay, so once again, what a shock it was. How awesome was that to see them surprise us all and come out and be the competitive team that they were. I don't think they're going to sneak up on as many people this year. I really don't believe that. Are they a better team? I think they are. I think they are a better team. The one thing I will say, I think Miles Bridges actually makes them better. I will say that. Now, again, he's got to be better off the floor, off the court, away from the. He's got to be better. But I think, honestly, right now, they are a better team from a talent perspective. Now we'll see what kind of jolt in the arm this is going to bring and how this team will come together. Will they develop that toughness that we saw last year? Can they get even better than what they showed last year? I think they can. This is going to be really interesting to watch them early in the season. And I like the fact, again, that they're playing the first 6 games. They're all playoff teams. The play-in, I guess.
It's a good litmus test,
and playoffs.
To start the season. One more thing that we can't see on this
Playoffs?
sheet. But you're so funny. One more thing that's not on this sheet, but is very important in terms of the NBA schedule. February 19th through the 21st, All-Star Weekend right here in the Valley.
Wow, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The game's biggest stars, like Loser James, are going to be right here in the Valley, aren't they?
I mean, do you feel bad that you said that?
Sure, a little bit.
LeBron James, a loser.
He grabbed the ref's arm.
I understand. Hey, I remember that. I remember watching it.
You know who I think should be the most embarrassed after this is Bronny. Watching his dad flop around like that. That's not who I want to look up to if that's my dad. I know that much.
What? Well, Minch, that was harsh. You were really mad. I haven't heard you say something about somebody like that. I've never heard you speak like that, as a matter of fact. About anybody. You don't say a bad word.
I try not to. Do you want more provocative?
Why? No, I don't.
What the heck is that word even?
I have no idea, but
Just
I don't
Jesse
want
more
it.
ammo. Unfortunate. I tell you what, somebody who I'm very excited to talk to because it means he can't text me all the reasons that he disagrees with my football takes.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Alexander coming into studio next.
Oh, okay.
An hour of the lowdown here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldes in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And then Loser James had 26. Good for him, I guess.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Rye-Refi.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
All the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy. And now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Summer's almost over, but with a new Toyota from Toyota's National Sales Event, you can turn your end of summer scaries into end of summer woes. In the mood for some elevated dining? Pack a picnic into a 4Runner and hit up a stunning mountain vista.
Whoa!
Haul a bouncy castle in a Tundra and get crowned the coolest dad at the park.
Whoa! I'm king of the castle!
Drive a Tacoma to the lake to go wakeboarding. Whoa! That was awesome air. Let's go again. Or take a BZ to an amusement park with friends. Whoa! Keep your woes going this summer in a new Toyota.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Somebody who will not play is quarterback Carson Beck. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals are holding Beck out due to a rib injury. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns 2026-27 schedule is out. They open on the road at the Portland Trailblazers on October 21st. The full schedule will be up shortly on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Monday, August 24th D-backs home game versus the Chicago Cubs, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
You talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL.
I just want the music to build.
Indeed.
It's so good every time. Because it means that Lorenzo Alexander's in the building.
So
it doubly means that he can't text me when he has quibbles with things that I say on air.
Oh, yeah. I'll just say it to your face. I don't know if you want that either. It comes across a little harsher when I'm in face.
I'll survive. Wolf has been grilling me all day.
Oh, okay.
Against the Lakers, the Suns played a game, and on the post-game show, I was just so mad. Maybe the maddest I've been after a game, because it was the game where LeBron, he grabs the arm of the ref, he's like flopping around, getting calls. It got very tense late, and I said a bunch of things that Wolf is like, do you regret calling him a loser, Minch?
And then loser James had 26. Good for him, I guess.
James had 26.
Man, why such animosity? I mean, you don't know.
He was in the heat of the moment. Yeah, you got experience.
He was fired up.
I guess. I mean, I have too much respect for guys.
Okay, that's fair.
If I'm not gonna say it to their face, I ain't gonna say it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just have to meet LeBron one day and say, I'm sorry I called you.
Oh, you gonna
Brian,
apologize?
Brian, I just wanted to say I called you a loser.
Man, you gotta stand 10 toes down on it, baby. If you gonna say it, own it.
He looks down on me like a full foot.
Yeah,
too,
I know.
Be
I
one
know.
of these the whole time.
how
Lorenzo
you doing,
Alexander in the room. So good to talk football with you.
It's good.
Second edition already of this preseason. We're fully in football.
Yeah, it's flying
mode,
by.
right?
You know, it's good. You know, I was able to go out to the red and white game, saw Wolf and his beautiful family there the other day. They had the legends back, so it was really good. Be back in that space, in that building. With guys, Lyle Sidline came back with me. He moved back, so his son is actually playing on our football team with my youngest, and he's coaching with us. So
nice.
It's just always good when football gets back flowing, and then you get to connect back with the guys. So I'm busy. I'll tell you that. I mean, this football thing. You think I was a pro football coach making millions of dollars? As much I spend time on this computer. So if anybody out there wants to be like a quality control, cut up tape and just do things, set up the field, all those things. Hey, you know, come on. I'll be a good resume builder for you and give you a good recommendation.
So before we actually look at tonight's game and what's going to happen tonight and some of the things, let's talk a little bit more about the Hall of Fame. Okay, the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
What were your takeaways from that?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't watch it. If I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't watch a ton of it. I watched it back and, checking out Carson and seeing how the offense looked. Obviously, they were able to put up some yards and looked efficient. And so I'm going to have to continue to study. And some of those games is just like, okay, are these guys the guys that are going to be playing when it really matters?
Right.
So it's always hard.
Right.
Those games. And I was that guy one time, so it's no shade. But those guys are actually trying to prove to people, hey, I belong in the league. I think the biggest takeaway was that he passed that test, right? I think I told this story before when I was first trying to get in and carve my way through it. I was a second-year player and had to participate in the rookie minicamp and went out there and did a really good job, performed well, and I felt really good about myself. When I was walking off the field, Greg Williams called me over and was like, man, I'm glad you did well because we was going to cut you if you didn't, right? So I just did what I was supposed to do. Good. He expected me to dominate, and if I didn't dominate a bunch of rookies, then he was going to cut me. Like, there's no point to keep you around, right? And so that I look at those things as building blocks, right? This was the first test. It's a good thing that he went in a positive way, and that's probably all I'm gonna put into it. Okay, he did good in the Hall of Fame game, and all it was worth, right? At least he did good, right? The other way would have been way worse. It does, but it's not like, he's gonna start and he's gonna push Jacoby Brissett for the first. I'm not jumping all the way to that.
Yeah, okay.
Is that exclusively to someone like Beck in the quarterback position, or do you feel that's any position? Any position,
every position. You have to earn your keep in this league. I don't care if you're the first round pick. I know a ton of first round, second round guys that I've been around that do okay in the preseason or do well and then don't show up. I've been around guys that play really well, and this is more about the player, not the dude, because I really love Nathan Peterman, but he did really well when he was in Buffalo together, and then we get into a game and he threw like 3 or 4 picks. You know what I mean? So you have to take things in like in the moment. Where's that? The context. Who is he going against? Right. And it's not the end all be all, but it's one of the many points that coaches will use to evaluate guys, and he did well in that moment. Okay, and we all know if you played this game, there's levels. There's a big difference between preseason and regular season. In regular season, deep in the season when you beat up and all that, and then going into the playoffs. So take it for what it is. Did a good job. You passed that part of the test, but that's like week 1 quiz in high school. You know, you supposed to. You know,
you put your name and the date on the paper. Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing, just the more about the evaluation as far as the operation, looking smooth in that way, and in the coaching staff, how do they look in terms of getting guys in and out? Are they pre-snap penalties, which I know they had a couple, but substitutions, all those other things I think mean much more when you have that many guys on the sideline. It's more about the coaches and the operation versus the X's and O's, because it's really basic in terms of there's not a lot of thinking. And so guys, if I don't have to think a lot, throws are easy or defense is really easy, I can fly around. Now, when these guys start throwing layers and layers and layers on tops of things and adjustments when they do this, and this player, when he's lined up over here versus over here, things start to change. The brain starts going and some of the athleticism goes away, or the efficiency, because you're worried about so much. So those are the things, as you see the game grow and the game plan grows, can he still operate, or any player for that matter, still operate at a high level and really show who they are as a skilled, athletic NFL person?
That's why tonight is such a bummer that Carson Beck is not going to play tonight, because 1's a point, 2's a trend, 3's a pattern.
Yeah.
We can't even get to a point where it might be a trend. Having said that, I was really impressed with Carson Beck and his decision-making. That, to me, is when I go back and I look at the tape, it was the decisions that he was making that really got me excited. Not the fact he actually completed a lot of passes, but the fact that he was making the right decision.
Yeah.
Never put the ball in jeopardy either. So to me, I was greatly encouraged. It is one game. I totally understand.
Right.
It is a preseason game. You got to do a lot more, but I think it sure beats the alternative when you think of how it could have gone as well. But him not playing tonight, I'm bummed out. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, because you want to be able to put games back to back and build off of what you did, and they probably had maybe a couple of more wrinkles, and so then you start stressing yourself a little bit in that way. So that's unfortunate. And you probably see, I don't know what they're going to end up be doing for the Raiders, but in terms of who they play or who they're going to be playing, like is he playing some starters, this week or not, right? So now the competition is even a step up too, and so those are the things you want to see, but unfortunately it's not going to be that, and hopefully he can recover and get back and, continue to work in practice and improve.
I'm seeing this from ESPN's Josh Weinfuss, and we'll touch on this before we hit a timeout. More on Carson Beck's rib injury per a source. Beck injured it on the 3rd and 3 run in the first quarter of the Hall of Fame game. He got 4 yards in the first down, kept playing. As far as the seriousness of it, he's told, quote, 0 long-term worry, close quote. Which I guess my follow-up to that whole thing is, why are we waiting until Thursday to come down with this decision?
Yeah, because he practices in the red and white game, right? Yeah. So I don't know if he's...
We're talking about practice, man.
Yeah. Maybe he tweaked it or something. Rib injuries are weird, as a people that are older, probably, I would say... I would say older than 38, but I played in the NFL, so I used to start getting these things where you just reach for something and your rib is out of place for like a week. So, you know what I mean? It's like, man, where did that come from? All I did was try to take a light bulb out, right? And you're hurt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So obviously when you're playing football, and this, obviously a young man's game, some of those things can happen where you might have got hit or you did something in practice, just tweak something just a little different, and now it's sore. And you're like, man, where did that come from? But it's really from the game, and now your body's finally going to allow you to have it. So I've been in situations where I've seen that, where it is more of a delayed response based on what happens after the actual initial injury.
Wildcard race is on the line, and Arizona Sports has multiple family 4-packs of tickets to the Diamondbacks and Cubs game at Chase Field, August 24th and 25th. 2 huge games that could decide October baseball. Visit the contest page on arizonasports.com to register and to win. Now, we talked about Beck and his performance in the Hall of Fame game. Who are some other guys that Lorenzo Alexander is at least keeping tabs on going into this game tonight. We'll talk with the 15-year NFL vet next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp, and I don't like to be one of those told you so kind of guys, except to my kids. But I have been talking about a strong monsoon this summer, and I was right. Before the next big storm hits your house, have Gleason Roofing come by for a no-obligation roof audit, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. You may find, like I did, that you don't need a complete roof replacement. And after Gleason Roofing fixes what needs fixing and doesn't fix what doesn't, you could avoid a future full roof replacement for years to come, saving you tens of thousands in the long run. Gleason Roofing's 25-plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what our summer heat and the monsoon's wind and rain can do to your roof, and experts on keeping the inside of your house dry. With Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a huge problem either. Get your no-obligation roof audit at GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hey, Glendale. America First Credit Union's new Arizona branch at 5084 North 83rd Avenue is now open, and we'd love to see you there. Stop by to check it out, say hello, and enter to win a $1,000 concert e-gift card as well as a guitar. Come help us celebrate the grand opening of our Glendale location and let us help you do more with your money. Visit AmericaFirst.com for details or to become a member today. Eligibility terms and conditions apply. Must be 18 or older to enter. No purchase required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the new Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund. If you've been putting off consolidating high-interest debt because you don't want to lose that great first mortgage interest rate, I've got some good news. We've recently helped a family lower their monthly payments by more than $1,000 by consolidating debt without touching their low first mortgage interest rate. If you built equity in your home, there may be a way to use that equity without replacing that mortgage you already have. Before you make any decision, let the team at Lund Mortgage review your situation and help you find the option that is right for you. For all things mortgage, call or go to lundmortgage.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Arizona Sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown.
Mitch Vareldis in for Luke today, the Wolf and Luke show on this Thursday. Wolf's here. We got Lorenzo Alexander in studio right now for another edition of The Lowdown, one of my favorite segments through the weeks of the football season. We talked a lot about Carson Beck in the previous segment. Let's shift the focus here. Maybe it's a rookie, maybe it's a new veteran on this Cardinals team, just like somebody that you're looking at, whether it's based off of what they've done in practice so far, what they did last week in the Hall of Fame game, or even just somebody that you're looking forward to watching tonight, knowing that it sounds like all of the guys that are eligible to play are going to play tonight. Who's a guy that you're looking at?
And it's going to be interesting to see how much they play. This is one of the things I hated, because you heard LaFleur talk about 1 or 2 drives. I mean, that could technically be 6 plays if you go 3 and out.
Right.
Man, I got all hyped up and juiced up for 6 plays. But one of the things that just kind of taking you inside the game a little bit, one of the good things is that these preseason games, especially when you're dressing, you have to play. There's only one way to prepare. Like, I'm about to play a game.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so it allows you to kind of go through your pregame routine. What time you gonna get on be at the stadium? What bus you gonna get on? Who's your tape guy? What my warm up is, right? And because guys are so routine based, and every year it tweaks maybe a little bit. And so some of those guys that their second year playing, what does that routine look like for them this year? Was it good last year? Did they add something new to start getting a feel? Like, so when it's time for kickoff, like, I feel ready. I'm primed to go play. Whether it's gonna be 6 plays or 30 or whatever it may be. But one of the guys that I'm really interested in seeing how they do is Cody Simon. With his stint last year, being thrusted in there with Mack Wilson going down, playing that Mike backer, seeming overwhelmed at times where I felt like he was in position to make plays, but out of position because he was not flustered, but just overwhelmed with all the things he had to do. And typically you speed up and use too much athleticism when that happens. So it'd be really good to see what he looks like next to Mac. And what does that look like for him? Has the game slowed down? Is he in position making tackles right near him, not running past things? And filling gaps, being physical, all those things. Is he going to be consistent? And then is he coming out, or will they let him get some mic reps? It would just be really interesting to see how they use him, because I know he is very versatile and a smart player. But just want to see that next step for him where the game slows down and now he's making plays because he's seen it for a year. He feels comfortable, and then he has a dog next to him to even give him that extra confidence that I think all young players want to have.
It seems like there are two kinds of players in the National Football League. Those that want to play in a preseason game and those that do not want to play in a preseason game. Honestly, right now, I happen to be one of those guys that wanted to get out there and 5 reps, 6 reps, busted. Get out there and juice it up a little. I didn't want to play 50 in a preseason game.
Yeah,
nobody does. But which one were you?
I wanted to get like a quarter or 2 in, and for me it was like going to grade school, going to recess, right? Like, or I don't even I can't even think of a good analogy. Like, I didn't always want to play, but once I knew I had to play and I geared up to play and I stepped on the field and I was competing,
right?
I was like, why are you taking me out now? I'm just getting going, baby. That's how I was. I would just flip a switch and I was in game mode.
Okay, but you would to get ready for the regular season.
I wanted
reps,
at least
right?
a quarter. I liked when I got to the point to where, and it was, I didn't play really in the first preseason. That was like what they're gonna get tonight, maybe a series or 2. But then you get a quarter and then a half. I was good.
You were
and
good.
then even sometimes coming out in that first, just to get the sense of sitting and then coming back out, I was really good. And the main thing for me was, how was I going to, because I had to play special teams too. So even when I was a starter, I always had my special teams roots. So how was that going to feel from a conditioning standpoint in terms of those reps? And so that was really good. You have to feel that, because you don't want to feel it for the first time in a game, 1 o'clock in Miami, and it's humid, right? So you want to get out there, get running, and so you have a certain level of conditioning when you're ready, because it's just different. You juiced up, hyped up, ready to go out here and compete. I got stuff pumping through my veins and just ready to go. So you have to feel that in order to understand how you have to not blow it out on wild, like you have some guys come out of the tunnel. And they no good for the rest of the game.
I don't know what you're talking about, so I don't know what you're talking about.
So how do you kind of ease your way and be able to get through a whole game? That was always key for me with the preseason.
I'm curious too because I think it stood out to a lot of people last week that I think it was B.J. Ojulari and Rabbit Taylor Demerson were the two that I remember that really played a lot of the Hall of Fame game. And now that you've got a full complement of roster available to you, obviously varying times of who's on the field, like I'm wondering how that comes into play and how Mike LaFleur is going to dictate playing time for all these guys and how much of them leak towards the end of the game as opposed to getting it in like the first quarter or the second quarter and then being done for the rest of the night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I've been that guy. You got to play the whole first game, especially when they treat it like a fourth preseason game.
Yeah.
And you are like a bubble guy or a special teams guy. They're going to give you what you've been asking for. Hey, I want all the plays. Right? And I was behind London Fletcher, Brian, guys that were really great players. And they weren't going to come out in the regular season, but they weren't going to play that first or that last. So who's going to take it? Uzo. All right, cool. I want it. It gives me an opportunity to go out there and showcase. Now, that next week, as guys that are the known starters play more or that second group plays more, your reps do drop significantly. So I would imagine those guys will play a lot of the second half and finish this first game. Mm-hmm. And then that third game, depending on how Mike does it, go to the fourth quarter, or maybe it'd be about the same. It just depends on how coaches. Every coach is a little bit different, and then the individual player. If I've showed what I've been able to do, like London, he was on a snap count. He's gonna get 15, and he was out. Mm-hmm. And then the other starters would just keep playing, right? Yeah. And his backup would come in. So it comes down to that and how coaches see it, what you've shown in practice, how old you are. Who are you competing with? Because at the end of the day, they know it's a competition, and they're trying to give guys, especially if you're that second or third group, a fair opportunity to really showcase in the rise to the top, to really claim your spot and earn it. If you're outside of the known starters, Buddha, Mac is going to be locked into their spots.
So is there anything, I know we're going to talk in the next beautiful part of the program of what you're really going to be watching for in tonight's game, okay? But before I ask you that, is there a who that you're really going to be watching? Is there a who before they play in tonight's game?
And again, it's everybody. Jordan Love. It goes down. Jordan Love.
Jeremiah. Yep.
Yeah. Jordan. That's gonna happen to me all year now. I do that with my kids. I go through each one name and get to where I want to go. Not that
I was
my
always
kids,
that kid with my mom.
It's always
one of four total siblings. So it's like I always got it with the last.
I've done it, so it's gonna be a thing this year. I already know. I've done it once. It's gonna be a thing. So Jeremiah Love, right? When you think about Marvin Harrison, but it's like, how long do I see him for 6 plays?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find somebody, and that's why I think I went with Cody, because I think he's going to play more than 6 plays. I think he'll be one of those guys that's probably deemed a starter right now, but maybe because he's a younger player, he gets a little bit more bandwidth in terms of the amount of reps, and really want to see what he does. I don't know where Zaven is in that mix either. It'd be really good to see his pass rush and what he does from a defensive standpoint, as this is his, what is this, is this his 6th year or 5th year?
Drafted in 21, I want to say.
Yeah, it's fly by on me. So
yep.
Getting to see him develop into that outside backer and what he can do. He's a big body, strong dude, good, smart guy. It just hasn't all worked out because he's had to switch. So has he made that evolution of that pass rush? He can play the run all day. Strong hands. He's going to set the edge. He can do that. But has he picked up some moves? Has he worked in the offseason? Was he at that pass rush summit? I don't know, like in Vegas, where you get with guys and really learn to master that piece of your game. And so that's where I think they need the most help right now, right? Who's that other rusher? Who's going to be that other dominant guy from the outside that's going to put pressure on the quarterback?
Final hour of the Wolf and Luke show and the second half of the Lowdown with 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. That's coming up next here on the Wolf and Luke show. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana morning.
When the Diamondbacks do something really, really badly, it evokes more negative reaction and anger than the good stuff elicits cheering and fandom and woo woo and pom-poms. You go through a 4-game series against the Padres and you split that. Then you win 2 of 3 against the Dodgers. So you spend an entire week playing high-leverage baseball against really good teams. And you come out on Monday and you blast the Rockies into oblivion. And then you put those 2 games after it. That's the kind of stuff that makes people insane.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discounts. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Somebody who will not play, however, is quarterback Carson Beck. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals are holding Beck out due to a rib injury. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns 2026-2027 season schedule is out. They open on the road at the Portland Trailblazers on October 21st. The full schedule is up now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Don't miss the summer excitement at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries starting August 1st for your chance to win up to $10,000 or a 2027 BMW convertible. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports.
Crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke.
Final hour of this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Varelda's here. Wolf's here. Lorenzo Alexander's in here. Kind of us to join us for an hour on this football Thursday, I guess we can call it. Lead up to the game. By the way, I don't know if you saw, the NBA schedule was released today. Phoenix Suns home opener is going to be against the Dubs.
Okay.
If you want to go
maybe
check out.
I'll see a step in the building. I'll hit my man Dan Costello up over there.
Yeah.
Get in the building.
Shout out Dan. Help out
Yeah,
Zell.
yeah,
Come
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Let's get into the
Dan
home
will
opener.
he always takes care of me. It's good stuff.
We talked about players that we're keeping tabs on in this game upcoming tonight, and now we're switching it, as Wolf would say, we're going from who to what. So we're getting full complement.
Right.
How much of it from the starters, who knows? We'll find out.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens right there. But I would say even more like instead of the what, the how. How does it look? And I know one thing, right? Referencing Greg Williams, who I played for, crazy Greg Williams.
Did you like him, by the way? Did you like him?
I enjoy Greg, and I always enjoy people. People hate Greg, love Greg.
Yeah.
It's all about, are you consistent? He was consistent in who he was, and I'm good with that. Oh, that's who you are? All right. I know how to operate around you. The people that confuse me, that's all over the place. So Greg is a physical coach, great defensive mind, but always he wanted things physical. And so he understood that vets didn't want to play in the preseason. And so
I like him already.
He would, yeah. So he would always, and he would tell everybody, it didn't matter who you was, Fletch, Sean Taylor, it didn't matter. Everybody was fair game. But he always wanted to make sure that guys stood up and was ready to play. And so for preseason games, if it wasn't physical enough, the head coach could say whatever he wanted to say about how many snaps guys was going to get. But if that first 6 didn't look right, guys was going to get sent back out there for another 6, regardless of what Joe Gibbs was saying, and that's just how Greg operated, right? He wanted a certain standard, and he didn't care. If it was 6 plays, 12 plays, there needs to be a level of physicality and intentionality when you step on the football field. And so that's what I want to see, right? This is really the first time that guys are going to be going live starters. Hey, so when you step on this field, this is where we start really forming who we are going to be this year as a defense or even offensive unit and collectively as a football team. And so is it going to be physical? Are we going to hit these dudes in the mouth immediately, 3 and out, we done? All right, told you, coach, we good. All right, let me grab my hot dog, let me sit down, let me coach up the young guys. So that's the type of mentality that was kind of built into us. And so every time we touched the football field, guys were ready to go. And so that's where it starts, right? And I think that's a mindset thing. And so you don't get into the, like, this is lax, right? And this is the same thing I'm telling you. When you practice bad habits or have a bad mentality or poor mentality, even though it doesn't count, your body doesn't know any different. right? And so you have to approach these things like this is a real game. This matters. And so you create those habits that's going to carry you into week 1 and then carry you through the season, and that starts tonight. So I want to see a physical defense, people coming up, tackling, swarming, running to the football, punching at the football, right, trying to create these turnovers, that type of mentality, because it ramps up when these guys step, okay, we on the field tonight. Let's go out here and show them we're different. We're not the Arizona Cardinals of the old, right? We have changed, and this is the mentality you're going to have to deal with every week, and it starts really tonight for that group.
You know, one of the things I enjoy, especially offensively, because I played on the offensive side of the ball, of course, but so one of the things I enjoy is the schemes that they're running, the personnel groups that they may be using right now. And although personnel groups will vary, you'll evolve. A lot of times the protections, the plays that you're running, the formations that you're running them out of, the schemes that you're using early in preseason, those are your base plays.
For sure,
That's the beating heart of who you expect to be. Now, again, it evolves over the course of an entire season, but I love seeing that because that shows intentionality, doesn't it?
Yeah. And so the picture that you're trying to paint, right, the culture that we're going to have. And so when you talk about being a physical team, you can't come out tonight and pass the ball 50 times.
Yeah.
You got to come out the ball and hit some cats in the mouth and have that O-line moving guys backwards, right, climbing up to linebackers, pushing them over. And so how the game is called, you know, I think is just as important as how guys play.
Right.
What is called, right? And so I think when you think about trying to be physical and set up the play action, that has to be at the core of what you do and who you are as well. And so, I would assume he's going to run the ball again. Obviously, you know, Jeremiah Love, I said that right this time. Yeah, is going to get his a couple of carries, right? Get his feet wet in an NFL game, but that's the type of trend you want to say. We're going to run the ball, and you have to stop us, right? And if you don't, we're going to keep running it. I don't mind running the ball 50 times because you can't stop me. I'm going to control the ball. I'm going to run down and do those type of things. So I think that's essential as well, just like on defense, right? We want to have a certain mindset up front. We're going to push those guys back, build this wall, come down, hit guys, gang tackle. That same thing has to be on the offensive side in terms of developing that team culture. And how coaches call it, I think matters in setting that tone as well.
Agreed.
So you think it should be irrelevant, like in terms of which cast, if you will, is on the field at a certain point in time? You would rather see the game called similarly throughout, no matter who's on the field, like in terms of style, as opposed to who the personnel is out there and what makes them more comfortable?
At this point, I'm setting foundation.
Okay.
Right. I'm not game planning. I'm not trying to get cute. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm setting as Wolf said, the nucleus of what we're going to do. This is who we are. Because at the end of the day, you can try to get cute, but if you can't do the basic stuff right, if you can't block, if you can't tackle, if you can't have an intentional mindset, a physical mindset, all the scheming in the world don't matter because I'm about to whoop you. You can try to be cute if you want to, but I just whooped you. It didn't work. So, but if you can always go back, because then we talk about this every year, you know, everybody gets cute and fancy, but when it comes down to playoff time, late November, December, when we go into January, typically the teams that are the most physical up front, that can run the ball and impact the quarterback, those teams that are winning.
Yeah.
You know, you have these teams that put up 50 points, cute, nice. They get to win it when it really matters. They soft and get beat up. The quarterback get beat up. Game over. So you got to have a foundation of who you are. It always has to be up front. It always has to be the run game. And I know we all cute and got analytics, got all these smart people that think at the end of the day, when you go back and look at it, the teams that are physical and up front are going to win. And you have to call games to create that mentality. So people have to guard again. You have to worry about it. And then it opens up all that cute stuff that people want to come and see, you know, and play action, throw a 50-yard bomb. That was really because of the last 4 or 5 plays. I just hit you in the mouth, and you figured you had to do a little bit more and bring another guy in the box, and now I let my athletes run.
Simple concept.
Very simple. Very simple. Yeah, and I have this conversation with our offensive coordinator all the time, Zach Miller, who coaches with me too, man. Just run the ball, man. Keep it simple. Let's be physical. Don't have to get cute. And then we'll throw it up on top when they decide to come up, you know. But that's where the game is won, every level. Up front, being physical. But that's a mindset that the coaches have to establish, and then the players have to go out and demand it from one another.
Forks up, by the way, for Zach Miller, my fellow Sun Devil. Assuming it's the Zach Miller that I think
that is that Zach Miller.
Okay.
Yeah. Forks up. Yeah,
Forks
I get you. I don't know about all that. But.
it's nothing what they did. Okay, I promise. Diana Taurasi, which by the way, I want to mention this because I don't know when else I'll get to mention this. Diana Taurasi, they're putting her number in the Ring of Honor on Sunday. And she's going to be a guest of Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 9:45.
Nice.
So the GOAT DT with Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 9:45. And we're giving you a chance, you, the listener, right now, to win her number 3 Mercury jersey. Text GOAT to 620-620. The winner will be announced during Bickley and Murata tomorrow, 9:15 in the morning. If your name is called, you have 10 minutes to call in. Otherwise, it goes to a lucky listener. Coming up next, shifting away from the Cardinals, but Cardinals adjacent. Kyler Murray is going to be the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings this year. We got to get Zoe's thoughts on that decision and what it could mean next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareld is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com.
Testosterone support, energy, metabolism? Don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. mDrive, for men who still show up.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL.
Again, the music is just so... It builds perfectly.
Yep.
Mitch Varel, this In for Luke, Wolf and Luke show. Wolf's here. Lorenzo Alexander, his final segment with us on this edition of The Lowdown. Zoe's going to be around all football season.
Yeah,
so.
by the way, it's one of the things I love to say from time to time. I love the rejoin, of course, with Lorenzo, because you listen to people talking about him. That's your legacy.
No, I appreciate that.
That is your legacy.
Sure.
It's not what you say about yourself. It's what other people say about you.
I feel bad for not knowing who it is, but when I hear the outwork you every single play, I'm like, that's so perfect.
Oh, that's Leger Douzable.
Just saying.
Yep. Yeah.
It's such a powerful way to describe somebody too. Like he just wants to outwork you every single play. You know, like that's a very strong character trait.
That's how you get 15 years.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly.
That's the only way you can do it.
Just
I wasn't the most talented cat, I'll tell you that.
15.
So I want to just start by asking you this: is this too early to declare a starting anything? But for this purpose of the conversation, starting quarterback of your team. Is it too early to make that declaration now, as opposed to after the preseason has gone through?
Josh Allen?
Well,
Lamar?
No.
Kyler
Murray in particular. Who
okay, I'm just saying. I'm just naming off people. You say, is it too early? No, it's not
Jacoby
too early.
Brissett, I can keep naming.
And yeah, Jacoby, right? I think if it is apparent in any place that you're in, people know when you're in the building, especially if it's something that's done this early and you say you have a competition, and the coach comes out and says, Kyler, in this case, you are the starter. He is head and shoulders over his competition. It's just as simple as that. People in the building see it. His teammates probably see it. When they're sitting up there, they're like, man, why are we even entertaining this? Mm-hmm. Obviously, JJ didn't step up, and that's fine. So everybody can't step up to the occasion. And Kyler went somewhere else and did his thing. So good for him that he's learned and grew. Actually heard the clip that the thing they're trying to create. One of the reporters asked him, and he caught himself. He said, "What do you mean quickly?" Did you hear this clip? Because they talked about LaFleur talking about that they moved on from Kyler quickly.
Okay.
And I think they were announcing him being a starter and stuff, and a reporter asked him, so how do you feel about LaFleur talking about they moved on from you quickly? And, LaFleur wasn't even here for it. Right? But he said, what do you mean by quickly? And so he's like, because he's a competitor. They didn't move on from me quickly. This was a process. But I say this to say that he stepped up. He is the quarterback. He's grown, hopefully, from this, has learned. Because I think a younger Kyler would have probably went in a negative way with that comment and didn't catch himself. So he has some perspective and wisdom. And I think that all of that has shown in terms of him presenting himself as a starting Minnesota Vikings quarterback. He's grown mentally with the media and then obviously on the football field for them to name him the starter this quickly.
Good news. Shout out to Rick. He found it. It sounded like this.
Mike LaFleur last week, how fast it took them to move on from you, and he said quickly. Mike?
And I was just curious, does it motivate you?
What do you mean move on?
Does it motivate you that they
you talking
moved on from you?
Okay, yeah.
Does it motivate you that they let you go in the prime of your career?
I'm honestly not too worried about what's going on over there. Focused on what I got going on here in Minnesota. I'm glad to be here. Loved every part of being here, and focused on the future.
You know what's interesting
Boy,
is
that
he
is
said
well done.
He said all the right things at the end, but the quick little back and forth retorts that had a little bit of early age Kyler, did it not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He caught himself in the moment. I mean, I still have a little bit of that. You're a competitor at the end of the day. When a team lets you go or removes you, you do have some emotional.
He's definitely motivated.
You definitely have some feelings towards it. And so, what? What did he say? Oh no, hold on. Where am I at? All right, let me get on track here. And like I said, I think earlier in his career, he probably would have went with those emotions.
Yeah.
He's grown up. And so hopefully that's what they're seeing, all of this guy put together to name him a starter this quickly. Hopefully it's not because his competition isn't that great, but it's more about how he's been handling himself as a potential franchise quarterback in Minnesota with his growth, with the way he's interacting with his teammates, with his study habits. Hopefully all of that has improved. That has allowed him to be named a starter this early.
I will say that it blew me away that they named him this early, because going into training camp, everyone was talking about, man, this is going to be a quarterback competition.
Right.
This is going to be even the Vikings said it's going to be a quarterback competition. The fact that they haven't even played one preseason game and they've already named Kyler Murray, I'm shocked at that. And it's because I thought J.J. McCarthy was going to provide a little bit more resistance.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
I think you are 100% correct. You name your starting quarterback when it becomes apparent that he is your best quarterback, your best option. And that's why to think that he did it in practice, man, before they even played any preseason games. It's going to be interesting to see what happens if Kyler plays in some preseason games and doesn't play well.
So Kyler's either further along than we think, or JJ is way further behind than I think even they.
Oh, no, I think
it's
for me, it's, that I call him 9.
Oh, yeah, 9. How could we forget about 9?
So I want to ask you this quickly, because I think Kevin O'Connell is a brilliant guy. I think he's a brilliant guy. I think he's an excellent coach. He's an excellent offensive mind. I think he's going to turn the clock back with Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I think maybe 2017, 2018 type offense. Did you see that?
I can see that. I mean, Kyler is definitely a weapon. It's just about how you deploy him, right? And what do you give him? And are you offensive mind that you can dial things up, that you still have your foundation as far as who you want to be, but you're not compromising him based on his development as a quarterback in the pocket. And so maybe Kyler has grown and is willing to do some things that maybe he had more resistance to while he was in this building, right? Because when you're the number 1 overall pick, you're the franchise dude. Even when coaches come in, you're like, man, I'm not doing that. And so sometimes you got to be bumped down a little bit, experience some humility in some ways, and transition. And now you're with a guy that obviously everybody around the league respects as far as the quarterbacks that he's worked with, how well they've played in his system when they've gotten there. And so why wouldn't you go in, and not want to soak all that up and do whatever you have to do to show everybody, because you are pissed you got cut essentially, and come and show out and be the best version. Hey, man, I'm going to do whatever you need to do because I'm about to show out. I'm about to show everybody, right? And there's some people are just motivated by that. And so
first 3 years in the league, think about it. Rookie of the year.
Yeah.
2 Pro Bowls.
Yeah.
First 3 years in the league.
Right.
In that offense, the spread concept.
And got them back to the playoffs as well.
Yeah, so that everything from high school to college just continued, and so you still begin this persona, and everybody's not built to then, can I grow even though I'm experiencing success based on where I'm at as a quarterback? Because even though he's doing all that, there's still parts of your game you always have to continue to improve on. But when you have success, it's really hard to do it for some individuals if they can't clearly see it. And so hopefully all of this has helped him. I know some people are rooting against him. I love seeing guys grow up, learn, make a shift, and then succeed. So I'm looking forward to hopefully him having a really good season in Minnesota.
I always feel lucky when I get to fill in on a day that Zoe's in for an hour. Lorenzo Alexander, we always appreciate you coming in.
Yeah.
Look forward to more conversations throughout the season. That's Lorenzo Alexander joining us in here for the Lowdown. When we come back, was yesterday the worst loss of the Diamondbacks season this year? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this In for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Listen during Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Mattamy Homes.
All I wanted to do was make sure that Easton knew I was there, and I started singing in his ear, and I held his head, and I just wanted him to know I was there. His face was almost unrecognizable.
They knew it was pretty severe, so. And then they took him up to the ICU.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals play their second preseason game of the season tonight in Las Vegas at the Raiders. The Cardinals will play their starters tonight for at least a series. Somebody who will not play, however, is quarterback Carson Beck. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals are holding Beck out due to a rib injury. Kickoff is at 5. Pre-game coverage starts in just about 30 minutes, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns 2026-27 schedule is out. They open on the road at the Portland Trailblazers on October 21st. The full schedule is up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Right now, save $2,500 if you buy 10 windows or more. The windows are guaranteed for life and built in Arizona with factory direct pricing. Save money and save on your energy bills online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks fare on the road in Atlanta? We'll preview Game 1 of the series on Friday's Burns and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Just 30 minutes left in this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show.
This is pretty good right here, Base Owings, and then it gets really weird. Just,
I think it wants you to
kills
potentially.
It. Will you stop whispering?
Well,
Wolf is not a big Surge fan.
One guy is yelling, and then another guy is whispering.
You had my attention, and then you ruined it. What are you doing?
Being Surge.
You had something going that was pretty good, and then got weird. Bruh. Okay, where are we going in this beautiful part of the program?
Where would you like me to? I'm kidding. We're going to talk about the Diamondbacks here.
So
I want to start here, actually, because this is something else that we should probably touch on based on what Derek Hall, president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, said this morning with Bickley and Murata. To try and set this up as best as I can, the Diamondbacks have a bunch of players that are injured right now. A bunch of guys that could serve as reinforcements.
Yes.
Either later this month.
That's right.
In Justin Martinez, Jordan Lawler, potentially, maybe. Next month in maybe Corbin Burns, maybe Zach Gallen, maybe Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Well,
Tommy
Michael
Troy.
Soroka's already come back.
Exactly.
Isn't that right, Mike Hazen?
So the reinforcements are on their way. Now, I think part of the conversation about the reinforcements is the role that some of these guys might play. And if you do quick math, you know that there's 5 starting rotation spots, and this team has a surplus of starting pitchers right now. As it stands, Eduardo Rodriguez, Michael Soroka, Mitch Bratt, Merrill Kelly, and Brandon Pfaadt. That is your rotation right now. Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen, and maybe Ryan Nelson on the way. So as you can tell, I'm at 8. There's only 5 spots. And it's led to a lot of speculating, at least by me. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but at least by me, that somebody is not going to get their spot when they get back from the injured list. And I've wondered if it's Zach Gallen not getting a rotation spot back when he returns.
Okay. By reputation, Zach Gallen is a guy that I think, for the most part, this is just me coming into this season, I did not expect him to pitch the way that he has.
Way under expectation.
No, exactly right. Nowhere even close. So having said that, I would think that the Arizona Diamondbacks, especially after they paid him, I should say, the money they paid him to come back, $22 million, to come back and pitch, I don't think they've expected this to be the case with Zach Gallen. So now all of a sudden, all those people out there, Zach Gallen hasn't been Zach Gallen for 3 years. Oh, but, okay, you know what? I think there are people in baseball that would disagree with you vehemently on that, to a point where, once again, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Mike Hazen, who's got the brain that is the size of Paris, okay? This guy signed him to a $22 million contract. You just don't sign guys that aren't talented to a $22 million contract. So I think what's going to happen is, because the expectation was so high for Zach Gallen, he's going to get a shot at actually coming back and pitching in this rotation. And the Diamondbacks are going to hope that he's going to take the ball, and for whatever reason, because of this new reset, he's going to go out and look different and pitch differently.
You might not be alone in this theory.
Oh, I think so. I mean, when he's ready to go, and he's going to be ready, early part of September when he gets off the 60, he's going to help our team. I mean, we think so. He's not a reliever. He's going to be back in the rotation. I think we've seen Zach and what he can do for our team, and we hope that that's going to be where he gets back to. The second half of last year was more of like the 23 Zach that we've seen, and we think that now that he's had time off and when he has some rehab starts, hopefully we're going to see that guy again. But he can definitely help us. We could need him for sure.
I just quibble with the idea of him helping in the rotation. This is assuming that everything goes the Diamondbacks' way for the next 2 months, right? Everything absolutely has to go their way with health, with the success of the team. Corbin Burns, Michael Soroka, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt. I've got one spot left. I don't have Zach Gallen's name as the next up on that list. I just don't. And maybe some of that is going to be impacted by how much Corbin Burns will actually be allowed to pitch. Like we talked earlier, like what if he's just a 3-inning guy for the rest of this year? What if he's 4? Like you get a piggyback somehow. I just don't know if Zach Gallen is good enough based on the way that he's pitched this year to get that rotation spot back. All things assuming to go well for this team.
Again, do you see any possibility they actually go with a 6-man rotation for a week or two? Do you see any possibility that might actually, we're going to try this out. We're going to see if we can do, they've got to find a way to see if Zach Gallen can return to form after this reset button has been pushed. And that's what I liken this to, the amount of time he's been down. It's a reset. Are you going to give him that opportunity to do it or not? Because, to your point, listen, Erod, do you think you're going to take Erod out of the rotation? No. Michael Soroka, no way. Brandon Pfaadt. No, Brandon Pfaadt is, you gotta fight. And we know he does. Fight yes. For your right to party. And then Corbin Burns when he comes back.
That's 4.
There's 4 guys that you are not moving. You got Merrill Kelly. Yeah, I know it's been rough for Merrill this month. Go back a month before and it was great. And then all of a sudden it was rough. And then it was great. He's been up and down collectively and consistently all season long.
And just as concerning is that the cramping popped up again.
I know.
2 starts ago against the Dodgers. And they didn't ask him about it post-game because he was obviously very pissed after that game was done with the way that he pitched.
You played that cut earlier. That was uncomfortable.
You now start to have in the back of your mind, what if this pops up again? Because we're getting to those months where it is still, I went to the game on Saturday against the Dodgers. It's still relatively warm in that stadium. Now, granted, there's full crowds, so maybe that plays into it as well, but it's 100 degrees outside, and they're trying their best to keep it cool in there, and it's still not cool when the house is packed. And I worry about it popping up again. I genuinely do.
But here's the one thing I'm going to say right now and go out on a limb maybe based on it. I think Zach Gallen is going to get the opportunity to prove that what we've seen from him is not an anomaly. I think he's going to get the opportunity to prove that it is an anomaly.
He cannot afford for his next opportunity to not be anomalous.
Correct. Like, he's got to go out there and he's got to shine and look like Zach Allen.
For his sake and for the team's sake. Again, there's two things at play with him coming
back. So
you
agree with that? Like,
well, if he comes back and he gets the opportunity,
he's going
he has
to get
pitch
the opportunity,
well.
correct?
But he has to pitch well.
Yes.
They can't put him back out there and then he's struggling through 5 innings again.
You're not going to go out. You're not going to bring him out of the pen. You're going to start him in a game.
It's either he starts or he doesn't pitch at all. That's kind of where I'm at.
I'm kind of there with you.
Win 2 tickets to the UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation kickoff experience at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. Plus, you'll get a 2-night staycation to go along with that. Arizona's premier college football kickoff event is August 21st. Register to win at the contest page on arizonasports.com. What do we want to see from Jeremiah Love? Not Jordan Love, Zoe, in his Cardinals debut. Sorry, Zoe. That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareld is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Kick Zoe.
Cardinals. Raiders. The preseason's Game 1 live from Vegas.
We'll have our guys out there. It's not going to be much. Could be 1 drive, max of 2. For those main guys, they'll be playing. That includes Jacoby.
Coverage begins at 2. Kickoff at 5 this afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, at Trajan Wealth, independence matters. They're not tied to any product line, so their advice is built around you, not a commission. Makes sense, right? That's what it means to work with a true fiduciary. Visit TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, there's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth coordinate your investments, your taxes, and estate plan around your actual life. So every piece is working toward the same goal. That's why you got to go to TrajanWealth.com or based on earnings. You can pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Big rewards, summer excitement, one incredible night in August at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries beginning August 1st at Talking Stick Resort. Then on August 28th, you could win up to $10,000 in cash or a 2027 BMW convertible. The Hot Ride Heat Wave is happening every Friday in August. Don't miss your chance to drive away in a 2027 BMW convertible. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1
from day one.
Arizona's premier college football event is about to kick off the season, and you can win a staycation package for the UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess on August 21st. 2 tickets to the luncheon, a 2-night stay at the Princess, and a VIP meet and greet with a pair of college football legends, Mike Gundy and Jack Swarbrick. Kick off the season like a VIP. Enter for your chance to win on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, final segment of this Thursday edition of the Wolf and Luke Show, and then we're talking Cardinals the rest of the way. Well, we won't. But the man who was very kind enough to last second join us now, Craig Grelu on the Cardinals Radio Network coverage, joining us in studio. Probably more prepped than anybody in this room for this game, without question. What's up, Gree? How we doing?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How are you?
Okay, Greg.
Thanks for taking some time to get us ready. First off, the news, the report, I should say. Carson Beck not going to be playing in this game. Does it change how you're going to take in this watch at all whatsoever coming up later tonight?
For me, no, but listening to the two of you driving in, it certainly sounds like you will not be tuning in at 5 p.m. to watch the Arizona Cardinals.
You know I'm going to be tuning in. Are you kidding me right now? I am going to be slobbering all over myself to watch this game, of course. But at the same time, yeah, you know what? It was kind of a downer because I wanted to see it. One's a point. Can we get a trend going here?
Yes, there is disappointment because you want to now see if Beck can do it again.
Yes.
Stacking these performances in a game situation, not a practice, but in a game situation. And it's unfortunate, but it's the preseason. So, okay, Beck's not going to play. Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Keaton Slovis will take you this entire way, and then we'll see what happens 1 week from Saturday when the Cardinals are at State Farm Stadium taking on the Cowboys.
Yes. It was just weird the way it happened, too, Gree. The fact that he practiced all week long.
And did not look like he was showing any effects. No. They practiced Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. There was a jog through in there as well, but apparently something popped up. You've played with rib issues. Yep. Yes, it's okay if you're just standing around throwing the football, but if you're going to get tackled potentially in this game tonight,
right,
you might want to err on the side of caution. Indeed. Now, if this is week 10 and here's your starter and, okay, Wolf played, you know what happens, and you're good to go. But, again, this is preseason, so I wouldn't make too much out of it more than the fact that he's feeling some discomfort.
Yeah.
And let's give him some more time because, again, in a practice situation, it's a controlled environment.
Yes.
You can dictate what you want to do. Can't do that when you're playing in a game.
Yes.
That's true.
But it's okay to feel this way because Carson Beck played so well in preseason game number 1. There's no doubt about it. Wanted to see if he could come out and repeat it. It's okay to feel this way.
I think the two
He's
scenarios.
very exciting.
The two scenarios would have been if he played as well as he did last week, which he did, and then not getting to play, or if he played poorly in the Hall of Fame game and then not being able to respond in any sort of way because of the injury. I will say there is, and I feel bad because we almost buried it as a result of the Beck report, but this will be our first look at Jeremiah Love against another team as well. How excited are you to see the number 3 overall pick tonight?
Very excited because it has been hard not to get excited about the potential based on what you have seen in practice. Just his vision as a running back, his footwork, how quickly he's able to change direction. There was a play earlier this week. I believe it was earlier this week. No, it was during the red and white practice on Sunday. Again, I don't know the results, but it certainly looked good because handoff, he runs left, nowhere to go. He literally pirouetted, changed direction, came back right. There was a hole. He got to the second level. Now, again, would he have been tackled beforehand? I don't know, but it's his ability to change direction on a dime, which is cliche, but you see that in practice. Now, can you see that in a game situation?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this right now. What do you want to see tonight? What do you want to see and what do you need to see?
I would like to see more what I saw in the Hall of Fame game. With the starters now out there, can it still be as clean as it looked? very few penalties. You don't want any false start penalties, no pre-snap issues whatsoever. That is going to be the one thing that Mike LaFleur is going to point out each and every week. That's been very clear in listening to him. Might have been the shortest answer he gave post-game on a week ago, Thursday in the Hall of Fame game, was about the pre-snap penalties. The offensive line, can it protect? Can it run block? That second unit of the offensive line, Chase Besantis, Jaden Williams, who has come out of nowhere as a 7th-round pick to potentially be your swing tackle now in a very short amount of time. And then defensively, can you get a pass rush? Can that defensive line wreak havoc in the series or two that they're out there against the Raiders starters? Because you're going to have good on good for at least a series or two. Again, don't know what the Raiders' plan is, but we've been told the Cardinals are going to play their starters a series. If it's a good series, okay, maybe you take them out. If it's not, okay, maybe there'll be a second series so they can get off the field on a good note.
We're talking with Craig Greeley, who's part of the Arizona Cardinals radio network coverage. He's going to be kicking off his pregame coverage in, 8 minutes from now, and he's raring to go for, kickoff show is the first one of the two, the names of the shows?
Arizona Cardinals NFL kickoff show.
Okay. I'm sorry.
The Arizona Cardinals pregame huddle. There's the game, there's halftime, and then there's Cardinal talk.
That's your favorite one, though.
Absolutely. Enjoy it. Very much so.
You've been much closer because you go into all the practices, of course, naturally. I'm curious your thoughts on Mike LaFleur, how he's operated in practice, what you were able to glean from the Hall of Fame game coaching style, and what kind of your expectations for him tonight in this second preseason game.
Very hands-on offensively, which is what you would expect as the play caller, though he has not ignored the defense. Because the last time we were in a situation like this with Cliff Kingsbury as the OC, the defense was kind of not in – I wouldn't say he ignored it, but his back was to the defense because he was designing plays, trying to scheme up for the next series. Michael LaFleur has not done that. He is, when the defense is out there, he has mentioned that he has kind of stepped aside down the sideline to get a better view of what they're doing, because you do have Nathaniel Hackett up in the press box that is calling down. You've got Matt Schaub. So there are guys on that sideline that can get the offense ready for its next series. So that is what I like because, again, you're moving a seat over from OC to head coach, but there's so much more on your plate that doesn't involve X's and O's that I think Mike LaFleur has done a good job of maintaining and being able to stay up to date or stay where you need to be in order to make sure, okay, this is what needs to get done today.
Who are you looking at tonight? I mean, specifically, who, other than who you've talked about already, who are you looking at, Great?
Is B.J. Ojulari playing the entire game again?
Okay.
Now, he was on the field in the Hall of Fame game, I believe, for 50% of the defensive snaps. And I get it. When you're sitting 41 guys for reasons because they're starters or they're injured, so someone has to play. But if you're not in that mix of 41 guys and you're playing late in the fourth quarter, I think that's a sign that maybe you need to show a little bit more because you're not in that rotation, or you're not a Jordan Birch who did not see any time in the Hall of Fame game. So as far as depth chart and where you are on that list of outside linebackers, you might be further behind. Again, I don't know what that means is potentially future 53-man roster, but if you're BJ, you need to show something. And then who else in that outside linebacker room? Because without Josh Sweat, who's rushing the passer? Who's getting that pressure on opposing quarterbacks? That's not coming from a Walter Nolan III or a Roy Lopez or an Andrew Billings, Darius Robinson. Forget the defensive line, just the outside linebackers. Who's getting not so much the sacks, but who's trying to affect the quarterback?
Contrary to our complaining, we are excited for tonight's game and your coverage with the Arizona Cardinals NFL Kickoff Show is coming up next. Gree, as always, thank you so much.
Hey, my pleasure.
And that's coming up next. This has been the Wolf and Luke Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname